Hey, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Damn, the music ain't been on this whole fucking time. I thought the music was on. What's good, man? Hey, listen, it's your boy, H Money, Mr. Supreme, back at it again. It's Haney time. Haney. Let's go, though. Let's go, man. It's Haney time. I can't say it enough. Hey, shout out to George Kambosos Jr. We on the road to Undisputed, man. We on the road to Undisputed. You hear me? It's Haney time. Hit the motherfucking like button. You know me, Kazi. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, dog. Haney time, bitch. Let's go. Haney. Let's go. Let's go. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. It's Haney time. For real, though. For all the motherfucking belts. You feel me? Undisputed. Devin Haney going for Undisputed. Like Canelo Alvarez. Devin Haney going for the history books. What's up with it? Shout out to George Kambosos. You know what I mean? Shout out to the George Kambosos fans. I think George Kambosos is a great champion. I always said George Kambosos was a great fighter. Always said it. I gave Kambosos his credit when he beat Teofimo Lopez. But you're going against Devin Haney this time, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, your right side. Devin Haney this time, dog. Devin Haney going to be ready. You know, I think Kambosos is a great fighter. I think Devin Haney is a great fighter. Two of the best fighters in the world right here. That's what makes this fight so good. Two undefeated champions, you hear me? Devin Haney stayed down. He stayed down. He stayed focused. Stay focused. He was patient. He had wait for his opportunity. They didn't give nothing to the dream, Devin Haney, dog. They didn't give nothing to Bill Haney, dog. They had to take a low ball offer. They was happy to do it. Said, fuck it. I want the belts, nigga. Fuck the money. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney, he didn't come into the sport of boxing for the money, dog. Bill Haney already had millions, dog. Bill Haney was already pulling up in fucking Benzes and Bentleys and shit and Wraiths and shit. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't for the money, man. This one was for the legacy, you dig? He said, don't get me too turned up tonight. Hey, man, I'm going to get you too turned up. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Two undefeated champions, right side. Two of the best fighters in the world. Devin Haney, George Kambosos. Two undefeated champions. Two great champions. This is what boxing is all about. Furioso boxing. My boy Paolo, PT, in a motherfucking building. What up, PT? Oh, yeah, we had a great conversation last night with Bill Haney. For those that miss it, hit the fucking like button. My boy Mad Dog. What up, Mad Dog? What it is? What up? What's good, Mad Dog? Let me drop the link, man. Who want to cook with your boy? You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. For real, though. H Money, Mr. Supreme. Kambosos, Greek Pride, the Undisputed. Haters gonna hate. Well, he doesn't say he's undisputed anymore. They even said it in his own country he wasn't undisputed. So, hey, man, we tried to do that already. We tried to say this guy was undisputed. George Kambosos himself, he said he wasn't undisputed. Yeah, you got to watch the playback, right side? You got to watch the playback. Devin Haney going for all the belts. I know the fanboys going to be mad. You know what I'm saying? Don't be mad. When Teofimo Lopez, when he got that fight with Lomachenko, we wasn't hating on Teo. Devin Haney wasn't, when Teofimo Lopez got that fight with Lomachenko, Devin Haney didn't say, oh, fuck both of them, and was all mad about to cry about it. Nah, Devin Haney was like, may the best man win. So Teofimo, man, shout outs to Teo, man. Like, Teo did his thing, but, I mean, he got to take his loss like a man at the end of the day. You know what I mean? You got to get over that loss with George Kambosos. Devin Haney has the opportunity to beat the man that beat Teofimo Lopez. So then if Devin Haney beats George Kambosos, then Devin Haney can say, I beat the man that beat your ass. Oh, man. Hit the motherfucking like button, dog. Hey, listen, the lightweight division is on fire, man. Shout outs to Vasily Lomachenko. Lomachenko, one of the best fighters in the world. Lomachenko right now serving his country like a true hero. And that's what he is. He's a true hero. You know what I mean? What's good? He said, it's the fight of the year, Kambosos and Haney. Absolutely, Paolo. Two undefeated champions in their primes. George Kambosos is undefeated He's in the prime of his career. George Kambosos coming off the biggest victory of 2021. To me, I had George Kambosos as my fighter of the year in 2021. I thought George Kambosos was the fighter of the year of 2021 when he beat Teofimo Lopez. Of course, George Kambosos Jr. is a very confident fighter, and he's always in tremendous shape. George Kambosos, good footwork, good jab, good hand speed. You know, he's a very good all-around fighter. That's why he is the unified champion. That's why George Kambosos, he's on the pound-for-pound list. Because George Kambosos, he showed the heart of a champion. He showed the heart of a champion when George Kambosos, you know, went on a roll. When George Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez, he showed me a lot of heart in that fight. You know what I'm saying? He said, H-Money, Mob, going to have me wilding tonight. That's what I want. It's the road to Undisputed, right side? You want it, you got it. Devin Haney, George Kambosos. This is what the fans want to see. You know what I mean? How many times in the sport of boxing we get the fights that we want, Steven? Answer that question for me, Steven. Usually in the sport of boxing, especially nowadays, we don't get the fights that we want. We never got Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua. We never got that fight. But we got this fight. We got the fight that we wanted. All of the people to answer all of the questions. Who's the number one lightweight in boxing? And we about to find out. What up, though, my boy Brown? Brown Gold one in the building. What up, Brown? What up? Haney time, Brown. What's good? Devin Haney for the real undisputed. For the real undisputed. Like Canelo, huh? Let's go. Let's go. My boy Pounds, H. De Niro, the GOAT. Man, I appreciate that, man. And shout outs to Young Billy Boxing. YB. He was in the gym today with David Morrell Jr. and he called me, but I was asleep. He called me on FaceTime with David Morrell, but I was knocked out sleeping shit. You know what I'm saying? But, man, shout outs to YB. You know, he getting the exclusive footage with David Morrell, one of the best fighters in the world, Morrell Jr. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go. What's good? What's good? My boy Right Side said, let's go. 100. Let's go, Right Side. It's Haney time. Devin the Dream. It was all a dream. Just like Martin Luther King said, I had a dream. Devin Haney had a dream ever since he was 8 years old, and that was to be the undisputed champion. He always talked about being an undisputed champion. Devin Haney always wanted to be a great champion. And you got to tip your hat off to George Kambosos as well. George Kambosos, a great champion as well. You know, the work ethic of these two fighters are second to none. Devin Haney and George Kambosos, two of the best lightweights in the world. The two best lightweights. The two best lightweights, and they about to get it on. They are about to get it on like cats and dogs, man. You know what I'm saying? Word up. He said, yes, I agree with you. This fight is big, H Money. Absolutely, Steven. Absolutely, Steven. Let's go. Let's go. Who's the number one lightweight in boxing? Devin Haney or George Kambosos? Who's the best? We're about to find out, man. June 5th, man. It's going down. It's about to go down. Devin Haney, George Kambosos, man. You know what I'm saying? June 5th, man. June 5th, the shit finna go down. Obviously, this Saturday, we got Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia, one of the biggest names in boxing. One of the biggest stars in boxing. Ryan Garcia, word up. My boy Pounds in the motherfucker. He said, young Billy working, hard young GOAT. Young master, young GOAT, all of that. Young Billy, man. Young Billy's special, bro. Gotta be honest. Young Billy has potential to be the best. And I knew it since day one when I first met the brother. He got the heart. He got the work ethic. He's hungry. He definitely got what it takes. You know what I'm saying? What's good? What's good? Word Up Magazines. You heard. All right, Furioso Boxing on 10s and sardines. You dig. All right, Steven, he said, I hope the winner fights Loma. That's the plan, right, Steven? That's the plan. They said Devin Haney got a 3-fight deal with Top Rank, and the winner of the fight will fight Vasily Lomachenko. I hope so. I want to see the best fight the best. Obviously, Lomachenko is one of the best. You know, in a fight between Devin Haney and George Kambosos is a fight that, you know, people have been talking about for years. Some people felt like Loma should have fought Devin Haney when Devin Haney was the mandatory and things of that nature. You know, but now they got an opportunity to get it on like cats and dogs because, of course, Devin Haney's on the right side of the street. You dig? Devin Haney's with Top Rank now. He's with Loma. He's over there with Bob Arum, with Lomachenko. So now he can get the big fights. Devin Haney's first fight with Bob Arum, he gets the biggest fight of them all. His first fight with Bob Arum, he got Kambosos with an Undisputed to make Devin Haney a fucking legend. You got to tip your hat off to Bob Arum in this situation. Bob Arum, man, making the best fights. Definitely making the best fights. Shout out to Jay Simon. What up, Jay Simon? What it is. Fury also boxing. Then you seen that? The breaking news with Tyson Fury and Dillian White. Y'all heard about that? They said 94,000 people going to be at that fight. Nigga, 94,000 people at Tyson Fury versus Dillian White. Obviously, that's one of the biggest fights in boxing, homie. You know what I mean? Obviously, Tyson Fury's starting to become, you know, a superstar in the sport of boxing. And I know that Anthony Joshua fans don't like Tyson Fury. I understand. I understand you guys are fanboys of Anthony Joshua. But even Anthony Joshua didn't put 94,000 people in Wembley Stadium. So what the fuck you gonna say now, bro? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. To me, Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight of this era, of this generation, this group of heavyweights. Obviously, Tyson Fury got to be the best one in my eyes. I think Tyson Fury, you know, is a stand-up guy. I feel like Tyson Fury's a hell of a fighter. He's tough. I feel like Tyson Fury got the skills to pay the bills. They say Tyson Fury's boring. They said Tyson Fury, he doesn't have knockout power. You know, they say all that bullshit about Tyson Fury. Guess what? That motherfucker win. He the only undefeated fighter right now in the heavyweight division besides Usyk. Usyk only got 3 fights at heavyweight. I love Usyk. Usyk, one of my favorite fighters, bro. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorites. So is Tyson Fury. So is Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury's one of my favorite fighters as well. You know what I mean? I can't wait for Usyk versus Anthony Joshua. The rematch, man. I want to see the Undisputed at heavyweight, dog, so bad. I can't wait for Tyson Fury to knock out Dillian White, bro. What up, though, Haplo? Big Haplo was good, man. Shout out to Haplo. Haplo type, one of the OGs on the YTBC. Much respect to you, Haplo. Tyson Fury, Dillian White, bro. They said 94,000 people will be in attendance for that fight. Okay, we got my boy Furioso Boxing says Fury undercard is crap. His brother on it. Which brother? Which one? They got which one you talking about, my boy Tommy Fury? Tommy Fury on there? Shit. Man, most of these undercards be trash, but the Earl Spence Ugas undercard is actually lit. That Earl Spence Jr. Ugas undercard is fire, bro. That Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury undercard, the third undercard was lit too. Even I think the second one was pretty good too. What up, though, wise guy? I see you, wise guy. What up, though? Haplo type, salute from right side. All right, Kambosos. Wise guy going for... Hey, Kambosos is a hell of a fighter. I feel like Kambosos is a great champion right now, dog. I feel like Kambosos, his work ethic is what really makes him a great fighter. That Kambosos is always in the gym and Kambosos is always training. I respect Kambosos. I feel like Kambosos is a great fighter. I think Devin Haney is a great fighter. It made the best man win. And if I had to make a prediction, I think Devin Haney's going to win this fight. I think Devin Haney going to beat George Kambosos, but it's not to take anything away from George Kambosos. Like I said, I feel like George Kambosos is a great fighter. I just feel like Devin Haney's better. You know what I'm saying? And may the best man win at the end of the day. May the best man win at the end of the day. You got 2 undefeated fighters like Devin Haney and George Kambosos, and they putting everything on the line. Putting everything on the line, bro. You know what I mean? They risking it all right here. Ain't no ducking, ain't no dodging, ain't nobody ducking. They fighting. And this is the way they used to do it back in the days, Haplo, right? Right, Hablo? This is how they used to do it back in the days. You know, when the best fought the best. When Sugar Ray Leonard fought Thomas Hearns, right? For the undisputed title, right, Hablo? That's how they used to do it back in the day when Sugar Ray Leonard fought. He fought Roberto Duran. This is what boxing is all about, my brothers. This is what boxing is all about, the best fighting the best. And I think we're starting to the fuck? Hey, y'all can hear me? Yo, y'all can hear me? What's good? Y'all can hear me, right? How's my audio? Audio good? Let's go. Haney time, bitch. What's up with it, Aries? What up, though, Unique? Don, what up, though? What's good? Hey, Unique, you know what time it is? It's Haney time. Literally, we going for all the belts this time, Unique. For all the motherfucking belts. And the haters are mad. Straight up. He said, H Money Mob, you need to be a motivational speaker. We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Hey, appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. You know, I love the sport of boxing. I love the sport of boxing. We got so many great fighters. I've been watching boxing since I was a little kid with my father. You know what I'm saying? Hey, my father didn't teach me much, but I can tell you, he taught me. He said, audio is crispy. My father, he didn't teach me much, but one thing he did teach me was about this sport of boxing. I give him that much. I give you that much. My daddy taught me about boxing, bro. He taught me about Muhammad Ali. My father, he taught me about Marvin Hagler, John Mugabe. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, and I love the sport ever since a kid. You know what I mean? I always had a love for this sport right here. And we get in great fights, and I'm happy to be a part of the sport. I'm happy to be a part of this great sport of boxing where we can interview Bill Haney, the father and the trainer, the CEO of Devin Haney Promotions, Bill Haney, where we could, interview one of the best fighters in the world, David Morrell Jr. You know what I'm saying? Where we could interview George Kambosos' trainer, Javier Centeno. We a part of this. We just interviewed Tank Davis' trainer, Coach Kenny Ellis. Remember that? Come on now. We doing it big right here, bro. We a part of this fight with Devin Haney and George Kambosos. You never know. I might go to the motherfucking fight. I'm down to go to the fight too. I'm just letting you know. I'm down to go to Australia for this motherfucking fight. You know what I'm saying? If Devin Haney want me to go, I'm going to go to the fight, my nigga. Because this right here is the fight of the year. This right here, so much is on the line. And you know what I'm saying? If they want me to go, I will go to this fight, bro, to support Devin Haney, homie. I will hop on that plane and go fucking 20 hours, travel a whole day to Australia to support Devin Haney. I will do it, bro. I will do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm down. I'm down for whatever. I'm down, dog. You feel me? Straight up. What up, wise guy? What up, Fight Doctor? My boy Fight Doctor, what's good? Man, this right here, this fight means so much to the sport of boxing. It means so much, bro. So much is at stake right here. We've been looking for the next great American fighter. We've been looking for the next Floyd Mayweather. Is it going to be Devin Haney? Is Devin Haney going to be that guy? Will Devin Haney bring the belts back to America? That's what I want to know. Will Devin Haney bring the belts back to the USA? Or will George Kambosos be successful in his first title defense? Can George Kambosos defend his titles? Is George Kambosos Jr. a one-hit wonder? Was that win over Teofimo Lopez a fluke? Was George Kambosos, his victory over Teofimo Lopez, a fluke? We're going to find out, my dude. I don't think it was a fluke. I think Kambosos is a great fighter. You know what I mean? And you got to respect George Kambosos. You know, sending Devin Haney that offer. You got to respect Devin Haney for signing that low ball contract, that low ball. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney looking at the big picture, bro. This kid want to be great, man. He want to be like Sugar Ray Leonard. He want to be up there with the Floyd Mayweathers. And this is how you do it. This is how you do it, my dude. You know what I mean? You got to respect it. Honestly, man, let's turn up. Okay, my boy Furioso boxing here. He said, Fury, Fury, Fury. Oh, Tyson Fury's a beast. You know how I feel about Tyson Fury, Paolo. You know how I feel about Tyson Fury. To me, is one of my favorite fighters. To me, Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight in the world, man. And he gonna show it against Dylan White. Tyson Fury gonna beat the fuck out of Dylan White, dog. He gonna punish Dylan White. I promise you that. You know, Tyson Fury defend his title again. You know, I can't wait for Alexander Usyk to beat Anthony Joshua. I can't wait. Anthony Joshua can't fuck with Usyk. Usyk is a real champion, bro. Inside and outside of that ring. Let's go. What's good? What's good? Unique Dawn in the building. What up, though? Okay. Bon Quee, what up, though? What's good? Mayweather Sensei. Money May all day. Fight Doctor. What's good? Haplo type. Big Haplo. What's up with it, man? Hey, man. Hey, listen, man. Boxing is great again. I'm excited for the big fights. You know what I'm talking about? And yeah, man, it's your boy H Money, Mr. Supreme. And if you want to look like, if you want to see what a real boss look like, what a real player look like, take a good look at Mr. Supreme. H Money, man. You're looking at a real boss right now. You're looking at a real player right now, man. You know what I'm saying? You better hide your hoe, nigga. Hide your hoe, nigga. You hear me? That way, you better hide your bitch, nigga. Because you won't get your bitch back fucking with me. You understand me? You won't get your bitch back fucking with me, player. You hear me? That way. Hey, man, I'm excited, bro. I'm excited like a motherfucker. April is fired. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen. You won't get your bitch back fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Haplo. Tell him, Haplo. Tell him. You better tell him, Haplo. You feel me? Yeah, man, that way. For real, though. That way. Yeah, man. Hey, listen, Mad Dog. Hey, he better hide his hoe fucking with H Money. You better hide your hoe, nigga, because you won't get your bitch back, nigga. For real. Drop the link. I got you. I got you right side. Let's cook. And that's on God. What's good, wise guy? What's popping? Link is in the chat right there. Y'all come fuck with your boy H Money. Let's get it. He said, we need to mob to Australia, H Money. I will go, man. Listen, I'm not a big traveler like that. You know what I'm saying? But I will go for this fight right here. You know, to support Devin Haney, I will go, dog. I want to be there to support Devin Haney, bro. What's good, big right side? What's good, big bro?
H Money, bro. You rocking tonight, bro. You got me so motherfucking turned. It's crazy right now, bro. Salute, man. What's going on, bro?
Man, I appreciate you, right side, man. Thank you for supporting the channel like always. Devin the Dream Haney. Your favorite fighter is going for history. He's going for history.
Man, listen. I'm so motherfucking turned for this fight, bro. It don't even make sense. It don't even make sense, man. And I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna be able to. I know I can't make this fight. Well, I can't make this fight simply because my son. I gotta figure shit out to be in Australia. I gotta figure shit out there, and I know that shit ain't gonna happen in the first week of summer for him. I know it ain't gonna happen that way. But my God, man. My God, I'm pissed that I missed the interview, bro. I'm rocking on it and I'm checking it out tomorrow. You'll see the comment after I finish watching it. But damn, bro, like, man, you putting it down right now, bro. Man, much love, H Money, man. I appreciate what you're doing, bro.
We putting it down. We doing it as a community, man. And, you know, shout outs to George Kambosos and Devin Haney for giving the people what they want, man. The road to Undisputed. June 5th. That's right around the corner, brother. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney's. Go ahead, brother. Cook.
They setting a different standard right now. It's a different standard being set with the deal that was signed by Devin Haney. It's a different standard. It's showing individuals that, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Money is all good and well, but legacy is what it's about. And if you're really about that legacy talk, then you can go and get yours. You can go and get yours. You may have to take a shit deal, but you can go and get yours if that's really what you're about. And that's what this young brother is showing. That's what he's showing right now. Salute to him for it, man. Much love to Devin Haney and Kambosos. Even though, once again, I'll tell you, I don't believe Kambosos wanted this fight. That's my opinion. You gonna argue me down left and right about it? I got you. I'm good with that. I don't think he wanted it, but at the end of the day, he signed it. And because he signed it, he said from the beginning, I want the big names. Lomachenko is a huge name in the sport of boxing. Lomachenko has been on a lot of individuals pound for pound. He's been number one on the pound for pound list for a lot of people. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't mad at George Kambosos for seeking out that fight. I ain't mad at him. At the end of the day, he ended up having to fight Devin Haney. And now I don't think George Kambosos wanted that fight because I think Dev is the goods. He bring a whole nother aspect to the sport that I don't think that Lomachenko bring. I don't think that anybody that George was looking to fight would bring. I think that at the end of the day, like my boy said, like Dev said, you didn't want to fight me, bro. You were forced into this fight, and now that you forced into it, let's get it on and let's see what happened. Dev, back it up. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear no nonsense, bro. I don't care about the judges. I don't care about robberies, bro. You know I rock with Dev. I don't care about none of that. At this point in time, bro, go prove your greatness, bro. At 23 years old, I believe that you the goods. And because I believe so strongly in you, bro, go prove your worth. Go prove that you are the goods and show everybody that it don't matter what it is. It don't matter to me. I'm taking the biggest fights. I'm going to make the biggest fights happen. And everybody else need to be out here doing it. All y'all need to be doing it. Any of y'all favorite fighters who listening right now, they don't know this right now. The reason they don't know this is because we looking at what this young brother done did. So now don't tell me there's somebody ducking you. If they ducking you because they on the other side of the street, the same way Bud did. We hearing now that Bud said he ain't going to sign the contract with the PBC until Errol wins. You know what I'm saying? But what he do? What you doing?
Because I seen a video saying that.
I don't know how true it is. I don't want to believe it, to be honest. The reason I don't want to believe it because I don't like to trust what a lot of people put out. I really don't like to trust it. But at the end of the day, my thing is for him to be in position right now to sign a deal with the PBC, it show you that, hey, and even if he come out, in my opinion, the reason he said that is because I believe it's more about promotions and all that kind of thing. I think the deal is more or less in the works because even if EJ loses, which I got EJ being Ugas, I got that. But even if EJ loses, I want to see Bud Crawford fight Ugas. I want to see that Undisputed happen at 147. I want to see it. You know what I'm saying? And I think Bud gonna make it happen. And so even though he's saying it right now, I think it's more about promotional brands because if he was to come out and say he had to fight right or he was signing and the fight or he's going to fight the winner, you already see niggas asking Errol Spence about Deontay Wilder, which I don't know where that came from, but you already see that happening. So imagine what the question is going to be to Errol Spence and Ugas next week before during the fight build up, during the press conferences, all that shit. Imagine what the question is going to be. The winner of this fight, y'all gonna fight Terrence Crawford? That ain't what we need to be talking about right now. We need to be talking about Errol Spence and Ugas. So I believe it's more the PBC saying, hold up, we gonna make it happen, but we want to make sure that we want to make sure the winner of this fight comes out and that the fight or that individuals are focused on this fight and make sure we promote that the right way before we start to promote you and the winner of this fight, which I think will be Errol Spence Jr. And that's the fight I've been waiting to see for damn near the last 5 years. So I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
For sure. Hey, shout out to my home girl, Karma Serene. She said Lou DiBella was on hashtag Chicken Talk earlier, and he said the deal wasn't as low as everyone is saying it is. What you think about that?
It don't matter what the deal was, in my opinion. It don't. I'm not even worried about the deal. I do want Devin Haney to make the money he can make. I ain't worried about the deal. At the end of the day, the deal that he signed is not about money anymore. And that's what I love. The man has the opportunity to make money later in his career. He has the opportunity. He's already been making good money. He outside of Tank Davis, he's the highest paid fighter from 140 and below. You know what I'm saying? So he's already been making that money in his last 3-4 fights. So I'm glad that he took a step and said, it's not about the money to me, it's about the legacy. It's so many fighters out here that does look for that money, you know what I'm saying? But it's not a lot of fighters out here trying to create their legacy. The same way I'm on Big Charlo. That's what they want to call him, Big Charlo. I think that the little Charlo is the Big Charlo because at least Mel going for Undisputed right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what Mel fighting for. What Maul fighting for, I don't even know what the hell he fighting for. So I think that Mel is showing the grown man strength versus what Maul is. But at the end of the day, if you gonna be about that life, don't call somebody out. And this is one thing I don't like about Jamal Charlo right now. You sat there and you said you gonna break David Benavidez's neck. That's what you told everybody. You gonna break his neck. And then the man said, okay, let's fight. And what you said, well, I don't want to fight nobody this age. I don't want to, or you're not vaccinated, so I don't want to fight you. No, bro, don't come with the other nonsense after you done said you're going to break this man's neck. Don't come talking about, oh, he should be in this division. No. Chill with all of that and live on what you speak on. And that's what I like about Devin Haney. He living on what he speak on. The man done told you what he want to do. Same thing with Earl Spence. They done told you what they trying to do. You feel me? And I don't think they ducking none of the smoke. Anybody who ducking that smoke, I got a problem with. And these are two fighters. They ain't ducking the smoke. I believe if EJ goes and cleans up Ugas, he going after Bud Crawford. I believe that with all my heart. You know what I'm saying? And I think Bud Crawford know that because he wouldn't have went and tried to sign with the PBC and make a deal with them if he didn't think that Earl Spence wanted that smoke. And so at the end of the day, let's stop with the nonsense and all the talking. Talk is all good and well, but until you get in the ring and back it up and show that you got that heart, you know what I'm saying? And one thing I always want to say, Kambosos, Devin Haney, what's his name? Maul or Mel, excuse me, Lil Charlo, Mel Charlo, and Castano. Regardless, if you lose that fight, man, we got to show them brothers respect, the winners and the losers. The reason being is because they were willing to put it all on the line and make the big fights happen. And so I give all them fighters respect who willing to get out there and show that they got the heart of a champion and they want the big fights. We gotta make sure that we putting that out there and that we showing, regardless win, lose or draw, we showing all of them fighters love because they want the smoke. Kambosos, even though I keep saying I don't think he wanted to fight Dev, he wanted to fight Lomachenko. Lomachenko was pound for pound, bro. Like, that's not an easy fight. And so give that brother respect, man. Put respect on all these brothers' names and show them love because they out there and they going after the smoke. Anybody going after the smoke, I'm rocking with you, bro. I'm rocking with you. You may not be my favorite fighter, but at the end of the day, I'm still supporting you because you want the smoke. And that's the problem that we've seen in boxing is so many individuals come up with excuses to get away from the smoke. And these fighters want the smoke. Let's put respect on their name.
For sure. We got a question from my brother, Wise Guy. He said, H Money, I have a question for you. Who has a better jab, Devin Haney or Floyd Mayweather? Because both of those guys have some of the best jabs I've seen. Right now, if I had to say one, of course, I'm going to say Floyd Mayweather because Devin Haney he's still a young fighter and he's still like growing. He's still got a long way to go. But to me, nowadays in boxing, I think Devin Haney got a top 5 jab, top 5, one of the best jabs in boxing, right? But I'm not going to go as far as say it's a better jab than Floyd. But I think right now in boxing, Devin Haney got one of the best. What you think, right side?
I'm even further on the side than you are. I think he has a top 3 jab in boxing. And you tell me who has a better jab than Devin Haney right now. And the thing is, now I will say I think Floyd had one of the best jabs we've ever seen in the sport. And the way he was able to follow up what he had behind his jab, between his jab and that straight right that he had going on, Floyd was, that was his money. You know what I'm saying? He could go to that and damn near staunch any fighter he was in the ring with. And then the check hook that Floyd had, those punches right there were all money for him. I'm gonna always say that I'm not gonna always say it, but I think that because Dev is 23 right now, I think his jab can get better. You know what I mean? And I think it will one day end up being on the level of Floyd. But right now, I don't think it was. And when I say Floyd's jab, I'm saying Floyd when he was at the end, or not even the end, the middle of the money phase, or the pretty boy phase, going into the money phase, his jab was the greatest in boxing. And so I love Dev's jab, but I'm not here to say that it was better than Floyd's yet. I can't say that.
For sure, man. We on the road to Undisputed. What you think about what we doing right now with this whole road to Undisputed? Devin Haney and George Kambosos. This is episode number 3. We started off like 2 days ago with the first episode. Got over 2,000 views. Yesterday's episode got like 1.7. You know what I mean? What you think about? It's kind of like an all access. You know, the road to Undisputed.
H, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. What you doing right now is different, bro. What you doing is different. And the reason it's different is so many platforms out here. You know what I'm saying? It's a ton of boxing platforms that myself, I go look at. You know what I'm saying? I'm following. I'm watching. I'm listening. I'm in the chat. I'm with all that. But what you got going is a little different, bro. It's different because you giving everybody an opportunity. You giving everybody. You don't know who the fuck you putting up on the panels at certain times. You know what I'm saying? You're not asking questions. You gonna say, "Hey, I'm gonna let you rock until I don't rock with you. Until you say some disrespectful shit, I'm letting you rock." What you doing right now is different, bro. Like, and you and YB, y'all putting individuals on the panel that would normally just be kind of sitting and watching the sport, you know what I'm saying, being fans of the sport, but and they would definitely be in chats, but you giving them the opportunity to get up on your panel and speak. That's different, bro, and salute to you for it, because everybody don't give people an opportunity to speak. But what you're doing is you giving anybody who wants that chance, you giving them that chance to speak their mind. Bro, just think about who you have on your panel, bro. You got niggas from the UK, you got niggas from Australia, you got niggas from Jersey, you got niggas from Texas, you got a nigga like myself from Georgia, niggas from Cali, you got niggas from everywhere on your panel, bro. Like, what you're doing right now is different because think about all the other panels or all the other platforms that get up there and they speak for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then they give the people 15 minutes, 20 minutes to call in. Think about that versus what you're doing. I asked you to drop the link, and you was like, "Oh, hell yeah, drop the link for them." That's what you doing, bro. Like, it's different. What you're putting on right now is changing the game. You're giving everybody a voice, and that's special. Everybody having a voice, and then even bringing on. And once again, I missed the interview, bro. Like, I missed it. I'm so mad that I missed it, but I'm definitely gonna go back and watch it.
Man. Hey, I appreciate the great words, my brother Right Side. We've been doing this thing for a while. Shout out to everybody that believed in me since day one. Shout out to Bill Haney, who gave me an opportunity, over a year ago when the channel was nothing. When I had like 2 people in the chat, Bill Haney came over here and showed love, man. You know what I mean? And I appreciate Bill Haney. Let's go, man. The Undisputed. Shout out to George Kambosos. You know what I mean? This is what it's all about right here. Champion versus champion. The 2 best lightweights in the world for all the belts, all the marbles this time. Undisputed, brother.
Let me ask you a question, bro. we look at these fighters. We've been watching the sport of boxing, and last year around this time, they was naming the king, the supposed four kings. Kambosos wasn't even in this shit last year around this time. They naming the four kings: Tio, Lomachenko, Ryan Garcia, and Devin Haney. They naming the four kings, right? Well, now when Tio did what he had to do to show as far as fighting Lomachenko, but then he ended up losing to Kambosos. Okay, and first off, let's give Tio love too. The man wanted to fight anybody, bro. I I think that he didn't want to fight Devin Haney. I do think that, but at the end of the day, he fought Lomachenko and he fought Kambosos. Kambosos is not a scrub. Please put some respect on Kambosos' name. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta, but we gotta give Teofimo, we gotta give that man credit because he went out there and wanted to smoke. He wanted to smoke. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta give him credit. I look at individuals like Ryan Garcia right now. I'm not, mental health issues. I understand it. I definitely understand it. Done kind of been through some of that shit with me and my family. You know what I mean? So I definitely understand it. So I don't want to talk down about that piece of what he had going on. My thing is at the end of the day, I'm looking for Ryan Garcia to become one of the greats at the light heavyweight division. That's what I'm looking for from him. I think that Ryan Garcia could possibly have the goods. My problem is he ain't challenged himself enough. And when I'm looking at these other fighters, when I look at the Tio challenged himself continuously. He fought Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? And went and beat Lomachenko. And then he fought Kambosos. I think he kind of overlooked Kambosos to some degree, but it just brought out another star. Kambosos is a hell of a fighter. We got to give him respect for it. You know what I mean? Gervonta Tank Davis. I think that what he's doing right now, Tank Davis, he's trying to get away from Floyd Mayweather, according to what he's saying in public right now. I don't know how true it is. I'm just going off of what he's saying. But at the end of the day, the only reason I can see him trying to get away is for him to make legacy fights when they're telling him that they're going to keep the majority of his fights in-house. He wants to go make legacy fights for himself. I got to give him respect and credit for that. You know what I'm saying? And I just think we got to make sure we're showing these fighters love, bro. Like these are people getting in the ring, putting their lives on the line. We got to make sure we're showing them love and that we respect the grind that they're putting in. And the other thing, I've been saying this a long time, just to kind of hop to a different subject, but we're going to go back to the subject with Tank Davis. I think I've said this for a long time. Any mentor that I've ever had, and with the different things I've done in life, I've had multiple mentors. And when I've ever outgrown a mentor, they've always been looking to put me in position with someone else to help me continue to grow. When they understand that, okay, he's beyond what I can teach him, but I still want him to grow. So I look for the same thing to happen with Tank Davis and Floyd Mayweather. I think Floyd should look at it in a situation where if this young brother is saying that he want to go out and be on his own, do his own thing, make his own legacy, I need to support that and continue to try my best to advise him. But as far as being a mentor to him, I may need to pass him along. And once again, I can still stay in his corner, but I may need to pass him to somebody who can kind of give him some advice above what I can give him. You know what I mean? And just continue to show the brother love. So at the end of the day, I hope that Floyd will look at this whole situation with Tank Davis as a mentorship and saying that, hey, we had a great run. And Floyd did say this. I give him credit because he did say this. We had a great run, but when you saying you ready to step and move forward and you don't think I can provide what's necessary, then I'm gonna support you in that. At the end of the day, Floyd is a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? He's not a millionaire, he a billionaire. So it shouldn't be anything about the money. It should be more about helping this young fighter grow, helping this young brother become the best that he can be. And if he feels that he's being stifled in your corner because you've come out publicly and said that you're keeping everything in house. The biggest fights for him is not in house. And so at the end of the day, I think that I just hope that Floyd will show Tank Davis love and and want him to be the best fighter he can be, regardless of what that may be. That's what I hope for.
For sure. You got a question in the comments. My boy Furioso Boxing, Paulo Tomas. He says, who are your top 3 jabs in boxing? The best 3 jabs in boxing today.
The best 3 jabs in boxing. I got Devin Haney, and this is in no specific order. No specific order. I got Devin Haney as one of the best jabs in boxing. Man, that's a tough question. I like Errol Spence has a great jab. Oh man, that's a hard question. My last would be, I got about 4 names on my list that I'm thinking about right now. I'm gonna go ahead and bite the bullet. My last would be, I don't know if it's the greatest in boxing now. I think he's a little older, but Triple G has always had a great jab. And so I like Triple G jab. I'm gonna go with those 3, but I'm not above being corrected. If I hear a name that may change my thought process, I'm not above being corrected. But those are the 3 I'm gonna go with right now: Earl, Triple G, Devin Haney. I think those are the best 3 jabs in boxing.
Man, there's so many great fighters in the sport. Like, it to me, it's hard. It's hard to only pick 3.
Yeah,
it's too many. It's too many fighters you can pick, right? Like, you got Devin Haney. With Devin Haney, his jab is very quick. It's strong too. He got a power jab, and Devin Haney, his jab is crispy, bro. You know what I mean? Beautiful jab. I ain't gonna lie, Devin Haney jab kind of reminds me of Larry Holmes a little bit, the way he used it, or like Andre Ward in a way. You know what I mean? I think so. What you think?
I agree with that. And the thing is even I think one of the things about Devin Haney's jab that I love the most, he has, like you said, a power jab, but he also has kind of that Cuban style of jab. That jab that
yes, like a Lara type or a Ugas a little bit.
Where he can throw it from multiple angles. Like his jab, it sets everything up for him, but it comes from damn near everywhere. If you go look at him fighting, the jabs to the body, they're jabs, but they're more stabs. You know what I'm saying? You know how we can see that right hand stab from a fighter to the body. His jab is that stab. You know what I mean? So it's so many different ways that he throws the jab. Man, I love that jab from Devin Haney, and I think that's one of the reasons I think the jab is the most important punch in boxing. Everything comes.
It's the first punch that they teach you when you start boxing. That's the first punch you learn. So Devin Haney jab, I think that's how he gonna beat Kambosos, off that jab. You know what I mean? I've seen fighters win fights with a jab alone. Lennox Lewis used to outbox people, jab them to death. The way Lennox Lewis boxed against David Tua, his fight with David Tua, man, Lennox Lewis was jabbing the fuck out of him. No, they said it's a boring fight, but Lennox was winning every round like that. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Bibble has a great jab.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so many fighters. I can't pick 3. Like Bivol got a good jab. Devin Haney got a jab. Tyson Fury got a great jab. Usyk got a great jab. Loma, you got. I think Kambosos got a good jab. You got a fighter like Shakur Stevenson. What about Shakur? His jab.
Oh, I forgot about it. Shakur got a see, and that's the problem with when we talking about the jab, bro. Like, man, it's such a fundamental punch. If you don't have that great jab, bro, it's hard for you to be a great fighter in the sport of boxing if you don't have a great jab. It's hard. You know, I look at a Bud Crawford. One of the reasons I like Bud Crawford so much is because Bud does not have a great jab. Everything else, though, that he has is he has everything but outside of the jab is damn near great with what Bud does. But
exactly.
He doesn't have a great jab. And I think that's a special fighter, one of those fighters who don't have a great jab, who's still able to dominate the opposition without the jab. I think that's very special as well, but it's so few and far between. It's few and far between. And man, like you say, the jab is the most important punch in boxing. And there's so many fighters right now who have great jabs. It's really hard for me to break it down to a top.
To pick three, like Ugas. Ugas got a great jab as well. Ugas. Then you got a fighter like Earl Spence. Earl Spence Jr. Powerful jab, strong jab, consistent, always pumping that jab, always pumping it. You know, so Earl Spence is another one, bro. That's why it's hard to just pick three fighters. I can't pick three. You know what I mean?
Who think will be better in the fight, Ugas or Earl's? Whose jab do you like in the fight?
Man, I like both of their jabs in the fight. To be honest, I mean, Earl might be a little bit stronger, but Ugas got power in his jab too. I think it's tit for tat at that point. Tit for tat. You know, I think Earl got probably longer arms, so you know he got the reach advantage. But yeah, I think it's damn near even. I ain't gonna lie.
I agree, and I don't think that Ugas gets enough credit for his jab. I don't think he gets nearly enough credit. One of the reasons I think this is, and I think this is a 55-45 fight. I got Earl 5% more than Ugas, but I'm not going to be shocked if Ugas is able to pull this victory out. I think that Ugas has a very good skill set, man. His skills are, man, he has great skills. And so, but Earl has great skills as well, man. It's gonna be a great fight, and I'm looking forward to that fight. That's the fight I'm ready to see, man. Next week, boy, I'm so excited for that motherfucking fight. It don't even make sense.
Yo, what's good, JB? What's good, man? Who you think got the best jab in boxing? Give me your top three, or you could do top 5, top 10, whatever you want to do.
Top 3, I'm gonna say Devin Haney. I'm gonna say Tyson Fury, and I'm gonna say who's my third one? I put it in the chat. I had Earl Spence. In my top 3.
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, Outlaw Boxing? How you feeling, brother?
What's going on, my bro? What's going on, lad? Salute. What's going on, lads?
What's good, brother? We on the road to Undisputed, brother. We on the road to Undisputed, brother.
Yeah, that's what's up, bro. What's up, JB, as well, my bro? Good to talk to you, lad. What's going on, brother?
Hey, the Devin Haney Kambosos in Australia, man. I think I might have to go out there, man. You know, they did ask me to go. They said I should go. I said I'm down to go. So
you know, see what, bro. Hey, bro, you know I got you, lad. Hey, wait up. Hey, bro, you know I got you, lad.
They told me to go.
Come here, bro. You know I got you, lad. I'll be at the fight, bro. Come here, brother. You know I got you, lad. You know, we'll fall out, bro. Have a bad time, my brother.
And that's why I love the Australian people, bro. They show so much love, bro. They show love regardless of who you supporting. The Australian people, man. I look at Carl. I look at all the Australians who jump on the panel, bro. They show so much love, man. Salute to Australia, bro. Like, salute to y'all.
It's like anywhere, bro. There's a lot of scumbags here as well, bro. You know, it's like anywhere in the world. There's good and bad people, bro. You know, there's real ones and there's bad. There's putrid scumbags as well. You know, just how it is.
But real recognize real. So that's why they never no question when you showing love like y'all show love, especially the individuals who jumping on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for everybody over there, but the individuals I've spoken to, you know what I'm saying? I go to different chats, and if they see me in the chat, bro, they like, hey, right side, what's good, bro? Much love, salute to you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to do the same back, bro. Like, I appreciate that because we ain't never met each other. We on two totally different sides of the world. We probably like, as far as the fight goes, we probably like different fighters, but at the end of the day, it's about the love that's being showed in, bro. Yeah, the individuals who do step out onto the different panels and the different chats, man, y'all show love. So salute to those individuals in Australia, bro. Like, much love to y'all. Much love.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, bro, I'm not really a flag waver like that. Being Australian and that don't really mean nothing to me. I take every man as they come, you know. That's why in boxing, I just like who can throw them hands. I don't care what country they're from. That don't mean nothing to me, bro. I just take every guy I meet, I take him as an individual. His country or his background, his heritage don't mean nothing to me, you know. That's why this fight here, bro, just the best man will win, you know. I got Devin Haney winning. I think Devin Haney's too good for Kambosos. I think he's a level above, bro, and I think he'll show that.
Hey, and I agree with you. I agree. It's just I just appreciate, man. I appreciate y'all so much because, especially somebody like yourself, you from Australia, you able to get on here and you gonna say that you think Dev got the skills. I think Dev got the skills. I think skills pay the bills in the sweet science, and that's why I like Dev to win the fight. But at the end of the day, it's just, man, it's just refreshing. It's refreshing to know that my opinion, your opinion, wherever on somebody like Asian Money Channel is respected, and we can find common ground and show love to each other. I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, bro. Sure, love.
Your top 3 jabs in boxing.
I was listening to you brothers talk. I'll go put Errol up there. Errol Spencer's got my favorite jab. I'm gonna Golovkin as well. I always have like his jab. I'm gonna throw Inoue as well. I think that's the under, because Inoue has a really hard jab, especially for someone at them lighter weights, bro. Like you tell when people get hit with Inoue's jab, it's like a power punch, you know. So I'm gonna say Inoue, Golovkin, and Spence. I like a nice hard jab, you know. That's why I used to love Ike Cortez jab. You remember Ike Cortez, H? From Ghana?
Ike Cortez from Ghana, he had that jab.
Yeah, that's the type of jab I like, bro. The type of jab, break your nose, smash your head back, you know?
I remember they used to call Ike Cortez the bazooka because of his jab. He had that bazooka jab.
Had a bazooka jab, like fucking.
I love that nickname. That nickname was sick, man. And you remember, a lot of people thought he beat Oscar De La Hoya in that fight, dude. That motherfucker could fight. He was tough as fuck. That fight with Oscar was a war.
I thought he beat Oscar De La Hoya in that. I was one of those people. I thought he won that fight.
Yeah, I thought he did too, bro. And even when I talk, because there's a lot of in Sydney, there's a few brothers from Ghana. There's a few Ghanaian brothers here. They to this day as well think he beat Oscar. You know, they think he beat someone else, bro. He fought as well later, lad. Was it Rinky Wright or Vernon? I think it might have been Vernon Forrest. They thought he got robbed in that fight as well, bro. That was so. Ike Cortez had a lot of close fights. He was like underrated, you know.
I'm gonna tell you, you can't tell me nobody, and although I done seen Winky Wright lose, you can't tell me nobody beat Winky Wright, bro. You can't tell me that. That's outside of Mike Tyson, Devin Haney. Winky Wright is one of my all-time favorite fighters, bro. Like I love Winky Wright, and so I and this is bias, so I'm not saying this is facts. I'm just saying it's hard for you to tell me he lost. There's a couple fights I thought he did lose, but
what about Hopkins? Who jabbed winning?
Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Against Hopkins, who jabbed winning that fight, bro? When he fought Hopkins, Winky.
Nah, I thought Hopkins won the fight, but I'm still biased, so I'm just gonna go with my biasness. Winky Wright was right. It was a close fight, in my opinion. It was a close fight, but I thought Hopkins won the fight. I did think that. And Bernard Hopkins is one of the greatest defensive fighters at all time in the sport of boxing. So I'm not gonna say he had one of the greatest jabs, but as far as defense goes, Bernard Hopkins is damn near outside of Floyd Mayweather, Pernell Whitaker. You know what I'm saying? He's right there with all of them because Bernard Hopkins, his defense was pristine, bro.
It was.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how he lasted in boxing for so long. I mean, at 49 years old, he was a unified champion that never been done before in the history of boxing. You know, so the way Bernard Hopkins, the way he lived the life of a fighter. He didn't smoke. He didn't drink. He was disciplined. Bernard Hopkins, of course, we know his story, started boxing in the penitentiary, right? He was in prison, came out of prison, became a champion. Bernard Hopkins is a legend in the sport. And shout out to Winky Wright, who was an undisputed champion. I heard Winky Wright name. He was an undisputed champion. Bernard Hopkins, another undisputed champion. And now we got George Kambosos and Devin Haney for the real undisputed at 135 pounds in Australia. June 5th, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be fireworks, man. The best fighting the best. This is what boxing is all about. One face, one champion, and one name. You know what I mean? Shout out to Young Billy Boxing. Go ahead, my brother JJ.
Nah, just saying, bro. We need you to come here as well, bro. They've asked you to come out of here, my bro. Got to get out of here, lad.
Yeah, I'm gonna come. They told me to go. Like,
come, bro. We might not make it to the fight, bro, because we go to the club. We might not even make it there, lad.
I gotta go to the fight, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Haney,
go to the club after, bro.
Yeah, we gonna turn up for sure. We gonna turn up, but you know, I'm there for business. You know what I mean? Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Kambosos, he gonna try to get us all faded and stuff, get us drunk, and Kambosos trying to catch us slipping, man.
Hey, if you come as well, bro, I'll take you to where all the big Muslim community, where all the Muslim brothers are. I'll take you there as well, lad. You know,
for sure. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, brother, I'm with it. We gonna make it happen. Now they told me to go. They say, H-Money, we want you to go. You said you should come to Australia for the fight. I said okay. I'm down. I'm down for whatever. Let's do it, especially for Devin Haney and Kambosos. I gotta go, man. I can't miss it.
You know, it's interesting. This is the thing I want to say about that whole going to Australia and all that. Man, the Australian family over there, bro. They're showing so much love. Niggas want you to. Hey, bro, come kick it with us, man. Come kick it with us. You feel me? Like I'm listening to the brother right now. I just appreciate that, bro. Like it's great to hear that. Even though we on two totally different sides of the world right now, it's still love that's being showed off of a platform. It's love being showed, bro. Like, man, just much respect, bro. Like, y'all just don't understand where I'm from, bro. Like, I done seen niggas who done rock with you for a minute, bro. Like, praying on your downfall. I done seen that. And for niggas to be rocking and showing love to niggas on the other side of the world, bro, like, I just appreciate it so much, man.
Hey, bro. Same here, bro. Some of my worst enemies are the lads I grew up with to this day. So, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. I feel you, bro.
A quick shout out to my boy, Young Billy Boxing, YB, the best in the business. YB, he was in the gym today with David Morrell Jr. David Morrell, one of the best fighters in the world, the WBA world champion at 168 pounds. Young Billy Boxing, he got us some footage today with David Morrell, bro. Morrell is special. Now, I think David Morrell, he might be the guy to beat Canelo. My honest opinion. I think David Morrell is the best fighter at 168 pounds, straight out of Cuba. This kid got the skills to pay the bills, and he got the speed that you need. He got the power, the man of the hour. David Morrell Jr. straight out of Cuba, man. Shout out to Young Billy Boxing with the footage. Man, I'm turned up, man. So many great fights coming up. David Morrell, he will be fighting, I think, on June 5th. He's fighting on June 5th, the same day as Devin Haney and Kambosos. So, man, so many great fights, man. I'm so excited.
Hey, man, if I drop off, man, I got a semi-hurricane coming through.
Yeah, be careful, man. Be careful, bro.
It's on the way, I believe. So if I drop off, bro, that's the reason. Man, that's the reason for it. So
for sure.
Yeah, watch out, bro. Take care, lad. Be careful, brother.
Oh yeah, it's been raining like crazy out here. I'm in Memphis. He's in Georgia. That's not too far away. So it's been raining, lightning, and thunder, and all type of crazy stuff, man. So everybody be careful. Shout out to my boy JB on the panel. JB, you're the first person to ever tell me about David Morrell Jr. Now, when I was talking about Devin Haney, people were talking about Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, and Tank Davis. You said H-Money. David Morrell is the best young fighter in the world. Now, YB's out there getting the footage on him. Shout out to YB. My boy JB, man, what you think about David Morrell Jr.? What makes him such a good fighter?
He got the hit factor. He got everything. As far as from the eye test.
You kind of low, bro. Say it again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. It's kind of like, y'all hear him good?
Nah, you kind of low, bro. Like I can hear you, but I gotta listen real close if that makes sense. So I don't know what it is, but
adjust it real quick if you can adjust your phone or your headphones. What'd you say, bro?
I'm gonna hop back on. I'm gonna hop on.
All right, come back in. Hey man, and shout out to my grandmother real quick, man. My grandmother, she hasn't been feeling too good. My grandmother's like, she's older, like she's really old. You know what I'm saying? And she wasn't feeling too good. And my mom's, she told me that she was in a hospital. So shout out to my grandmother, man. I hope she starts feeling better. She was in a hospital. I hope she's okay, my dude. So y'all say a prayer for my grandmother,
bless,
y'all. For real though,
God
man.
bless, bro. Praise, man. God bless you, bro.
God bless him.
I ain't gonna lie to you, H Money, bro. I was raised by my great grandmother, my grandmother, and my mother. Right now, my great grandma, she passed. You know what I'm saying? Big Mom, salute to her. But my great grandma or my grandmother now, you know what I'm saying? She having a couple issues as well, bro. Like I'm right there with you, bro. I feel where you coming from. So definitely prayers up to your grandmother, man. And hey, the same way I always say, my grandma, she always tell me, I'm here to do God's work. That's what she always tell me. And so I believe it's the same way on your side of the street as well, bro. Like, hey, it's gonna work out accordingly. It's gonna work out how it's supposed to. So salute to your grandmother, bro, and much love to her.
Thank you, my brothers. I appreciate that, man. What's good? Get the smoke. How you feeling?
Man, chilling. What is it? Tuesday night. Counting down to the really a great weekend of boxing. Looking forward to the month of May. How you feeling?
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, go.
Oh, did you just crap out? Or is that just my
What's
connection
up,
or yours?
KTS?
Hey, Smoke, what's going on, brother? How you feeling tonight?
I'm good, man. Thanks for asking. How you doing?
Hey, man, it's always love, bro. I'm doing okay, so it's always love. But hey, I got some questions for you, Smoke.
Okay.
And I gotta tell you, I appreciate your opinion. And we done been on a couple different panels and things together, but you always bring the real shit. So I got some questions for you tonight, bro. I want to hear your opinion.
I'm happy to answer.
So the first thing, and this ain't just for you, it's for the panel, but Lubin Fundora.
Uh-huh.
I have an opinion on it. If you want, I'll give my opinion first, but I want to hear your opinion on the Lubin Fundora fight. I think that's the most, I think that's the closest 50-50 fight that we have going this weekend. And so I just want to hear what your thoughts are on that fight.
Yeah, it's a battle of strengths and weaknesses, right? Both guys are vulnerable, and both guys kind of like impress, given their glaring deficiencies. So you got the work rate of Fundora and his seemingly, he seems like he bends but he doesn't break. And then you have Lubin, who's fast and he's accurate. But if you hit him on the chin, he's a completely different fighter, and he doesn't throw a lot of shots. I think it's the work rate of Fundora that's going to show up. Like, I feel like that we've seen the best of Lubin, and that was before he got knocked out. This reconstituted Lubin, he's a good fighter and all that stuff, but I don't think he has a work rate to outwork Fundora, and they both actually fight from the same distance. They both are inside fighters, but Fundora just throws a hell of a lot more shots. And I think that's what's going to be the difference between the two guys. But I'm interested. What is it? I'm a little bit disappointed in Lubin. Like, I would like for that guy to show me something different, right? I think Fundora is what he is, but I feel like what is it? I think that Lubin has a higher upside, so I'm just kind of rooting for him to prove me wrong. Is really what it is. I want Lubin to prove me wrong, but I think.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I only disagree with one thing you said. I don't think Lubin is a great inside fighter. I don't think he's a. When I go back and I'm looking at him, and I've looked at probably 3 of his fights. I looked at his last 3 fights. You know what I'm saying? I watched them, of course, when they were happening, but I'm looking at him now. I don't think he has a great inside game. And my problem with this is that because Fundora is so long, and I think I'm not quite there yet. I think I'm gonna pick Fundora to win this fight. I think I am going with Fundora, but I'm not there yet. But my problem is when I look at Lubin does a great job at fighting from the outside. When he's able to establish that jab right hand, oh, he can dominate fights. He dominates fights. He's a very skillful fighter. My problem is I don't remember. I hadn't watched a fight where I've seen him smother individuals larger than him with punch. I've never seen him smother punches. And if he doesn't smother Fundora, I think that Fundora has the upper hand. Even though Fundora likes to fight on the inside, when he's fighting on the inside, it's Lubin's mid range. When he's fighting at the mid range, it's Lubin's outside range. When he's fighting on the and that's the problem with Fundora, is that he doesn't fight on the outside at all. I hadn't seen him have a real fight where he's fighting on the outside. So if he's not fighting on the outside, if he does, well, let me say it this way: if he does fight on the outside, then I think that Lubin is out of range to touch Fundora. My problem is, once again, though, is I hadn't seen Lubin really smother anybody's punches on the inside. I haven't seen it from him. And so I'm not saying it can't happen. I think Kevin Cunningham is a great trainer. He understands the sport more than a lot of trainers do. And so I like Kevin Cunningham, but I just don't know if Lubin's going to be able to smother Fundora without getting caught. And if he gets caught, we've seen that Lubin's chin can be suspect. I think that they don't give him enough credit. I think he gets overly criticized for his chin because we've only seen him knocked out one time, knocked out one time. But at the end of the day, I think that he does have a decent chin. I just don't know if him fighting Fundora, if he's unable to smother Fundora punches, he's at a disadvantage the entire fight because of the way Fundora fights and the length that Fundora has. So I think go ahead.
No. So I agree with. I don't know if I said that Lubin was an inside fighter, because if I did say that, that's not what I meant. I was saying that they both wind up fighting on the inside and giving up their advantages. Like Lubin should not be on the inside, but he finds himself on the inside fighting a whole bunch, and he's not that great at it. And he gives up his advantage when he does it. And I don't right. It's a thing where he's also it's a thing about passivity, right? Like I think like what you were saying, him being a better outside fighter, I agree with you. But because he is so reactive, he is so willing to let the other guy dictate what the hell's going on in a fight, then Fundora, and he doesn't mind being on the inside wrestling instead of throwing punches. Like you said, I think there's going to be a lot of wrestling on the inside, but Fundora will be throwing more shots while Lubin sits there and fucking like I want Lubin to be a different fighter than what I come to expect from him, and I'm disappointed. That's that's the whole and the short of it. You're saying it's a closer fight. I didn't mean to say if I did say that Lubin's a great inside fighter, no way. I think he's a trash inside fighter, and I don't think he has a glass chin. I think if you hit him on the chin, then he becomes very conservative for a guy who already has a reactive kind of mindset fighting style anyway.
No, and what you're saying, Smoke, I agree 100%. I don't think he has a glass chin, but if he does get caught, then it becomes a whole nother fight for him. And I went back, I was watching, what's Buddy's name? I can't think of Buddy's name off the top of my head right now. Oh man, but when he fought Buddy from a distance. Oh man, I can't think of his name. Fuck. But anyways, he fought him from a distance and dominated the fight, fighting him from a distance. And
Lubin.
No, not Lubin, not Lubin.
I'm about Fundora.
No, I'm talking about Lubin when Lubin was fighting. Oh fuck, man, what's Buddy's name? Oh, I can't think of it.
When he fought Jamonte Clark and he got that draw on his resume.
No, I'm not talking about Fundora. I'm talking about when Lubin was fighting. Lubin was fighting.
You talking about Gausha? The guy who just fought?
You talking about Jamonte? His last fight?
No, Nathaniel
Gallimore, when Lubin outboxed him, Lubin beat him up. Not only did he outbox him, Lubin was beating his ass in that fight. And Gallimore was a good fighter.
No, I agree. My thing is he dominated that fight from the outside. it's hard. I haven't seen him dominate a fight from the inside. I've never seen Lubin dominate a fight from the inside, and I think for him in this fight, that's what he has to do. He has to be able to smother.
No. Hey, Bryce, let me just say this because Erickson Lubin is a very good boxer, slick boxer who can punch, who can bang. Now, the thing is, his trainer, Coach Kevin Cunningham, is one of the best trainers in the world by far. Who should be in the Hall of Fame one day when his career is over.
Agreed.
Right? Now, Coach Kevin Cunningham, his boxers have great skills. Now, look at in the past with his fighters. Devin Alexander, southpaw, who can box, master boxer. Another guy, Corey Spinks, undisputed welterweight champion, who is a master boxer. Now, Lubin, he showed that he can box since the amateurs. Lubin was one of the best amateur boxers in the game, right? One of the top guys, winning every tournament. He can box. He's a boxer puncher. Lubin can outbox Fundora from the outside, easy. Give him a boxing lesson from the outside. He don't have to sit on the inside and slug it out with him to get a victory. Sweet science. Boxing is the sweet science, like Floyd Mayweather said. Hit it, not be hit, right? If Lubin does that, Lubin could beat him easy. We seen Jamonte Clark, outbox Fundora. It was a draw. Jamonte Clark won that fight. He beat Fundora in that fight. If Lubin stick to the game plan, be smart, he could outbox that dude easy for 12 rounds.
But this is the problem, H, and I'm not disagreeing. I think Lubin is a great fighter from the outside. My problem is with Fundora's size and height and length. When Lubin is on the outside, is Fundora's mid-range. When Lubin is at mid-range, is Fundora's inside game. When if Fundora chooses, which I don't think he will choose, but if Fundora ever looks to try to touch him, as Fundora is working from the outside, Lubin is way out of range. And so my problem is that, I agree with everything you said about Lubin. I agree with it. The problem is there's a difference in the ranges for these two fighters. And when Lubin is where Lubin succeeds is fighting from the outside. Him fighting from the outside is Fundora's mid-range. He's still susceptible to those uppercuts. He's still susceptible to those hooks.
But yeah, I feel you. But the thing with Fundora, he likes to fight on the inside. He does most of his damage on the inside. He's a big guy that how to use his reach. Now, Lubin got to be quick, slick. Lubin will outbox him, bro.
You cut out for a second. I didn't hear everything you said.
The thing with Fundora, you can hear me?
Yeah, you good now. You good.
Fundora, he likes to fight on the inside. He's more effective on the inside. He doesn't know how to use his reach. He doesn't really know how to fight on the outside like that.
I agree with that. The problem is that when Lubin fights from the outside, it's not outside for Fundora. It's mid-range for Fundora. That's my problem.
But that's not his game, though. I see what you're saying because he's so tall. That still would be mid-range from him. But at the same time, he likes to be on the inside, like in the clinch. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is, Lubin is not a guy that establishes and maintains distance. He get drawn inside fighting, and he knows how to fight it. Like really, he's drawn into guys. Like he's way too susceptible to fighting the other guy's fight.
Thanks.
I mean, he didn't fight the other guy fight against what's his name, against Jason Rosario. He didn't fight the other guy fight.
He's better at that fight style than Jason Rosario. I don't know that he didn't fight Jason Rosario's fight. It's just he's just better than Jason Rosario. I think that was Jason Rosario's best thing. Like Gallimore, he didn't really get drawn into what Gallimore does well, and he was able to stay outside and like basically win on all the judges' scorecards. But against again, I can't even remember. Against Gausha, it was a bunch of like inside.
Terrell Boucher gave him a boxing lesson. Lubin was boxing him up easy. He just got hit with one big shot. He got hit with one big shot, and that was it.
But there's a difference in output between Gausha and Fundora.
Fundora throws a lot of punches. Yes, you're right about that.
Right. I mean, that's what it is. Like if you fight Gausha, if Erickson Lubin has the same kind of fight that he had against Gausha with Fundora's output, he loses that fight.
I agree with that. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm almost positive I'm taking Fundora in the fight. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm almost positive I am. The reason being is because I haven't seen Lubin for Lubin to win the fight. For him to win the fight, in my opinion, he has to be able to smother a lot of Fundora punches, and I don't see him.
Wrong game plan. If he do that, that'll be the wrong game plan. He should just box from the outside, be a master boxer in there, hit and not be hit, be quick and slick, hit him with the quick combos, be in and out of there. He do it for 12 rounds. He'll give him a boxing lesson, easy. My honest opinion. He might even stop him with a body shot. Just box. You know what I'm saying? Be smart in there. Be like Floyd Mayweather in there. You know what I mean? Be like Corey Spinks in there. Be like Devin Alexander in there, and he will give him a boxing lesson easy. Easy, brother. I'm telling you. He go out there trying to, slug it out. Then you're going to get caught with some bullshit. But be smart. Skills pay the bills. Lubin got more skills than Fundora, bro. Skills wins fights, bro.
And this is my thing, H. I agree with you. Skills pay the bills, and Lubin is the more skillful fighter. I agree with that. My problem is that for Lubin to be effective, he's going to have to fight at Fundora's mid-range. If he's fighting at Fundora's mid-range, he's in trouble, bro. Like, I feel like he's in trouble. And when I say he's in trouble, I'm not saying I think he'll get caught with some shit, you know what I'm saying? Because Fundora throws so many punches, he's going to get caught a couple times. And if he can't withstand those shots that he's going to get caught with, he's really in trouble, bro. Like, I agree. Once again, he's the more skillful boxer. But the size disadvantage in this fight is so major that,
bro, he just tall and linky, bro. Tall and linky. Bro, Fundora's a good fighter. I like Fundora. That motherfucker can bang. I give you that, but Lubin can bang too. And Lubin got skills to go with it, bro. Lubin only got dropped one time when he got knocked out by Charlo. And at that time, Lubin was only 21 years old fighting the best. You know, that happens when you fight the best. His team rushed him. They rushed him in that fight with Charlo. Now he got one of the best trainers in Kevin Cunningham, and Lubin gonna be in there. He gonna be ready. He gonna be ready for Fundora. Bro, Fundora's a good fighter, bro. But you're not talking about what happened to him in that fight with Jamonte Clark. How he was getting outboxed in there, and how he really lost that fight, bro. He got beaten in that fight. If Jamonte Clark is able to outbox him, what you think Erickson Lubin gonna do to that boy? Come on, bro. Stop his ass.
My problem is I don't want to call, and it's kind of how I look at Devin Haney. I don't want to call Lubin chinny. I don't want to call him chinny yet because we done seen him hurt, but even when he's hurt, he showed that he can win fights. We've seen him beat one time, you know what I'm saying? Or not that one time or whatever, but
to who though? Charlo. He was only 21. Charlo is considered pound for pound one of the best.
I don't put Charlo in my pound for pound, but I understand where you're coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you. Well, all I'm saying is the style. We always say styles make fights, right? And the way Lubin fights, I don't see that. I don't see his outside game being that effective against Fundora without being susceptible to getting caught. I think he'll be able to. It's easy for Fundora to catch him, even when Lubin is fighting from what we would consider his outside range, because it's not going to be Fundora's outside range. And like you said, Fundora isn't an outside fighter. He's an inside fighter. So that mid-range, I think Lubin's outside range is going to be the mid-range for the fight. And if that's the case, I think I'm going with Fundora in the fight, bro. I think I am, but I haven't made my
50-50.
Oh, definitely 50-50 fight. Definitely a 50-50 fight. And I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. I definitely think that Lubin has a great chance to win this fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he can't win this fight. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I don't like the when he's fighting from the outside and this Fundor's mid range, I think that's going to be a problem for him, man. And the volume punching that Fundora does, the one thing Lubin has for Fundora is that Fundora has no defense. The man has absolutely no defense. He has no defense. And that's if he's able to get in and catch Fundora accordingly, I can see that. I just, even when Fundora has been caught, the man ain't never been knocked out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to see the fight. I'm really excited for this fight.
Right side though. But the most exciting fight is fucking Ryan Garcia. I mean, is that fight coming up?
Before we switch to Ryan Garcia, I just want to say one thing about Fundora. And maybe you guys were around. Maybe some of you guys were around for this. But the career of Paul Williams, right? Like, even on his come up, the guy was taking a ton of shots. And you understood, if you knew anything about boxing at that point, then you understood that guy, his fighting style equaled a short career. But you didn't know when it's going to happen. And so he got pretty far taking a ton of shots. And he had a really good fucking beard. And, you were always, like, part of the intrigue was, is the next shot going to end Paul Williams? Is he going to get knocked out on the very next shot, right? So Fundora, we don't know. Like, even though his defense sucks, even though he gives up his height, his physical advantages, and he gets hit with a ton of shots, we don't know if it's going to be in 2 years or in 3 years. But unless he changes his defensive, the way he thinks about defense, it's going to be a short career, and it's probably going to end in spectacular fashion.
Hey, first and foremost, salute to the panel. Salute to Get the Smoke.
Hey, BH, my brother, man. What's going on, brother?
Right side. What's up, man? Chad, Jimmy, JB, H Money, and the whole chat. What's up with it? Fundora about to get his ass whooped this weekend. And I'm thinking that he's gonna get stopped probably in the later rounds. He's gonna get tired. I think Erickson Lubin, he has enough power, but it's not even just about power, it's about accumulation and the body shots out. As far as the Paul Williams comparison, Paul Williams was 6'1" with an 81-inch reach, fighting between 147 and 160. The thing about Paul Williams is that he had a very durable chin. Yeah, he got knocked out, that probably knockout of the decade, by Sergio Martinez. But outside of that, I mean, that dude, sub Jose Gomez. But with that being said, though, Paul Williams had a high work rate, and he had a good chin, and he kept guys on their feet, and that's the difference between him and a lot of other guys. Now, as far as Fundora comparison, here's the thing: Fundora is very slow. He's very slow, and he looked like a guy that should be fighting at cruiserweight, light heavyweight at the very least. All right. And of course, he's obviously a beneficiary of the new age cutting 30 pounds to make a fucking weight class, era of boxing. And that's not going to be good for him in the long run, especially what we saw in the last fight. He fought a pretty decent, a guy pretty much in the same boat he is in, an undefeated prospect. And, Fundora, I like Fundora, but it's an anomaly for that guy to be fighting at 154, 160, whichever weight division. You guys can correct me. But just some of the things of him not being able to utilize the jab. He comes forward, he's big, he uses size to plow through, but at least keeping guys at the end of his jab. Not boxing out the back foot, but at least keeping a guy at the end of your jab while you're throwing your punches with your full extension of your arm, instead of just coming forward and trying to plow through a guy. It's not going to work against the top level boxers. And Erickson Lubin is probably going to be the one to show you guys what's going to happen, and another thing too, just because you have the longer reach doesn't mean that you're the better outside boxer, and that your jab is going to be better. It just means you have longer arms. Erickson Lubin is a better outside boxer than Fundora, and Fundora's jab is not there. And he can be out of the reach just from the simple fact of proper footwork and proper head movement in giving guys a different angle. If he can fight at 54, I mean, look, I mean, you know, if there was no such thing as if there was same day weigh-ins like there used to be, he wouldn't be fighting in the 154, no fucking way possible. All right. But regardless though, and you know that haplotype, man, you know better than that. But regardless though, point being, I think that Erickson Lubin's gonna show him the business, man. And at this, he's gonna be kind of, I'm not gonna say a crossroads because one loss does not define your career, but I think he's gonna have to really step it up a notch in terms of his technique and how he develops himself, man. And I got Lubin. I got Erickson Lubin winning in the 10th or 11th round by stoppage.
Jimmy, I want to hear from you, Jimmy.
To be honest, mate, I just have to be honest. I have no idea who Erickson Lubin's fighting. And I barely even know who Erickson Lubin is. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, we was waiting. I thought you would have something else.
Yeah, bro, from what very little I've seen, and I mean very little, I'd probably favor Lubin. I think he's a bit more experienced, but his chin is not, the best. So for me, I mean, it's kind of almost a 50-50 from what everyone's saying on the panel. I actually look forward to the fight. When is it going to happen, and what card is it on?
Saturday.
There's a main Showtime card. I mean, yeah, Showtime card this weekend.
Oh, this weekend?
Yeah. I think the main show. They're the main fight for Showtime.
Okay, so this is headlining an event on Showtime.
Yeah.
Okay, I had no idea Lubin was that kind of star. That is headlining a big card on Showtime. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out, man. What does everyone else think? Whoever else is on the panel.
Fedora get knocked out, man. Too slow. I mean, he got the height, but he got the height, but he don't use his height. So I mean, he's basically gonna be fighting at the same height as Lubin. So I mean, I don't really see Fedora. I see Fedora getting beat up and going to sleep.
I'm not gonna disagree with it. My thing is and correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen I've never seen Lubin really being a dominant inside fighter. And if he's gonna fight as far as he goes, if he's gonna fight on the outside, is right in the wheelhouse of what Fedora wants to do. You know what I'm saying? Because I just think that if he doesn't smother Fedora punches, I just can't. And once again, I could be very wrong about this, but I just don't see him being that effective if he's not able to smother Fedora's punches, because Fedora has a much more output than he does. And if it does come down to Lubin fighting on the outside and Fedora fighting at the mid-range, if Fedora is the one trying to walk down, quote unquote, Lubin, that's gonna be a bad look for Lubin, and I don't think he can win that fight. I don't think he wins a fight that somebody's trying to walk him down. Even though I always say Lubin fights on the outside, if you go look at his fights, there are times in the fight, most of the time he gets comfortable enough where he starts to walk his opponents down, and he starts to be the person on the front foot. If he ends up on the front foot in this fight, then he's in trouble, because I don't trust his chin, and I think he can get caught with a lot of shots from Fedora. If he ends up getting caught, I think.
What if Lubin catch Fedora though? What you think gonna happen? You already said Fedora don't have no defense.
I agree, but I've never seen Fedora on the mat. I've never seen him on the mat.
You seen him get hit with big shots.
I agree with that.
Exactly.
And here's another thing too. He's never fought a caliber of fighter like Erickson Lubin before, for us to even see him possibly get dropped. You know what I'm saying? Because when you step up to competition, the chance of you not looking as good goes high. That's something to look for, you know.
But his last fight against I think it was Sergio Garcia. Fundora's last fight against Sergio Garcia. I actually thought Garcia put on a very good performance against him. Right? I know Lubin got the win. I thought it could have been a draw, possibly Garcia winning the fight. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. But I don't think Fundora has. Not Fundora. Excuse me. I don't think Lubin can fight that type of style. I've never seen him fight that type of style, and so I've seen him come forward. But even when Lubin comes forward, he can come forward and still maintain that distance and fight on the outside. You know what I mean? So I've never seen him have to go and be an inside fighter, smother punches, and if he doesn't smother Fundora's punches, Fundora gonna get off more than Lubin is because he throw more punches. It's the style matchup is so it's just the styles are so different, and because Fundora is the more of a volume puncher, and that he likes to fight at the mid to inside range. His mid to inside for Lubin is the outside. His mid range is Lubin's outside range. If for some reason, and I don't know how, if I'm training Fundora, I don't know how I haven't developed him an outside game with his length and his size. If I haven't developed that from Fundora, then it goes on the trainer, because for you to be that size and not that I understand you want to fight on the inside, but not to have an outside game to be able to box somebody on the outside, I don't understand how that could happen with the size fighter that Fundora is. So if Fundora has any way of making it an outside fight, that means that Lubin is out of range. It's an outside fight for Fundora. When Lubin does become in range, it's a mid-range fight for Fundora where he can get those uppercuts off. And so I think that Lubin has to smother his punches. I haven't seen that style of fighting from Lubin yet. I haven't seen it. So I don't know if it's possible. I'm not going to say he can't do it. I'm not saying that, because I think Lubin is the more skilled fighter. I haven't seen it from him, so it's hard for me to judge it because I haven't seen that style from Lubin.
That's understandable. That's understandable, man. You know, but at the end of the day, man, like, experience matters in this game. It wasn't this fight, because it's not really a game. I say this, you know, Fundora, his physical advantages of being the bigger guy and most likely being the bigger puncher, of course, is his best attribute. And for him to put the pressure and being able to sit on his punches and being able to land, that's going to be his best chance to win this fight. Problem is that Erickson Lubin is much quicker. He is much slicker. And that don't necessarily mean you're going to avoid those punches, but his experience level gives him the edge. And he can punch as well. He's not a great puncher or nothing like that, but he can. His punches are going to.
Historian, I'm sorry, brother, to cut you off. We just got another brother about to join the panel. That's the only reason why. My boy Batman, Gary Russell's brother in the building. The brother of Gary Russell, the brother of Gary Antoine Russell in the building. What's good, my boy Batman? What's up with it, Bat?
What's up, y'all? What's up?
What's good, Batman? How you feeling?
Cool. What's up, H? What's up, W? What's up, Smoke?
To the panel, my boy Batman in the building. Yo, Batman, what you want to cook on? You want to talk about this Lubin fight with Fundora?
About the Lubin fight.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, Fundora just got to punch his chains. I mean, skillful. I mean, if it goes to an inside fighting game, motherfucking, it's gonna be a 50-50 fight. But other than that, Lubin the more skillful fighter. But go ahead, BH.
Hey, Batman. Oh, go ahead.
It's your turn, bro. It's your turn. Shit.
Hold on, Batman. Hey, salute to my brother, Batman. Salute to you, bro. Question
up,
for
bro?
you though. Question for you. So if it ends up being an outside mid range fight, do you think Fundora? Do you like Fundora or Lubin in the fight?
I like Lubin because Fundora too slow.
Okay.
Like
okay.
he'll see them punches coming, and hopefully he gonna slip and touch. I mean, like I said, Fundora just got he's a motor. He a high volume puncher, but he's that tall, but he like inside fighting. I don't know why, but you know, I mean, it is.
And Batman, I think me and you, we had a conversation when we were talking about Josh Taylor. We were talking about Josh Taylor and how he liked to fight on the inside versus using the skill set that he had. Right.
His abilities, but I mean, it's just like Paul Williams, man. Paul Williams had all that length of skill. He loved fighting on the inside.
I don't understand how these long ass fighters like to fight on the inside like that. It don't make sense to me. It don't make sense.
It's because of their feet. Those dudes are way too. Their legs are way too fucking long for the weight division they're fighting in. So these dudes, like they that's what they got to do. They have to stand there like fucking statues, take a ton of fucking punches, and throw a million shots.
But Paul Williams can move though, Smoke.
I mean, could move or did move, like move compared to who? Not.
I mean, he was look. You're comparing, but here's the thing though. Get the smoke. You're comparing Erickson Lubin to Paul Williams, and Paul Williams had way faster hands.
I'm not.
Way
we're
faster.
We're
talking about. No,
but you were using that as a comparison for.
For Erickson Lubin, it would be Paul Williams' opponents. I'm comparing Fundora to Erickson Lubin. Like really, what it is I'm saying that from the way that guy's he fights, his fighting style is going to shorten his career. And I understood that when I saw Erickson Lubin, when I saw Paul Williams fight in front of nobody. The way that dude fought, he was getting hit cleanly when he was fighting guys you never fucking heard of, right?
Well,
and you just
he fought another prospect his last time. He didn't fight a bum last time. He fought another prospect.
I'm just saying that Fundora, he gives up his physical advantages for being a guy who is heavyweight height. Like he's tall for a heavyweight, right? Like he is out there he's taller than Usyk, right? He'd have the height advantage on Usyk, but this dude is fighting 4 or 5 weight divisions lower than this dude. So it's the footwork. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have,
and he's too big to have. You know what? And get the smoke. He's too
I'm just saying that his the length of his legs precludes him from having the same kind of footwork as your average junior middleweight.
I agree with you, and he's not going to be able to fix that unless he moves up to the proper weight class.
But he might have one of those constitutions. He might have one of those metabolisms. Who knows what it is? But right now he has to fix something, or we're going to see the same kind of thing. Because it's accumulation thing. Like Paul Williams took a lot of clean shots before he finally succumbed to the Kermit Centrons of the world, right?
Smoke. It's not the footwork. It's probably his distance. He probably from his long distance, getting his arm back from punching long. He probably not good with that. He's probably not good with distance. And his hand speed. I mean,
it's also his power. It's a bunch of stuff. It's like Tyson Fury. Like Tyson Fury, he's all good on the back foot, but if that dude isn't coming forward, he's probably going to have a bunch of problems with a bunch of guys. Like Fundora, I think that dude, if he tried, even if he, let's say, for shits and giggles, he got against he developed this outside back foot game, lateral movement game. He's gonna get knocked out because he doesn't have the jab. He doesn't have the power on the jab. It's gonna be like Bunny, it's gonna be like Robert Easter on fucking steroids.
No,
Robert,
like I said, like when he throw the jab, you can start timing it, and it's going to be about time he get it back. He probably get hit with something. See,
Yeah.
It's all types of things with him, and then he's a straight up fighter. He's going to be right there. He can't duck. He can't do nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, like, he doesn't have there's a ton of issues that go into. I think that maybe he can develop a catch and shoot. He can roll and get better, like upper body movement, maybe. But like his thing is he can't really sit down on punches. He has to throw a ton of punches. Like he's not going to develop power. Yeah, he's gonna outwork him. I don't think it's gonna show up in his very next fight. But the question about Fondor is, when is it gonna show up?
But so from what I'm gathering from this conversation, and I want anybody to correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm gathering from the conversation. Who can take the better punch is gonna end up being the question. Would y'all agree or disagree with that? Who can take the better punch?
If Fondor can catch up with Lubin boxing wise, it probably go to that. But if he can't catch up with Lubin, it's going to be if he can deliver his better punch.
But the thing is because of the range, because of Fondor's size, in my opinion, because of his size, I think he'll be able to deliver a few shots to Lubin when they're at Lubin's long range, which will be Fondor's mid range. Go ahead.
But Lubin might slip that shit and touch him. If it's a baddie shot, if it's a clean baddie shot, he gonna break him down. I mean, at the end of the day.
But I agree. I think that Lubin can slip those shots, but I think at some point in time, Lubin will end up getting caught. I think it's inevitable that he's not going to get caught in this fight. For him to go and finish this fight, he's going to have to go in and get caught at some point in time. So, and if he gets caught, who do you think takes the punch better? Do you think Fondor takes the punch better or Lubin takes the punch better?
Fondor. Fondor. Because at the end of the day, Lubin, last time Lubin fought, it was a good fight, and I seen him get hurt with a jab. So
yeah, I just think that I think Lubin has a good chance to win this fight. It's just I don't trust his chin.
Hey, Batman, that wasn't just no jab though. That was like a hook jab though. That shit was a short shot. It was kind of like a hook jab. You feel me?
Yeah.
I agree with H. I feel like not all jabs are the same. So you got like power jabs like Klitschko, Golovkin, Kovalev. Those guys had power jabs. They weren't just like a flicker jab. They were like had some heavy firepower. Like Errol Spence, he's got a power jab as well. Crawford as well.
You gotta have a really weak chin. You gotta have a really weak chin to get fucking caught with a power jab and get really stumbled. I'm talking about it can push you back, but I'm talking about stumble. Y'all know what I mean by legs buckle.
Baby legs, but that's the whole problem. I don't think that a jab from Fondor is going to be the punch that stumbles Lubin. I think it'll be more of that uppercut hook from Fondor that'll be what stumbles Lubin. And if that's the case, then I like Fondor in the fight because I think he'll be able to land those shots in multiple rounds versus the power shots that Lubin's going to be able to land, even though Lubin is a more skillful boxer. I love the skillful boxer over the puncher. I love the skillful boxer. The same way I always say Devin Haney, I got him over Tank Davis. I love the skillful boxer over, and I know Batman, don't do it tonight. We ain't doing it tonight. We might do it tomorrow. We ain't doing it tonight now, bro. But at the end of the day, my problem is the power shot, the uppercut, the hook from Fondor is going to be there because it's going to be at his range whenever Lubin is in range.
But his range is inside.
But look, here's the thing though. But think of this though, Batman and right side. his jab's not good enough for him to even establish range because the jab can be used as a range finder.
But that's
the whole point. He's not trying to. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, back.
That's what I'm trying to say. He don't use his jab to find range. He don't have range. He likes to be in the inside and fucking in the dog fight. So
the problem, Batman. That's the problem. When he's in that inside, that's his comfort zone. When he's in the inside, he's at if and that's why I say if Erickson Lubin don't smother his shots, I think Lubin has to smother his shots.
At the end of the day, in the inside, who you think going to be the better puncher? Who you think going to hit the hardest on the inside?
I think Fundora hits harder.
Nah, Erickson Lubin.
Okay. And I think if that's what we come to, then I can live with it. Like I say, I think I'm picking Fundora in this fight, but we're gonna see. I got one more day to keep studying tape. You know what I'm saying? I got one more day on it, but I just don't trust Lubin's chin, and because Lubin, from everything I've seen him do, he likes to fight on the outside. He can't fight. He can't do that in this fight. He can't fight on the outside in this fight.
Look at it. He was fighting powerful fighters, but now he's the power puncher in this situation.
Right side.
Go ahead, bro.
I mean,
yes,
who do you think is a bigger puncher? Do you think it's Lubin or Fundora? Who's the bigger puncher in your opinion?
I think the bigger puncher is Lubin, but I think but the thing is Lubin has to be in a certain range to be that puncher, and Fundora doesn't have to be in the same range that Lubin has to be, and so I think that in this fight, I think Fundora has the better chance to connect with the bigger punches because of his length, his size, and what Erickson Lubin is going to have to do to make sure. What Lubin is 6 foot, 6'1", and Fundora is damn near 6'5", 6'6". I think because of that size, that Lubin has to give up some of his strengths to get to Fundora, and I think that Fundora is going to be the better puncher, while Lubin has to give up those strengths of his.
It's a little bit like 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. They have like common opponents. Like Lubin got UDs on a guy that Fundora stopped, right? But Fundora, like just looking at it, seems like he has better one punch, one shot power kind of thing. But Fundora has accumulation power kind of thing. So
I feel like the guy with the bad chin.
Go ahead.
Like this. The guy that's bigger, I think, just based off, physiology, just basic like physics. I feel like the guy that's got a better chin, that's bigger, so he's in a position to land his bomb, will probably win. I see where right side's coming from.
Hey, bro, can you just put your mic on mute, like the dude that's like boxing and breathing hella hard, like he's like.
Oh, that's me.
Curved. Yeah, bro. Like I don't need you like can't call in my house right now.
Man, but it's gonna be a good fight. Hopefully, man, Lubin win. I'm going for Lubin, man.
And this is the bad thing. I'm rooting for. I want Lubin to win. It's just I worry about those advantages I believe he has to give up.
You not worried about them advantages. You worried about his chin for real. But
yeah, that's the thing. Like
hold on, Batman. So are you not worried about his chin? You not worried about it?
I mean, man, this is boxing about, man.
Hey, Batman, do you see Eric Lubin's? Do you see Lubin becoming a different fighter once he gets hit right?
If he gets touched right, yeah.
That was funny though. You and Charlo knocked him out.
We've seen it. We've seen it out of this guy. He doesn't have that poker face. He doesn't keep it. He doesn't keep it the same consistent depending on the damage he's taken.
But that's my problem. That's my whole problem with this is that for him to get off, he has to be able to get touched. He has to be able to
Fundora got that type of power.
No, I don't think he has that power, but I think the volume that he throws, if he can touch you one or two times and it rocks you, then
you get hit with
it's
700 punches. You get hit with 700 punches. It is what
yeah,
it is.
it's really a problem. It's going to be a problem if he can rock you. It's going to be a problem. I think it's going to be a problem for Lubin. I think that's going to be his. If Lubin doesn't get rocked, he wins the fight, in my opinion. But if he
know
does,
the last fight I saw with Fundora, he got the shit beat out on for real to me. But
hey, I thought Garcia won that fight too.
Yeah, I'm saying it's gonna be when
Who's
it
everyone
all
picking
falls
out? They love
apart
getting
for
around them.
Fundora. When it all falls apart for Fundora, it's gonna be ugly. I'm just, it doesn't take a crystal ball to see it, right? Like you can, like we understand that when you fight like that, when you fight the way that that
you
guy
say about
fights,
Paul Williams, right?
Wait,
You're saying about Paul Williams, right? Paul Williams' chin only failed him once, though. Yeah, but Paul Williams' chin only failed him once, and that was against a guy that was a puncher, and Sergio Martinez.
Yeah, but when it
fails, Sergio Martinez could crack though. He's not a great puncher, but he had decent enough power.
I got it. But he wasn't sending guys to the hospital like he did.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, real quick. Now, let's also understand something too about boxing. I just want I understand that he's not a great puncher. We're not saying, but if you hit somebody with full leverage, clean, cool clock at the right angle on the button between behind the ear, temple shot, the chin, the way Sergio Martinez hit him with that overhand left, like he cocked that clean and caught him at the right. There's a good chance you're knocking somebody the fuck out because that's a knockout punch.
Yeah, and not just Martinez had decent power. Kermit Cintron also had decent power. Like if it wasn't for this, that all of a sudden out of nowhere power from Margarito, Kermit Cintron would have a different place in our. I feel like in our boxing memory.
I thought Sergio was a much bigger puncher than Cintron.
But really, the point is, like boxing is also a cumulative damage, right? If you don't actually have even if you have a granite chin, taking straight shots from guys' power ain't cool. At a certain point, that house of cards is gonna fall.
I ain't with that fight right there, the Paul Williams and Sergio Martinez, he didn't see the punch, and it was a leverage punch.
And he kind of walked into it as well. Like Sergio really drove him into that shot.
He walked into it.
And that's just one loss, though, isn't it? Like, let's be honest. One knockout loss does not mean that your chin is gone. Because he fought Arizlandi Lara after that and took a lot of bombs off Lara.
Sometimes do Roy Jones.
But this is the problem is that at the end of the day, even Sergio Garcia, he damn near, if you go back and look at that fight, he had to sell out and to connect with Fundora. He sold out a lot of times to make sure his punches landed. If Lubin has to sell out like that, he's not able to get that knockout, he's susceptible to a lot of punches. That it is what it is, and I just I don't like Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy. I just don't like that he's gonna have. Don't like that Lubin has to sell out like that, because if he has to sell out, like I say, he's susceptible, and I don't. I hope that, like I say, I want Lubin to win the fight, but I don't believe if he sells out, bro. There's plenty of opportunities to be caught, and if he get caught, I don't trust Lubin Chin. Like, I trust it.
I think the problem is a lot of the fans, we've seen Lubin do a bit of a funny dance a few times, so it's tough in it to really trust him. But we'll see, man. I mean,
yeah, he turns into a different kind of guy. He turns into a guy when you hit him right. He turns into a guy that it seems like he's just looking for a way to like not lose his life, just to get out of the ring and like whatever. Like he just turns into a different kind of fighter.
Yeah, it's brain short circuits, doesn't it? You know that when the robot malfunctions.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the fight, but like really it's a battle of deficiencies. Like really it's a battle of like whose glaring deficiencies are going to show up to make a difference in this fight. The fact that Fundora doesn't show up The fact that Fandor doesn't fight, like uses physical gifts in order to win fights, or Erickson Lubin turns into a different fighter if you hit him right.
Yo, I want to ask Batman what he think about Devin Haney versus George Kambosos in this fight. Who you think gonna win that fight?
Hold up. Hey, Money, we can't do that, man. Hey, Batman.
I want to see what he think, though. I've been on Batman for years.
Batman you already know what Batman gonna say.
Let me see what he think.
I'm rooting for Devin Haney. I'm rooting for him because I want him to go to 140.
Man, Batman.
Batman want him. Banana wants the banana tailpipe. Definitely, he's looking for that.
I want him to beat. I want him to beat George Kambosos. I want him to beat Lomachenko. And I hopefully he move up. That's what I want.
Hey, Batman, man, come on, man. You gotta root for the brother. And you know what? I know you are. I know, bro. But you root for different reasons.
I can't have my reasons why I'm rooting for the kid.
But hey, you think Devin Haney gonna beat him though, Batman? You could break down the fight for us. How you think it's gonna play out? We just seen Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez. Devin Haney beat JoJo.
At the end of the day, Devin gonna have to. Devin can't boxing. He can't do what he did. He can't fight him like he fought JoJo Diaz. He gotta be on. He gotta fight like he fought Linares. If you fight like you fought Linares and keep that for 12 rounds, he gonna beat George Kambosos. Because at the end of the day, they is trying to rob the kid, man.
And they take it, and I agree. They take it. And matter of fact, I believe that they don't. I don't even think they care about the Kambosos fight. I think they looking to rob the kid after the Kambosos fight, in my opinion.
Do you think that they're trying to set up a fight with him and
Shakur? I think they're trying to set up a fight with him and Shakur.
What about him and Lomachenko?
Yeah, they trying to make all those fights over there. Devin Haney, Loma.
They trying to get the Loma. They trying to get Loma the belts back, man. Top Rank. I ain't talking about boxing. Top Rank is trying to get the belts back in Loma hand, man. Stop this shit, man. At the end of the day,
but also too, I think it's very lucrative, Batman. But think of this though, Batman. It is H does bring up a good point. It is lucrative, very, very lucrative. If Haney wins, let's say if Haney wins, him and Shakur Stevenson fight, that would be a fucking very lucrative fight.
But he gotta win. Then he gotta fight George again. Dog, what is they? Man, at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it's a 2-fight. Yeah, that is a 2-fight deal, ain't it?
There's a 3-fight deal. It's a 2-fight deal.
Okay, so it's those 2 fights and then one more fight with Top Rank.
Yeah, but no, it's like this. It's only a 2-fight. It's only a 3-fight deal if he win. It's a 2-fight deal if he lose. If he lose, he still got to fight on Top Rank again.
So for me, this fight has draw written all over it for this reason. It's a 3-fight deal with Kambosos if this first one is a draw.
No, I mean at the end of the day, if it's a draw, Kambosos get to walk the fuck off. It's no rematch.
Yeah, but so does Devin Haney, right? So I mean, if we get it, so
Devin Haney don't walk off. He still got one more fight.
No, I'm saying he's got a 3-fight deal. But if it's a draw,
he got a 2. No. He got a 2-fight deal. He got a 2-fight deal with a rematch. The rematch
so hold on a second. You're saying because what's been reported, are you saying that I've got it wrong? That it's not a one-way rematch with Kambosos if Kambosos should lose, and then another fight regardless.
Yes, if Kambosos loses, he got a 3-fight deal. But if Kambosos win, he only got one more fight on Top Rank.
And you're saying that if it's a draw, then Kambosos is not going to nobody's going to honor this deal if it's a draw. It's gonna become moot, and then they're all gonna go their separate ways.
Damn, he fell off.
Yeah. Anyway, he'll come back. I'm sure. Chop it up with him.
Man, Devin Haney and Kambosos. That's a great fight. BH. Oh, he back. Batman is back. Yo.
My fault.
No, it's all good. Like, so you're thinking more like if it's a draw, then Kambosos moves on, and maybe the Ukrainian situation clears up, and Kambosos goes to Loma.
Yeah, he don't have to. It's a rematch for Kambosos. Devin Haney don't have a rematch, right? So if I get a draw, why would I go back and fight the kid? I'm gonna move on. Man,
well,
he's gonna move right on to who he wanted to fight, Lomachenko.
Yeah, and I hear you.
But Batman, I want to ask you. So, do you feel like Devin Haney can go out there and execute the game plan for 12 rounds and beat Kambosos? Do you expect him to go out there and do that?
Yeah, I hope he do. I definitely hope he do. You know what I'm saying? But George Kambosos can fight, so you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and act like everybody else, like he's a fucking slouch. He can fight, so Devin got to fight on his hands, and hopefully Devin rise to the occasion.
What you think about Kambosos? How good you think Kambosos is? You think Kambosos is the real deal? What you thought about his fight with Teofimo Lopez? You think Kambosos is a one-hit wonder? Do you feel like Kambosos is a fluke? You know what I mean?
No,
or you
he's not
think
a fluke. Because before I even saw the Teofimo Lopez fight, I went back and looked at the Lee Salisbury and the Mickey Bay fight. He can fight.
He won both those fights in split decisions.
Who cares? He won.
Man, come on, Batman. Come on, bro.
But you can see that he can fight, though. But in both of those fights, you can see that the dude can fight. Like he's got certain things. Like even though he wasn't beating like Mickey Bay to the spot, he was beating him to the punch. I mean, Mickey Bay was out of the round. He was out of the ring for a long time. Lee Selby, to me, Josh Warrington.
Lee Selby was all right.
And
but
you
can see that
you
can see the Kambosos can fight. Like
he almost stopped Mickey Bay. If y'all want to say that 10th round, Mickey Bay was out of
Hey,
it.
H, did Bill Haney come on after I dropped off last night?
Yeah, he came on last night.
Because somebody was saying that.
He was on last night.
Yeah, he came on last night. Yup, he was here.
Okay, it must have been right after I dropped off or something.
He mistook a troll for like a real boxing fan. He wanted to like chop it up, and then
was it Paulo?
Exactly.
It was. He was still on.
Yeah. Paulo was on there. He thought Paulo was like a real dude, and he came in like trying to talk boxing with him, and then it became apparent. Like, okay.
Hey, look, man. H Money. I'll pay money for this. I need Mickey. I need Trill Bill and Batman on the panel together, bro. That's what I'm trying to see, man.
That's where it started at with them. It started right here about more than a year ago. You know what I mean? Batman, Bill Haney, we was all over here, right here. I think this was one of the first panels Batman got on. But Batman been calling shows though. Batman been calling in barbershop though.
We got on Blue Blood first.
Yeah, that Bill is a.
You was on Blue Bloods, okay? Because I remember you used to call in on barbershop conversations. So, and I think you called in on Aki TV like way back though, even before.
Man, Bill was on Blue Blood first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they've been. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they got a rivalry going on, and they just trying to make some fights happen. That's also there's a whole lot of shit talking and shit. And it's all good, man. It's a part of the game. That's how you make a fight. That's how you sell a fight. Shit.
So, like, just straight up, I feel like Gary Russell Jr. has been completely disrespected when it comes to like skills and pound for pound lists, right? Like everybody says it's his inactivity, right? Or his whether you call it activity or inactivity, that's why they say they don't put him on there. But that dude, when you just look at skills in boxing today, he's one of the best that did it. And as much as I love Oakland, as much as I love these guys, like I really am rooting for these dudes. I wasn't really down with you don't do that to somebody 2 great divisions down. That ain't me.
Come on, man. I don't want to open up, like, you know what I mean? That's kind of old.
Saying, like Batman doesn't have the same ideas I do. Like he's like, hey, whatever. He feels like we should just let these guys fight. But I feel like there's weight classes for a reason. And then you act appropriately.
Man, you just ain't see Shaw.
This is the real question right here. This is the real question. right now.
Listen, hold up.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I seen this kid when this kid at 8 years old on up. At 16 years old, this kid was fighting champions like the champions and beating the shit out of him. So I know what this kid can do.
Who?
I'm talking about Gary Russell Jr.
Okay, go ahead.
I know what the kid can do. That I mean, at the end of the day, him and Devin Haney, it would have been a hell of a fight. But it didn't happen. So now, I mean, Devin Haney is only one weight class down from Antoine Russell.
That's and man, Batman, I gotta tell you, bro. So I got a question for you. I want to see. I definitely, I rock with Dev. I rock with Dev, but I want to see Dev versus Antoine Russell, bro. I think that's a great fight. I think it's a great fight. My question is this for you: right now, until Dev move up, bro, like, what is Antoine? And I think that, especially with the belts getting ready to be dropped, bro, I think that he should be at the top of whatever sanctioning body, and you know how the sanctioning bodies are. We know how that is. But I think
he should be fighting for the WBA championship.
Fact. And so who do you see him fighting for that WBA championship? And I know you may not be able to speak all the way on it, but that's the fight I'm looking for, because I think Antoine Russell, I think he the goods, bro. I think he the goods at 40, and I done heard a lot of people talk about what's going on at 40. Gary Antoine Russell, the man gets disrespected. A lot of people don't put him at the top of the division, and I think he's the best in that division.
They ain't got to. I mean, he gonna prove it. I mean, that's why I love about. I mean, they don't talk about none of them. They gonna prove it when they get it. When they do get it. When
they get that. But this is the problem. I don't think him and Dev, especially with the deal with Top Rank, that Dev, especially with Antoine Russell being a PBC fighter, I'm quick to say boxing politicians. I hate the politicians in boxing. I hate them. The reason I hate them is because we don't see the best fights because of them. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, he only got a 2-fight deal with Witchcom, or he might be fighting 3 times on. Hopefully he fighting 3 times on Top Rank. After the 3rd time, Devin Haney is a free agent again. So if he move up, then hopefully Gary Antoine Russell will have a title or 2 titles.
Man, I want to see that so bad, bro. I want to see, and when it happens, I'm gonna be the first person. I'm trying to bet you on it. You know, I got Dev winning that fight. I know you got Antoine winning it. You know I rock with my guy. You know I'm gonna rock with my guy. But at the end of the day, this is my thing is this. This is and outside of them 2 fighting, my problem is I hope that it's a real 3-fight deal. I don't think it's gonna end up being a real 3-fight deal. The reason I say that, and I'm gonna just tell you why I say it. I say it because when you and this is the one issue, I'm happy that Dev signed the contract he did, because it showed me he want the smoke. The problem that I have is you giving leverage to somebody else. Once you give that leverage to somebody else, they're gonna keep that leverage. So when that 3rd fight comes up,
he ain't get no leverage up. When the 3rd fight comes up, he gonna be the champion. When the 3rd, they gotta. He ain't get no leverage up. He signed the deal. Once the deal is done, it's over with. He don't have to do nothing.
So think about.
I'm saying, like, I asked Bill specifically last night. Like, I asked him, right? I asked him, like, hey, what's up with like moving up? Is it still going to be a 3-fight deal? Bill went straight to one-way rematch clauses. To me, what it said to me was, they're about to drop these fucking belts. That's how I interpreted his response is. If they win this fight, they're about to drop these belts.
Sound like some bullshit. Get the smoke.
But the
I'm
thing
just
is,
saying, that's what it seemed like. Like, I don't know if you heard his response to what my question was. He answered a completely different question, and I understand. Like, listen, one-way rematch clauses is nonsense, right? It is some bullshit. One-way rematch clauses, but that didn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. To me, it seems like if Devin wins this fight, the chances of them doing a rematch is less than 50-50. Like something would have to occur in this fight to make it intriguing for them to actually stay there and put themselves through
Well, they gotta listen. They can't drop the belts. They can't drop the belts once they win. They gotta fight the rematch.
Or what? They're gonna face the firing squad? Of course you can face the drop the belts.
Gonna get sued.
No, all you gotta do is move up. You can say I can't make the weight anymore.
You're still gonna get sued even if you move up.
Listen. If you drop the belts, then what you're fighting for? Like, you can't force someone to keep belts.
He fought for a rematch, man. He's gonna have to get a man his rematch.
I understand. No, he's only has to get the man a rematch if he keeps the belts. If he relinquishes the belts, then what's the rematch for?
But even if this is the problem. Even if he relinquished the belts and tries to move up, he still has to fight under Top Rank. He has to, and that's
Top Rank got that work. That's what I'm saying. Like, Bob Arum is actually incentivized in that case to be like, okay, fine, we don't make the 135 rematch, but I got something for you, 140.
And that's I agree with you, Smoke, on that. The thing I was gonna say is that I think if we look at the landscape of boxing right now, at 35, at 40, Top Rank has the best fighters there. Outside of and Batman, outside of brother, outside of him, outside of Regis Prograis at 40, Top Rank has the best fighters there. It is.
No, they only got two fighters.
Ramirez.
Wait. Who only got two fighters, man?
Top Rank got Ramirez and fucking and Ramirez and Ramirez ain't even that fucking good. Come on, man. And Zapata.
Whoa. He's solid at the very least, bro.
All the fighters we're talking about are in the top echelon at 40. And go ahead, bro.
No, I was talking about I was going BH. He's man, look, man. Josh Taylor, man, showed you that man is man, look, man. Come on, man. He all right. He cool.
So let me ask this question. When I look at 40, right, and I agree, I think Dev is gonna have to fight at least two fights at 35. I think he has to fight at least two fights at 35. But I don't know if he'll be able to make that third fight and I've heard stories about weight drain. Of course, Bill Haney gonna tell us he's not weight drained. Whatever. All I'm saying is at 40, when you have Ramirez, when you have Pedraza, when you have Zapata, that outside of Gary Antoine and outside of Regis Prograis, that's the top echelon.
So what's his name? Sabah Mathis. Matias. Yeah, Matias.
Yeah, no, but even with Matias, it's still when you got the T.O. and we just saw T.O. lose, and he's in position to fight at 140 for a belt if drop those belts.
That's top rank. WBW is top rank belt. Come on, man.
I want to ask. I'm sorry, Bryce. I want to ask. I want to ask Batman what he thought about Josh Taylor, his fight with Jack Catterall. Now, I remember about a year ago, you said your brother Gary Antoine Russell would beat Josh Taylor, and after watching that fight, I think your brother could beat him.
Look, man.
Watch everybody at 40, bro. He beat everybody at Gary Antoine Russell.
Yeah, I agree with that. Gary Antoine Russell is the truth, bro. And hey, Batman, that nigga inside fighting. Man, that boy inside game is on a different level.
But y'all ain't saying box yet, though.
Let me ask you a question. I understand you want to see Devin Haney and Gary Antoine Russell, but like, there's a lot of work at 140 with a bunch of dudes. Like, how do you see? Like, what guys would you like to see him get in there with at 140? And then what guys do you think?
They got names. Hey, Smoke, Regis Prograis, Sabril Matias.
It doesn't matter.
No, I'm asking Batman specifically because he said he wants to see Devin. So I'm wondering, but Devin is not at 140. So I'm trying to.
It doesn't matter. He gonna smoke him. He gonna smoke him. At the end of the day, listen, man. At the end of the day, the only reason he didn't even look that suspect against Post-Style. Post-Style was long, goofy. Post-Style ain't fight the usual fight. He usually fight was come forward. Post-Style usually is coming forward, boxing on his toes, not moving around that much like he was. Come on, man.
Bro,
okay.
I'm sorry, the Jukambayevs, the Matias, like. What do you want to see him against another dude?
Okay, let me ask him.
My question is this. Do you want to see against another dude that has a whole lot of knockout power also, so we can see what his chin looks like? Or you not really
what his chin look like? I mean,
no, I'm saying all of us, not you. I'm not saying you and your family. I'm saying all of us.
I just told you it doesn't matter who you put him in the ring with at that weight class. Matias, Regis Prograis, Zepeda, Jose Ramirez. I got him stopping him.
Okay, so I want to ask you this now. When do you think we can see some of those fights right there? You know,
man, hopefully, man, when he get this belt.
Okay, so Batman, I want to ask you about the relationship with the PBC. With Al Heyman, is the relationship good with the Russells?
Yeah. Well, Antoine, yeah.
Okay, what's the deal with Gary? Is Gary gonna stay at 126?
No, he going to 130. He had a successful surgery.
Yo, hey, so after Gary Russell, fixed his shoulder and everything, right? Does he want to go after the top dogs at 130? Because that's a stacked division. I know you agree with that.
I mean, it was stacked. It was stacked when they was at all them dudes was at 126.
It was at one point, but now that your guy, man, he's about to move up.
What that mean?
I mean, I'm just saying he's moving up to 130. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of guys up there.
And let me say this: even though Gary Russell lost, even though Gary Russell lost his last fight, man, that motherfucker showed heart, bro. With one arm in that motherfucker, kept going. Some people thought he even won the fight and shit. You know what I mean?
No, he won that fight. In my mind, he won that fight.
He won.
Shout out to Gary Russell, bro. That man got heart, man. Even with one arm, the dude couldn't knock him out, couldn't drop him or nothing. It showed what type of skill he got. You know what I'm saying?
And I feel like we're still winning 3 of the 4 squads right now. Like, the only thing he wasn't winning was effective aggression, but whatever.
Well, Mr. Gary Russell beat Mark Maseo with one arm. We all saw it. He and this is the problem. I don't give you credit for going into fights injured. I don't give you credit. Once you get in the ring, I'm judging it off of what I see in the ring. Gary Russell won the fight against Mark Maseo with one arm. Here's what it is.
So he going to 130. Let me ask Batman at 130. Do you want to see him fight against the guy that just beat what's his name, Chris Colbert? What you think? A fight between Gary Russell.
I want to see him against either Valdez or Shakur.
Valdez or Shakur.
He'll beat the shit out of him. Shakur gonna beat the shit out of him.
Man, I already seen the fight, so but I ain't even going to do that for y'all, man. I mean, when they get in the ring with
they sparred each other, right? Yeah, they did spar each other before.
Yeah, I got like Gary Russell Jr. to me, is a top 10 pound for pound guy. Like, people don't mention him because whatever. Like, it is what it is. And
they don't mention him. They don't mention him because Cause what happened to him? He could have been undisputed. Let's go there. He could have been undisputed, but all the guys that was at that weight class, and some of them is at 130 right now, didn't want to fight him. I mean, let's keep it real.
If you want to keep it really real, is because people don't know what the fuck they're looking at, and that's what they need shit like that to validate stuff.
Hey, Batman. My question is this: Gary Russell, Mr. Gary Russell. I'm gonna put respect on that brother name. You like him to be Shakur? That's what you're telling me.
Most definitely.
Man, Shakur wash his ass, bro.
No, I already seen the fight. I'm trying to tell you, he's too fast for Shakur.
Okay,
he's too fast for Shakur.
I want to see it, bro. I want to see it.
Whoa. But I think I ain't gonna lie, it's some good fights at 130 for Gary Russell.
Both fast. Shakur,
nigga, Gary
not fast.
Gary Russell versus Gutierrez. I think Gary Russell could beat Roger Gutierrez. I think Gary Russell could beat the guy that just beat Chris Colbert. I think Gary could beat them dudes. And even Ogawa, I think Gary could beat the Ogawa dude.
He got a chance against him. He got a chance against all those guys.
The only test, of course, Steve.
That's all y'all got to do is
Gary Russell. That's the only test for Shakur. That's the only test. That's the only test for Shakur is Gary Russell. Nobody else is gonna be a test. He gonna wash everybody else, bro.
Wait, who's gonna wash everybody else? Wait.
Shakur is gonna wash everybody at 30, and Gary Russell is the only competition for the division.
I don't see him washing everybody at 130. I see, because first and foremost, Valdez. First off, Valdez. But here's the thing though. There's still question marks with Shakur, and as talented as he is in the natural ability and skills that he possesses, those skills and abilities still got to be tested against someone who's of a higher caliber than what he's been fighting. Which he's fought some decent opponents and good opponents, but Valdez he's an established champion at this division, and he's a power puncher. This is gonna be the hardest puncher he's ever felt, and he's also a guy that does not give a fuck about.
You seen what he did with Nakatilia, who was a big puncher. You seen what Nakatilia did to Burchell. That was a big puncher. He gave him a boxing lesson.
Is 9-3.
I had Jameer Hearn beating Valdez, man.
Say it again, Batman. Go ahead, Batman.
I had Jameer Hearn beating Valdez.
Facts.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I thought that Shakur Stevenson wasn't tough enough, so I thought that possibly Jamel Hearn might could get him, but you know, Shakur washed him up. Here's the thing, though, about Valdez. He brings a different dynamic because he's a come-forward fighter.
Robinson washed Valdez for real. So, I mean...
Robinson Caseo.
He stepped on the gas the last couple of rounds.
But here's the thing, though. Because Caseo has enough power to keep... He has enough power to affect you.
Who is he knocking? Come on, man. Because ain't even got no damn knockouts. Come on, historian, you capping, bro. What the fuck?
No, listen.
This is crazy.
He has more power than he has a little bit more pop than
Shakur.
Man, you tripping. Who the fuck did that dude knock out? I'm just asking you. Name one person that dude knocked out. I could at least say Shakur Stevenson stopped Jamel Hearn. I could at least say he stopped Jamel Hearn, who was a champion. Conceição was a great boxer with some great skills. I give you that technician. He ain't got no power though, bro.
And he beat listen. To me, the fight's close. Don't get it twisted. The fight's close. I'm just saying, a wash. Nah, I don't see a wash. I see a very competitive fight. I don't see. I mean,
9-3. He wins 9 rounds.
Valdez is a come forward puncher, dog.
And that should be a reason why that it's going to be a tough fight for Shakur.
He's going to run into the lot of shit that Shakur Stevenson is.
And if those punches do not affect a guy who's not afraid, it needs to affect him, because here's one thing about it. Here's one thing about it, because if your power is not, listen. If your power it's not affecting the other guy. Like if your punch is not affecting the other guy with enough leverage, and he's not afraid of your punches, and he keeps coming forward to close the distance on you, that's going to be a problem.
But who you saying when Shakur really hit you clean? Who you see tries to do that to him? Nobody.
Bet AABH, bet that. Man, bet that. I'm not sure, but bet that. Bet.
No, I'm not betting on shit because I'm picking Shakur to win. I'm just saying.
No,
I'm picking him to win a close fight. But here's the thing, though: this fight is as dead even as you can find of any of these top fights that we're going to be witnessing.
It's not 30 fight, bro. It's a 70-30 fight.
This fight is more closer than watch this. This fight is going to be closer than Charlo versus Castano too.
What's weird about you didn't watch Valdez's last fight.
Yes, I have watched the last fight.
That motherfucker was on some shit too. He was on some shit too now.
The thing, sorry.
Wait. Say that again.
That nigga was on some shit. We all know that.
No. But here's the thing, though. H. Everybody's an opportunity for me to criticize them. I criticized that, and I put the video up, and ESPN took my video down. All right, so it is what it is. I believe that shit.
Yeah, I thought he lost that fight to Kambosos.
I think he lost maybe by.
Listen, look, if you look at their last fight, Shakur Stevenson coming off his best performance, knocked the fuck out of Jamel Herring, and you picked Jamel Herring in that fight. Go ahead, Batman.
Can I go here? The fight before Burt Choate, he was getting the shit whooped out on, but he got the knockout.
Yeah, I think Jason Velez got on his ass.
The thing about this fight is both guys have shown us something that we didn't expect. Like, we did not expect him to stop Jamel Herring the way we didn't expect that Shakur Stevenson, right? But we also didn't expect the Valdez that we saw against the Berchelt fight. So
I expected that. Ho.
I'm not saying. No, I'm not even saying whether or not you expected the outcome. I'm saying.
Of course, we expected that, Batman.
No, I'm saying that I didn't expect. Let me finish. I'm just saying I didn't expect Valdez to fight like that because that's not the Valdez that I've become accustomed to seeing. Right? Like, so the idea that all of a sudden he became like a back foot counterpuncher, looking for that one shot. That was something that was unexpected for me. So both these dudes have to me registered an unexpected performance, which makes me like just excited to see the fight versus let me like be a prisoner of the moment from any one particular fight.
All right, now let me say this: when you go back and look at Burt Choate is a come forward, stationary fighter.
Facts.
If you go look at the tape, anybody with a little bit of foot and control distance will beat him. He just got beat by the kid that Shakur, beat up, but it didn't look spectacular against the boy. What's Jeremiah? Come on, man! Stop this shit, man!
Wait! Stop what shit, man?
No, I'm talking about with this Valdez. No, with this Valdez. Valdez is a B-level fighter at most. He's not an A-level fighter. I hate when people be putting these guys on this type of he's not that. He showed it against Robinson. He showed it.
But Batman, but then think of this though, Batman. But and listen. Do I agree that he Valdez is not an A-level fighter? But guess what? Shakur hasn't shown that he's A-level yet. They both have not shown that they're A-level.
Stop.
Listen. Shakur, no, he is fine. But here's the thing, though. Both of those, you're going off of potential and talent. I'm going off of.
I'm going off of his fights. Against what's his name? Gonzalez.
Batman. Can we compare resumes? Because that's the only way we can go off. Okay,
man, he only got one person on his resume. Valdez. That's Burt Choate.
Bro,
Burt Choate.
Overrated, bro. Resumes are overrated. We can't go off a resume.
It's not how's resumes overrated? We look at the resume to see where he is.
Burt Choate there.
That's how you look at a resume. Resumes don't win fights. They tell the story of where
fighter.
he's at and where and what level he's on, comparing what he's done in comparison to someone else. That's how you compare. That's what you deal with resumes. So if we want to go there, listen. If we want to go there and sit up here and compare, oh well, who's A level, who's this level? Listen. If you ask me, they're both in the same talent range. Now you can say naturally, Shakur has the bigger upside and he has the more potential for sure. I agree with that. But if you're talking about whose level, who's on, we got to see both of these guys get in the ring, because when I look at their resume, it's dead even. When I look at what both guys present against each other, is contrasting, and it makes for a great fucking fight. In A level, listen, an A level fighter is a guy who is the best fucking fighter of that fucking division.
BH.
All right.
I got Jamel Hearn beating Valdez and fucking Burchill. So to me, at the time them champions was available, Shakur Stevenson beat the better champion. To me.
Listen, and I respect your opinion on that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Jamel Hearn, I think, gets stopped by Valdez, and I think Burchill, all right, would beat the shit out of fucking Jamel Hearn. I think it would be I think styles make fights. I think it'd be competitive. I think Burchill would win. All right, but at the end of the day, Batman, and you know, and shout out to your cousins, right, Gary? Because I always like Gary Russell. You know, back in the day, I think he has the fastest hands in boxing. Had the fastest hands in boxing.
He still got the fastest hands in boxing.
And Gary Antoine Russell, you know, I think he's gonna be the fucking dude at 140. You understand? So shout out to them. But as far as this though, Shakur, like I said, look, Valdez hasn't proven that he's an A-level fighter yet, and neither has Shakur Stevenson. Whoever wins this fight. Yeah, I mean, but we got to go with facts. We got to deal with facts. That's where resume. Like, I mean, do I have to go into the Marion's resume?
I think there's a two different things.
Resume, his performance won't be there. It's just like a job. I think you pull up a resume to see what his track record draws, and then you can judge what he is as a person.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's how you judge a fighter's resume, bro.
BH, I'm judging off this. We just seen Valdez against a superb boxer that beat dog shit out of him. That fight wasn't even close.
Conceição. Robertson Conceição beat Valdez in Italy. He outboxed the shit.
It was close. My thing is this, though. If he beat a gold medalist, why couldn't let's say Shakur's the silver medalist? Yeah. Okay, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a silver medalist.
If he beat Robson, the gold medalist, right? Why is it out of the question that he could beat a silver medalist?
He didn't beat him.
He didn't beat him at all.
Robinson got robbed.
I mean, look, the decision, man.
So before we get into the controversy, right? Before we get into the controversy, can we just keep? Let's go back to a couple of things, because I feel like I just got a question for boxing historian. Do you think that you can say a guy is A level for the division versus A level for like a standard overall that you have, right?
Well, okay. So first and foremost, if you ask me, right, get the smoke, and that's an excellent question. Look, listen, and this is why and of course we use the terminology great, and sometimes I would say this, right? As far as great, I think we need to really specify great, very good, decent, average, mediocre, terrible. All right. And I'm just saying, because we got to categorize certain guys. So point being, to get to the point, there's very few great fighters in the sport of boxing. Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, Roman Gonzalez, Usyk, those type of guys. And there might be one here or there that I'm looking at, maybe Lomachenko borderline. but as far as someone being A level and whatnot, as far as their division, they're the stable of their division. Like Josh Taylor before the fight with Jack Catterall, we would all agree he's the stable of that division based off of who he beat at 140. All right. All right, and of course, Canelo Alvarez would be the stable of that division. But there's not really that many there's not that many A-level boxers. You have to separate the A level from the B level, you know, and guys that are borderline A level. You understand? And I think that when you deal with Valdez and you deal with Shakur Stevenson, Shakur has the A-level talent. He's young and he has a lot of potential. But at the end of the day, all that potential, we can't grade somebody on potential. We have to grade people on their performance and what they accomplish. And it is yet to be seen if he's A-level or not. He has the physical tools and the abilities. We got to see the A-level. But here's the thing, though, on the flip side, if Oswald is 31, right? If he goes out there, let's say, I'm just saying hypothetically speaking, because it can go either way, who wins, it's 50-50 in my eyes. If Oscar Valdez goes out and beats Gutierrez, beats Kenichi Owagawa, all right, and becomes undisputed, or vice versa, then guess what? He's A-level. Because he conquered a division. He cleaned out his division like you traditionally do in boxing to prove who you are and to prove how great you truly are. And that goes either way with Shakur Stevens. He does the same thing. If he watches Valdez and watch these other guys up, then he's great. And he's A-level. So that's what I would say. That's how I graded Get the Smoke.
That's not A-level to me, but it's the opponent. It's the champion. If it's a great champion there, or a great opponent there, and they beat them, then that sends you to A-level because it's just a champion. Some of them champions ain't even supposed to have them belts, but you know it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but would you at least agree, Batman? If someone becomes undisputed, that takes a lot to be undisputed.
No, I mean at the end of the day, it don't, because when Bud did it, that shit was the weakest undisputed in history.
No, it wasn't.
Batman, come on, bro. So now we can't diminish undisputed, bro. Like Batman, but here's the thing, though. You made the statement. That's your opinion, right?
Belts,
do you have what can you say to substantiate that claim?
What can I say?
What can you substantiate? Not what you can say. We can say anything. What can we substantiate what we say?
This is what they did. They moved Ricky Burns up, made Ricky Burns fight a bum for a fucking title. A vacant title. Bam. Then Ricky Burns
is a 3-division champion. Bro, Ricky Burns is a 3-division champion.
Can I finish? Why y'all trying to talk while I'm talking, dog? Can I make my point then? You know what I'm saying?
No, but you're just saying that because Bud threatened to break Gary Russell's neck.
Can I make my point?
Let's just be honest in it.
Rock, Jimmy, let him rock, bro. Let him rock.
Damn. He goes. Ricky Burns goes to fight. What's his name? Ndongo. Now go look at Ndongo junk, man. I just look at these.
Bro, Victor Postal knocked out Lucas Matisse. Bro, Victor Postal knocked out Lucas Matisse.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Ricky Burns is at 135.
Ricky Burns was a very good fighter at one particular point, bro.
Like, wasn't even at 140 though. That was at 35.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? I do remember that time period because he fought him at 135. Real quick, right side. He fought him at 135, and then, if I'm not mistaken, he fought Yuriorkis Gamboa at 35.
How we gonna ask this man to rock and then not give him the chance to rock, bro? Let Batman rock. Let him rock. Let him put his. Let him put his. Y'all ask him the question. Let him put what he sees out there, bro. Let that man rock, bro. Like Batman cook, bro.
Nah, I was saying what BH was asking me, and he said it himself. Sometimes it's who you fight. It's the champion who you fight or the person who you fight. And Dongo ain't fight nobody. They gave him an opportunity to get belt. Now peel it up. I'm glad you pulling it up. I see it in your face. You pulling it up, BH. Go look it up. He didn't fight nobody. They gave him chances to fight bums to get a belt.
Okay, let's deal with it because so you're talking about so real quick, let's deal with Ricky Burns because I want to chronicleize this, right? Ricky Burns. Let's chronicleize where he was at
Like for real, still, I think Postall is Bud's best win.
Yeah, Vic.
Like if you're talking about a guy who was at his weight division and a long weight champ,
that was a good win. That was a good win.
Sean is clearly his best win. Sean Porter is clearly his best win.
Before
Jeff Horner.
Like Sean Porter's a
welterweight.
two-time champion.
No.
Wait. So real quick,
Jeff Horner was an undefeated champion. Sean Porter was a multiple loser, man. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, and also years away from his prime. Like, fighting a guy who used to be something on his way out.
I don't think so, man. Just because you make Errol Spence look like shit doesn't mean
so 2015. Okay, so he lost to Omar Figueroa Jr. in 2015. Then he fought Bum, and then he fought Michelle Di Rocco for the vacant WBO International lightweight title, vacant WBA lightweight title. Oh no, my bad. He fought him for the vacant WBA light welterweight title, which is 140, right? And then he fought Kiro he fought Kiro Ralik, then he fought Julius Ndongo, and he lost in the unanimous decision. All right.
Now go to Ndongo record. Go to Ndongo.
And then, I'm chronicalizing it because I'm going to him first, right? Because this is at one.
Now, Ndongo, his whole claim to fame is he went to Russia and got the title in Russia. That's literally his whole claim.
Okay, but watch this though. Okay,
he went to Russia, took out Travasky, and then he beat Ricky Burns in the UK, right?
Yeah, he fought.
Unify, take out two champions, right?
Yeah, he took. So I'm looking at it. Okay, he beat Travasky for the IBF and IBO lightweight welterweight title. So he won the IBF title. Then he defended it against Ricky Burns, who was coming off a 4-win streak. All right. It was a title fight. Then he fought Terrence Crawford, So he had a title defense prior to fighting Terrence Crawford. So, I mean, to just sit up here and say, the division was weak. I mean, Ricky Burns is not a bad opponent, and Julius Ndongo was an undefeated champion who had a title defense before he fought Terrence Crawford for the unification.
It's not like he was vacant belts, man.
Ricky Burns is a solid guy. I'm just saying that Postall was the guy that is probably the most established guy at the weight class, champion for a bunch.
Was he established? He's a solid guy. Was he a solid guy at 140?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, he was the guy. Bro. He was the guy on multiple, transnational on Ring Magazine. He was the dude at 140.
Because I know if you go look at Linares, when he went up to 140, he got knocked out by a fucking bum.
We're talking about
Linares was also the long-rated champion.
He was past his prime when he started getting knocked out, bro.
But Linares was the long-rated guy at 135, though.
Hey, Batman. Go ahead. Don't bring that Devin Haney nonsense in here, bro.
I'm not bringing Devin Haney.
It's okay the Bush vibe.
Devin Haney's a good fighter. Don't sit up here and say he's the second coming to Floyd Mayweather. That's what you about to say, Batman.
No, I wasn't bringing Devin Haney into it. I was just bringing like the situation where as though Linares went up to 140 to try to be great, and he couldn't be great at 140.
Listen, Ndongo,
Ricky Burns went up to 140.
You've been waffling for a while now, bro. Like, come on, man. You've had your little waffle in it. What I'm trying to say, is Ndongo was an undefeated unified champion, and he had to take out two champions to unify his titles, right? Heading into the Crawford fight, right? These guys were ranked top 5 as well. Ricky Burns, 3-division champion. Travasky, he traveled to Russia at that time, unbeaten Russian champion. I mean, the guy fought back-to-back champions to unify 3 belts, right? Cool, and we're heading into the fight.
We're living in an era where right now boxing in an era where there's like 100 divisions.
Yeah, but it's not regular little baby. Listen, Smoke. It's not the baby belts.
I'm just saying.
No. It's not the regular belts. It's 3 motherfucking belts. What are you talking about, Smoke?
I'm telling you what I'm talking about.
You have 3 fucking belts.
I will say this. Let me.
Outrage. I'm not trying to
it's not like a regular belt.
Hold on 1 second.
It's not the baby belt.
Hey, real quick. Can I say something? Hey, wait. Let me just say something.
Hold on. Just 1 second.
Yeah, I got you.
Because of the number of belts, the value of a belt has been it's been discounted.
Yeah,
but
it's a super champion though.
Because the number of belts.
Ndango was the super champion.
Hold on a second. Not only because the number of belts, but because guys don't actually fight each other on the way up. Like you don't fight your way to get your ranking. So these guys, the best, haven't fought guys in the specific division, and there's a ton of belts in every fucking division. So like the idea that you're a champion doesn't really mean that you're the best anymore.
Listen, if you're 3-belt unified champion and they take out multiple guys in the top 5 to do it, that must mean something. I mean,
but if you don't do that, then what does it mean? And if you don't do that, what does it mean?
Let me address that real quick because I'll go on mute.
I mean, you dick ride Wilder all the time and he did nothing. And Dango has had a better power run than Deontay Wilder. And you know, dick ride Wilder, get the smoke. So you need to check yourself.
Yeah, but there's 100 champions. You're mentioning one guy.
You know what? Hey, but let me look at this though, right? Because there's 17 weight classes in this era of boxing, and there's 4 major sanctioning bodies. And then some people want to count, like boxing scene trying to count 5, but there's 4 official ones, right? 17 weight classes times 17. Let's do the math. 17 times 4 is 68 champions in boxing today officially. So to get the Smokes credit, I mean to his point, there's too many damn champions for the champion to be to have that much value right now. I'm just using that as a statement because to be a champion in this era, it takes talent, but it's not, you're technically just a belt holder. That's why being an undisputed or a unified champion and then getting to undisputed means a whole lot more in this era. You know what I'm saying? Now to Jimmy's point, right? When you look at guys fighting other champions with other belts, that's how you can understand and value how good of a fighter he is if he's fighting not only a top contender, mind you, within all sanctioning bodies whoever, if there's 4 champions or 1 champion with unified belt and 2 other champions, so on and so forth, you fight that guy, and then you also fight the other champions in the other divisions to see who the best guy is. And when you look at someone now, as far as guys like Ndango, to not discredit Terrence Crawford in his accomplishment as a undisputed 140 champion which that weight division has been around for a long time. You understand? It holds weight, especially since Julius Ndango beat Ricky Burns, who's a very good fighter at the time, and he beat the cat from Russia. Those were good wins, and he was riding off a 2 win streak against those guys coming into the fight of Undisputed. So he was not a bad fighter at all. All right, he was a good fighter at the very least.
Can I say this, VH? When you look at Ndango and look at his skill set, that man's skill set some shit, man. Straight up, man. Straight up, man.
Can you name me an undefeated unified champion?
You don't even
listen. Can you name me an undefeated unified champion? Right?
Man, you can. Hey, dog.
Who's the dude that
my son right now can be
Ndango? He just did.
What's that guy
Whatever your question is, literally just did Ndango.
What's that guy's name?
Is the answer
Maxeo.
Yeah.
Hey, Maxeo,
hey, Batman, you my guy. Hey, you my guy, but Batman, you my guy, man. But come on, man. He beat Ricky Burns, man. That holds some kind of weight.
Ricky Burns ain't fight, dog. Ricky Burns ain't proved himself at the weight class.
Bro, you're just an Errol Spence fanboy. That's all you are, bro. You dick riding Sean Porter. You keep shit in the bed all the time, yeah. But Ndango, a guy that was undefeated.
You talking about me?
Hey, let's stop with the insults, man. Let's stop with the personal. Come on, man. No need to attack.
I don't trip out. You talking about me? I'm about to tell him I'm not an Errol Spence fanboy.
You're a fan of him, no?
Now you are, man. You are.
You say what?
I've seen you in other
okay.
What's wrong with being a fan of Earl Spence?
No, ain't nothing wrong.
I'm saying, what's wrong with being a fan of Earl Spence Jr.?
No, I'm not a fanboy of Earl Spence.
No, you're not a fanboy.
Y'all niggas just don't like Earl Spence for whatever reason, dog.
I don't dislike him.
Earl Spence a great fighter. What the fuck?
I don't dislike him.
Fanboy of Batman, and I don't mean Batman, the guy in the panel. I mean Batman, the comic book character.
No, I'm talking about Jimmy. Jimmy talking about I'm a fanboy of Dick Rider.
Yeah, like it just, bro. But that's just what he did. Like whatever.
Hey, no, but hey, look, man. Hey, no, but Batman, are you My question would be though, with that. I mean, well, how do you grade? Because I don't care if you're a fan. I don't care if you're a fan of Errol or not. That's not the point. My question is, how do you rate? But Batman, how far do you rate Terrence Crawford? Because it seemed like you downplaying his accomplishments, bro.
Downplay his accomplishments. The best two fighters he fought was Victor Postile and fucking Sean Porter. But at the end of the day, now let's go here.
Batman. Go ahead, bro.
Who rode the Undisputed? Who rode the Undisputed was better? Josh Taylor or Terrence Crawford?
You don't have to go to Undisputed. You don't. I'm not sure that Terrence Crawford's. I'm not sure that Terrence Crawford's career at 140 was better than Danny Garcia's. You don't have to go to Undisputed.
No, it was better than Danny Garcia's. Because Danny Garcia was never undisputed, right? Victor Postol knocked out the same Lucas Matisse. Listen, Danny Garcia ducked Victor Postol.
Because that's a very simple
Victor Postol was Danny Garcia's mandatory, bro.
Listen,
Victor Postol was Danny Garcia's mandatory. Right? Danny Garcia's best win at 140 was Lucas Matisse. Victor Postol crushed Lucas Matisse.
Hey, Batman. Josh Taylor's run at 140 was better than Canelo's run at 168. So, like, that's not even a real question.
I didn't ask that.
No, it wasn't.
I know. I'm just saying that Josh Taylor had a hell of a run.
I didn't ask that.
I know you did. I know you did.
No, it wasn't.
I know you didn't, Batman. I'm trying to tell you that Josh Taylor had a hell of a run at 140. Hell of a run at 140.
This question, though, can't nobody ask my question.
It's not comparable. Should I tell you why? Because Callum Smith won the same World Boxing Super Series that Josh Taylor did.
Jimmy, stop over talking him, Jimmy. Please, brother.
Who questioned the Undisputed was better, Terrence Crawford or Josh Taylor?
Of course, it's Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor had one of the best runs to Undisputed outside of Usyk. Like, it's hard to beat Josh Taylor's run to Undisputed at 140. Baranchik, Postal, Prograis, Ramirez, like that dude ran a gauntlet.
I'm just asking, but no, don't nobody want to answer them.
No, I'm telling you. Like what I'm saying is that the question to me is obvious. Of course, Josh Taylor had the harder run. Like really, you're saying that one guy who had one of the hardest runs since fucking Costa Zoo, right? Who didn't even get Undisputed versus a guy who had one of the worst runs to Undisputed, like in the history of Undisputed.
I think Victor Postol gave Josh Taylor a hell of a fight, right? And that was one of Crawford's easiest fights, right? That was an undefeated Victor Postol, and Josh Taylor went life and death.
We haven't seen that. We haven't seen that Crawford since. We saw Terrence Crawford fight completely differently than we've seen him fight in every other fight. The Victor Postol's fight that dude made business decisions and he's outside apron. That listen, like you say whatever you want about Postol, but Postol was the most accomplished fighter at his weight class than anybody else. Maybe you could say Sean Porter, but Sean Porter all you can say about Sean Porter is he's a two-time champion. He didn't have the title defenses.
Smoke. Hey, and I just want to get my last point off. I'm jumping off the live tonight. I'm trying to get my last point off. I'm jumping off. I respect and much love to everybody on the panel tonight, bro. Salute to everybody. I got to take my ass to sleep, but salute to y'all, bro. Man, this is what I love about the sport of boxing. We got individuals who are involved in the sport of boxing and that they putting this shit on, bro. Like I love all this conversation that we having, and I just want to say salute to everybody. And I'm out tonight, but much love, and I'm rocking tomorrow. But hey, I'm done with y'all motherfuckers tonight. I'm done with y'all because I'm done with y'all. That's all I'm gonna say. But much love. So
until next time, fam. Get some rest.
All right,
hopefully you dream.
Take it easy,
when you sleep.
But I mean, at the end of the day, Ain't nobody answered that question, but Smoke, man.
What was the question about Terrence Crawford? His run to Undisputed. You thought it was kind of weak.
It's like the dudes that really like Terrence Crawford really ain't want to answer that question.
So let's see a boxing historian answer the question. You like Terrence Crawford? Jimmy, ain't Terrence Crawford your boy?
I answered the question.
I've answered the question several times.
No, but here's the thing. No, Batman. Listen, just listen. I answered your question. I went through the chronicleize because you were talking about, oh, he had a weak run and that was a weak division. Well, we chronicleize it. Ricky Burns was up there, who was a very good fighter at the time, and Julius Ndongo, and the dude that Julius Ndongo beat in Russia. And you said, oh, that's, and someone said, oh, that was his claim to fame. Well, he beat that guy and he beat Ricky Burns. Right, he won a title and he defended the title going into the Undisputed fight. So my thing is, for cats to criticize his run at 140, it's like, well, come on, man.
Ricky Burns was not a good fighter at 140, man. Ricky Burns ain't go like
he had a couple
like
wins there though.
Huh?
He had a couple wins there, bro.
Yeah, he had
Post always had a more solid resume.
But everyone gives Errol credit for beating Mikey, and Mikey just lost to a bum.
He just
he jumped up from lightweight to. He jumped up 2 divisions.
Yeah, Errol gets credit for beating a guy that was jumping up from.
Has Mikey ever looked good at 147? Let's be honest.
Pound list, Jimmy. He was on the pound for pound list at that time. He was a 4th division champion.
Exactly. Like, come on, man.
But I'm saying the way they shit up Budwins, I could shoot Errol.
Take that damn fight.
Mikey was a pound for pound fighter, Jimmy, a 4 division champion.
Everybody
no, but I'm saying at welterweight though, bro. He lost all the fights though. He lost to Spence.
He beat Jesse Vargas at welterweight. He beat Jesse Vargas right there.
Listen, that was a war.
And not only that, but not only did he, but he beat a former welterweight champ in Adrian Broner before that fight, and he was already a 140-pound champion.
Come on, man, a 140.
All right, can I say
Broner was a 147-pound champion.
So what I mean, look, man, we might as well put Sandine Martin on the list as well, innit? Let's make him a Hall of Famer as well.
Why?
Mikey Garcia should have never went to 147. He was not going to beat nobody at 147.
How are you going to make money though? Come on, man. Like,
his own brother admitted he's not a welterweight. His own brother begged him not to go to welterweight because he said, you're not a welterweight.
Okay,
and we found out.
How are you gonna fight Jesse Vargas unless you go to welterweight?
Jimmy, it doesn't matter. He went over there to 147 and he got his ass beat by Earl Spence. Earl Spence was the first man to beat him when Mikey was on the pound for pound list. 4 division champion, undefeated. They were saying Mikey was gonna beat Earl. Remember Sugar Ray Leonard picked Mikey?
Not only that, he beat Not only that, Mikey Garcia beat 2 former welterweight champions. Not only that, like Sergio.
And he just lost to Sandine Martin, bro. And I'll be honest, Sandine Martin. I mean, come on, man.
I don't know. You keep saying Sandine Martin as if they're Jesse Vargas. And
Sandor Martin's a good fighter, Jimmy. We just watched him fight on Saturday. Sandor Martin is a good boxer.
All I'm saying, but bro, it's not like Mikey was 40 though. Mikey's still a young man. It just proves he's not that good at welterweight. Mikey is good at lightweight, but at welterweight, he's not that good.
Even Sergey Lipinets, the guy he beat at 140, is at 147. Like the guy has beat, like the idea that Mike.
What's Lipinets done though, apart from getting knocked out? No, because we can tear apart Bud's resume. But when I'm doing the same to Spence's, and I keep bringing up Sandy Martin, who's a journeyman, right? You've got, you've got an issue with it.
I don't care about what you're saying. Like, stop interrupting, bro.
But Crawford got some wins. I think Crawford beat Gamboa. That was a good win. He beat an undefeated Gamboa. That was a good ass win.
All I'm saying is Mikey Garcia is never going to be mistaken or confused with an elite welterweight. However, he has shown that he's got some good wins over some decent welterweights. So,
what do you mean decent welterweights? Well, when is Adrian Broner a decent welterweight, bro?
Jesse Vargas
he barely edged and washed up poorly and then got beat down by Broner. What are you talking about? When was Broner a force at welterweight?
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. What you just said, Paulie was a decent welterweight.
No, but Batman did to Bud Crawford's resume. I'm about to do to Spencer's, and it's a lot easier. I'm telling you, tearing apart Spencer's resume is a lot easier than tearing apart Bud's.
Close your mouth and open your ears, and then maybe you'd understand what I'm saying. Jesse Vargas was a decent welterweight.
No, he wasn't.
Adrian Broner, he was a champion at welterweight. As a matter of fact, Kell Brook was going to unify with him.
You just listen. No. You're a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite. You just said Ndango being a unified champion meant nothing, but now Broner winning a fucking belt means something. Let's keep it a buck. Be consistent. Don't be a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite. You said Ndango having 3 belts means nothing, but Broner having 1 means something.
I didn't say that it meant nothing.
See, this is why you should never dick ride.
Maybe you should stop.
This is why you should never dick ride,
bro. Like all you're interested in is personal insults. We're talking boxing, bro. Like stop
no.
And try to show people up.
Ndango had 3 belts. That means 0. But apparently, Adrian Broner having 1 belt means something. Like, come on, man.
But we're talking boxing.
Adrian Broner's a waste of talent, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
All I'm saying to you is, he's been in there with dudes who have achieved at the welterweight.
Well, okay, but again, we're going back to the point. Ndango was undefeated and he had 3 belts. That means nothing. Adrian Broner lost all the relevant fights at welterweight, but legacy days.
Who said it meant nothing?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, let's not be hypocrites. That's all I'm saying. Let's not be hypocrites. Ndango had 3 belts. That means nothing. Because the era of lots of belts. But now get the smokers and say Adrian Broner won a belt of Paulie. Come on, man. Let's not play this stupid game.
First off, just one.
You're making yourself look dumb now.
Okay, so first off, I'm not the Batman is the person who was talking about Julius Ndango, not me. Right? So I'm
you co-signed on it as well.
I am the person talking about Mikey Garcia fighting guys at welterweight. Batman is the guy talking about Julius Ndango. So get that.
Listen. You co-signed what you said. You said Ndango was nothing special because there's lots of belts.
That was Batman.
So when Ndango has 3 belts, it's nothing special. Broner gets 1 belt, and you want to do the legacy blades.
That was
Batman. Man. I'm not gonna let that slide.
Of course, because
my IQ is too high.
You spend no time listening.
When you guys are done, I'm gonna ask Batman.
Cool. So just to make it.
A boxing historian. Do you remember when these 2 guys were saying that Ndango having 3 belts means nothing, right? But apparently Adrian Broner having 1 means something.
On your panel.
Somebody
wasn't even the reigning champion.
That was Batman.
Like this dude don't know what the
exactly. He was bad in it because now they're looking stupid. So.
Okay, right. We're looking stupid. Cool.
So he didn't have 3 belts. He only had 2.
He never had 2 belts.
He only had 3.
That was Batman who's talking about Ndango, not me.
No, right? He had 3.
No. You co-signed it.
Hold on. Bud
only I did it.
Bud had the WBO belt. He fought Post Style for the WBC belt. Ricky Burns, Ndango had the IBF and the WBA. So where the fuck is the third belt?
He had the IBO. No, that's not true. He had the IBO, the IBF, and the WBA.
Man,
right, he had 3 belts.
IBO don't even fucking.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like I don't understand why you have these know-nothings on the fucking panel hijacking the shit. Dude don't know what
a former champion. Listen, you're upset because I exposed your bullshit. That's why you get emotional.
Because you're wasting our fucking time.
I exposed your bullshit.
We got some real
you said being a former champion is worth more than being a fucking reigning 3-belt champion.
Yeah, right.
Listen, like you said, you went on a little you went on a diatribe about how this era has lots of belts. It means nothing. But when you want to dick ride Jesse Vargas, it means something. Okay.
Hey, let's clear it up a little bit. Let's clean it up, man. Hey, my boy, historian wanted to ask a question to Batman. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, since you're rating Terrence Crawford right now, both of these guys are very good fighters. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, but question would be, since you're saying that about Terrence Crawford, mind you, he conquered a division and he moved up to 147, has knocked out everybody he's fought, mind you. All right. And of course, some of the guys, I can question. Jose Benavidez Jr. You fought the dude. Now he fought him. It is what it is. And he was recovering from the shot leg, and then he fought. Well, Jeff Horn was a decent win, but he also fought, Kell Brook and Amir Khan. I didn't like those fights, but he did stop Sean Porter and retire that dude when no one else could.
Man,
my question would be though, bro. The question would be, Errol Spence. How do you rate his career?
Errol Spence. He fought some of the best at his weight class. He hasn't moved up yet. He's fought Sean Porter, was one of the top 5 at his weight class. He fought at the time he fought him. He was one of the top 5. Danny Garcia, I'm gonna say he was top 10 at the time he fought him. Who else? Lamont Peterson.
Yeah, it was
he
good.
Was like top 15. He was top 15 when he fought him at the welterweight division. Recognizable name. Who else? Who else? Motherfucking what's his name? God damn, Kell Brook at the time. He was top 5.
Mm-hmm. So, and those are his best 4 opponents, right? Think of this. Those are his best 4 opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence Crawford, and we're judging 147, right? Let's deal with 147 because we can. Because my thing is, even if a guy doesn't move up, like Hagler never move up. Hagler fucking created a whole legacy within himself in that one weight class with his title defenses, right? So I don't criticize if guys move up or move down. That doesn't fucking matter to me. Now, but you're criticizing Terrence Crawford, but he's moving up to 147, knocking everything the fuck out. Now,
I said he didn't fight nobody. I mean,
but that's what I'm getting at. So Terrence Crawford, he knocked out. He's knocked out Porter.
His skills, BH.
He knocked out Porter.
I never said he was a shitty fighter. I never said
Jeff Horn.
He wasn't worth
beat
shit.
Jeff Horn, who's the same as Lamont Peterson.
Who's got a better resume than him at 147 though?
So
who's got a better resume?
So there's a difference between
who's got a better resume than Bunton.
There's a difference between names and quality of fights, right? Like that's the thing. It's like you have the same name your entire fucking life. Like when you're a child, you had the same fucking name. You're the same dude right now. Like when you're born, you're born with your fucking name. When you're a 60-year-old man, you're gonna have the same name. Just to say that you have that name on your resume doesn't really like you have to like. There's a difference between a guy in his prime, a guy coming up before he reaches his prime, and a guy past his prime. Sure, it's the same name, but it's a different fucking fight, and it's a different value you put on that fight. You don't just go like, yeah, I beat Kovalev when like the idea that Canelo beat the same Kovalev that Andre Ward beat, or that AJ beat the same Klitschko that that Purity beat. Like these are different fighters, even though they're the same guy.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a decade span, though, are we, Smoke? We're not talking about a decade span where these guys got knocked out.
But we are when you're talking about like when you say he's got great names in his resume. When you look at Povetkin, he has great names with his resume. Hasim Rahman, Chris Bird, like these are great wins on his resume. But then when you look at they're like damn near 10 years removed from their fucking prime, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, but some fighters are still relevant, though, right? So with Sergey Kovalev, he was coming off. No. See, with the Sergey Kovalev fight, he was coming off some of the best performances of his career. He schooled Elida Alvarez in the rematch, got his belt back, right? Knocked out an undefeated mandatory contender.
Why was there a rematch?
He also beat an old man Bernard Hopkins too.
Most people think he won the first Ward fight, right?
He beat the Bernard Hopkins that like was throwing 10 and fewer like 1-digit punches around. He beat that version of Bernard Hopkins. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I know he did make Kovalev look bad.
Joe Smith knocked Bernard Hopkins out the ring. Like I can't mention Bernard Hopkins' name without my wife laughing. But why is that? Because it's not the same dude that I saw beat fucking Felix.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Even though Bebop was a unified champion,
it's the same.
But that's not relevant to Kovalev, though. Like I'm saying,
his driver's license remains the same, but it's not the same fighter.
Yeah, we get it. Fighter's age. Yeah, we get it. Thanks. We didn't know that before. I thought apparently these guys were immortal.
So that when you're saying Mikey Garcia, he just got knocked out by a bum, that's not the Mikey Garcia that Spence fought.
No, it's the same Mikey. Mikey's been looking like dog shit for several years.
But it's not the
same Mikey. Come on, man. Mikey was running those wins before he fought Earl Spence, man.
Mikey looked like shit at welterweight 5 years ago, and he still looks like shit at welterweight.
Man, who the first person before that welterweight?
No, who did he beat at welterweight?
Nobody.
Jesse Vargas.
For y'all to be fucking gassing him up. Jesse Vargas.
Jesse Vargas is nobody now.
Jesse
Vargas.
I'm just saying, like, as long as you have a belt that
meant he beat. Wait, he did beat Robert Easter though. He did beat up Robert Easter.
That was at 135.
No, that was
135.
That's at 135 for unification.
Oh yeah.
He beat Sergey Lipinets at 140.
He beat
Sergey Lipinets is now fighting at 147. He beat Adrian Broner at 140.
He beat Jesse Vargas at 147. He's a good fighter.
I mean, is that what we have to do now? Go use a backdoor.
Do you have to be great? Like, who said he was great?
No, I'm saying I never said great. Don't put no words in my mouth. I said he's a good fighter at 47.
Get the smoke. Mikey Garcia is not past his prime, though.
Not a good fighter at
He's a young man that's in his physical peak. He lost to Sandy Martin because he's not that good.
What makes Mikey an elite fighter at 147 is what I'm trying to
Now you said elite. You just
because that's how you guys are talking about Mikey as if he's like a question. He's mentionable. Like he's not worthy of being mentioned at 47.
What I'm saying is, all we're saying is,
because Errol Spence could knock out a smaller guy.
147.
Can I say this?
No.
Can I say this? At this
just
time,
leave Mikey out of this. Unless we talking about 140.
At Mikey's career at 135, before he moved up to fight Errol Spence, he was number 4 on the pound for pound list.
I don't care. But it wasn't because of anything he did at 147. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I'm saying.
Dog. I'm not even saying what he did at 147.
Okay. Just as long as we establish that, because we talking.
Well, I am saying what he did at 147, and I'm backing up Batman. I'm backing up
Canelo fighting Louis.
I don't care about what you saying, Smoke. You ain't talking about nothing at 47, and it don't matter.
He's undefeated. He's a pound for pound fighter.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, pound for pound is the best fighter regardless of weight class, including heavyweights, by the way. But that's another story for another day. So. But the thing is, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to see. And don't get it twisted. I mean, Mikey ran himself up to 147. That was he was a dumb. No, the people that was doing that putting him in that position was stupid as hell. All right, Robert.
That
was dumb as shit. Regardless, though, just because what Jimmy's trying to say is just because the guy's on the pound for pound list. Let's say if he's the best guy at 135, do I necessarily want to see that guy fight a guy at 154, him move up 2 or 3 weight classes? Now, if he does that shit, that would be an incredible feat, but will it happen? Most likely not.
If you're unified at 135 and the champion at 140, then what is the problem with going up to 147?
No. There's no problem, but we understand that there's a disparity.
If you fucking come up short,
I mean, if you have a history of looking like shit at 147, then
he looks.
You do have a problem. Because he had a war with Jesse Vargas, right? He's not an elite fighter.
What he doesn't look like is
he had a life and death fight with Jesse Vargas. Right? He lost to a bum and Sandine Martin, and then he lost to Errol Spence. Just because Errol Spence could knock out a lightweight. I mean, I don't know what issues.
Y'all hating on this man because he dared to be great.
Ain't nobody fucking hating on him. We telling it like it is. He got washed.
Y'all hating on this man because he's dared to be great. He got washed, cool, but he dared to be great.
Okay, cool, man. Right. That's a great story.
And not only that, with the guy that dared to be great was a guy that was unified at lightweight and also a junior welterweight champion. And not only that, but that was a guy who also
listen. He beat a listen. Cherry pick Lipinets. Finish my point. Listen. Bud was undisputed at 140. Mikey could have fought Bud at 140 if he wanted a belt. Let's keep it a buck, yeah. No. Let's keep it a buck.
It was also a guy.
Mikey could have fought Bud Crawford at undisputed super lightweight. He chose not to. He chose to fight Lipinets, a fucking cherry pick.
It was a former unified lightweight champion, a junior welterweight champion who had beat former welterweight champions.
But look what he just did, though.
Resumes don't.
And Adrian Brown, all right, cool, man. I mean, it is what it is, Smoke.
No,
I mean, and Dango was a 3-belt unified champion at 140, who actually beat champions. Mikey's beating Broner, a fucking gatekeeper. But that's a great win. All right.
Not only did he beat Broner, but after he lost to Spence, he also beat Vargas.
I'm not even gonna lie.
Okay, he went in life or death with a dude that's working as a mayor right now, and then after that, he lost to a bum in Sandine Martin. Look, this guy's not washed up. He's in his physical prime. He's just not that good.
Let's let Rich cook on this subject real quick. You want to, let's let Rich cook, man.
Bro, resumes don't win fights, bro. And I ain't even gonna lie, like, we can't diminish nobody's undisputed run at all, man. Like, only 6 niggas done it. If it was so easy, shit, everybody would have done it. You feel me? There's been plenty of people who done passed up on it. There's been plenty of people who it couldn't happen for them. So it's just not the easiest shit in the world. So I don't think we can diminish anybody's undisputed run. That's what I gotta say about it. But that shit don't even matter. That shit don't win fights because what's the name had a shitty Sandor Martin didn't have a good resume. Beat up on Mikey.
Mikey should never done that 147.
Nah, that was at 40 though.
He chose to try to stay there and act like he can fucking hang with the weight class, and he got the shit beat out of him.
Yeah, but what guys did Mikey beat at 135 though? Let's be honest, like on 140 Lipinets, a cherry pick, right? For a vacant belt, right?
I mean, that's the saying that I was just saying about fucking Ricky Burns. He cherry picked the belt.
So Ricky Burns, who was a reigning champion, right, in the unification, right, is the same as beating Lipinets, a nobody for a vacant belt.
You just
said no. You said Ndango, a guy with 3 belts, was nobody, right? But
BH
Lipinets, a guy that's never been anything.
And he went for a vacant belt against a bum. So man,
Lipinets, vacant belt against a bum. That's what I'm saying. Mikey
talking about the same
for a vacant belt.
Fuck all that shit, bro.
Ricky Burns did the same fucking thing.
That really ain't the matter at hand, bro. The matter at hand is Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, bro. And I'm proud of Errol Spence, bro, because I seen an interview today where he even mentioned Terrence Crawford without being asked, bro. Like I'm seeing him change his energy, bro. I feel like the fight about to happen. How y'all feel?
Well, he got to get past the Dennis Ugas first before.
Right.
He won't, because I mean, look, and that's why that fight, man, you know, and listen, if you ask me who would win, I still think it would be a good fight. Because we can't talk about hypotheticals. I mean, the fact that we are where we're at right now, and he's coming off of his, you know, torn retina supposedly, as well as the car wreck that happened. All right. He's not the same guy that he was years ago. His style's still going to be there. The muscle memory is still going to be there. Now, the mentality we got to see. And like I said, I've been hearing rumors of an injury, but it's whatever. That's another topic for another day. But point being, him and Dennis Ugas is going to be a tough fight, and it's going to be a close fight.
Wait, who's injured? Who's injured?
Well, there's sources out there that's talking about, but it's regardless, so it's whatever.
Yeah, but which fighter though, Spence or Ugas?
Spence, but regardless, though, just because it was reiterated just the other day, but regardless, him and Dennis Ugas, I mean, we got to see if that fight, how that fight turns out. All right, because most likely he might win. But there's a chance he might not win, and we may not get the Spence and Terrence Crawford fight, and all this shit would have been for naught.
BH,
is the entry from a reliable source?
Would you say this is the best fight that Spence has fought?
Just to answer that, Batman, there's certain reliable sources, and there's certain anonymous sources. I'll just put it like that, and it's more on the anonymous side, but it's whatever, man. I'm not. We'll see what happens.
I'm not even about to go off rumors, bro. If he's who I believe he is, bro, I believe that Errol Spence is going to stop Ugas, and you see what I'm saying. The show is going to go on.
Why would he stop Ugas?
Yeah, I'm not.
Because Spence is that good, bro. Ugas, look. I respect Ugas, bro. Like I seen what Ugas was able to do. You feel me in his span against these top welterweight guys like Sean and Pacquiao. You feel me, and some of these other guys that he fought. I saw a couple of his other fights, but Errol Spence, I believe that he's really tailor made for Errol Spence. After really studying it a little closer.
I think this is the best fighter that Spence has ever fought. This isn't a Kelbrook coming off a knockout loss.
This was before the wreck. I got you, but I don't. I mean,
I actually want to hear I actually want to hear what you have to say.
Fight written all over it. Record, no wreck. Even if this happened in 2018, 2019, before he fought Sean Porter, this has tough fight written over.
But y'all keep saying before.
I didn't say it wasn't gonna be tough though. I didn't say that.
Came in there
that's what I'm saying. I think he'll beat him, but like stoppage about all that. I don't know.
I mean, they both got Sean Porter, and it's about the same, really. If we're honest, right? Both guys got split decisions.
Hold on 1 second, Batman. They can't control themselves.
Nah, BH was like before the wreck. BH, the man 14 months, 12 months, whatever it was, 14 months. He went in there with Danny Garcia, a top 7 fighter that with none of them dudes and that predicament will go on the win, and he beat the shit out of him. Worse than any one of them dudes beat him.
He was a gatekeeper, though. Let's be honest. Danny Garcia, Walloway is a gatekeeper.
Bro. No, he is not, bro.
I'll say this though, Batman. Here's the thing, though. But I'm gonna say this though. Style wise, though, he was made to order for Spence. Why?
I understand that.
Why? Because but here's the thing, though. And it's credit to Errol Spence because he took that fight coming off of that, and that was very, that's credit to him. I'm just saying stylistically, it's not unbelievable the fact that when you deal with his style, I mean, Danny Garcia, he's a counter puncher with fucking quicksand of feet, and he has a good chin and he has a good left foot, but he has nothing else. He doesn't really have a good jab like that. His jab is average.
And it was
that's
not enough to
beat
someone like Spence.
Let's be honest.
That's not enough to beat a guy like Spence who can box, who's a very good body puncher and who has a decent jab, man, or a good jab.
I mean, Keith Thurman beat Danny Garcia 5 years ago when he was a champion and undefeated, and no one cared. But when Spence does it, it's like a legendary. Like,
what do you mean nobody cared?
This is what I be saying. This dude right here.
So, Danny Garcia, he's a C plus B minus fighter.
Yes, I
want to ask a question. Garcia is on the bubble of being a Hall of Famer. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, that nigga still.
We're talking about right.
Whoa, you saying Danny Garcia borderline Hall of Fame?
Depending on who he goes up against, he might get into the Hall.
Don't be surprised.
If it's Danny Garcia or Sean Porter, Danny Garcia gets in. Sean Porter,
man, Sean Porter has a better resume than him, and he ain't getting no fucking Hall of Fame.
But Sean Porter doesn't have a better resume than him. That's what I'm saying.
He has one good win. You know that one good win is a glass jaw Amir Khan. That's it.
No, you're tripping that he has one good win. I'm saying
that was his best win. That was Amir Khan.
That one is best win. His best
win. You don't know he has a win over Eric Morales, right?
Zab Jude and Aaron Morales are 100 years old, right?
Yeah, no.
You just said names don't matter. You just said names don't matter if they're washed up. You tried tearing apart Canelo's win over Kovalev, and now you're gonna get your pom-poms out for Eric Morales.
Zab Judah's best days was in the 2000s. Zab Judah's best days was from 2003 to 2009, bro.
His best win was
Hey, Batman, hold on 1 second. Like, we all have a level of understanding about this boxing game that Jimmy doesn't have. So I'm trying to help him out.
No, you don't have the IQ.
I got it. Yes, I'm a low IQ. So let me explain. But from a low IQ guy, let me explain something about boxing.
Go back to the library, old man.
When we're talking about level of competition, we're talking about the fighter that walks between the ropes on the night, not the resume, not lifetime achievements.
I watched the Morales. Yeah,
we're talking about. The version of the guy that you have to face on the night. So let's great.
So what was Danny Garcia's biggest win?
Lucas Matisse at 140.
That's what I say. Lucas Matisse, because
the same Lucas Matisse that Victor Postal knocked out. Yeah.
But Danny beat him first when he was the boogeyman.
Okay, on points in a close fight. Yeah, on points. Right?
He was the boogeyman.
Close fight. Yeah, and Victor Postal knocked him out. Okay, and Victor Postal knocked his bitch ass out. And Victor Postal knocked his bitch ass out.
What Hall of Famer does Thurman have on his resume?
I mean, probably not.
Nobody. Nobody. And that includes Danny Garcia.
What Hall of Famer? All right, don't nobody got a Hall of Fame on their resume.
Get the smoke. When you just howling about
Danny Garcia does
about washed up fighters not being credited as legendary wins.
Eric Morales.
Not for Danny Garcia. You keep doing this, man. You're making this too easy. Smoke, you're making this too easy.
Listen. If Danny Garcia is a Hall of Famer, then in a way, Lomachenko.
No, I didn't say he is. I didn't say he was.
All these guys should be in the Hall of Fame.
I didn't say he was a Hall of Famer. I'm saying if it's if it's Danny Garcia versus Sean Porter, if they're the two guys fighting for the Hall of Fame spot, Danny Garcia.
They Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia though. They Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia.
Hall of Fame, bro.
Neither Sean Porter. I'm just saying.
They Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia though.
Those two guys. Danny Garcia gets in.
Danny Garcia is a decent opponent at best, bro. He's a C+ level fighter. He's C+.
Danny Garcia is a journeyman.
What B level? Okay, so if to be a
Danny Garcia is a journeyman.
Hold on a second. To be a C+ level fighter, that means a B level fighter beat you. So what B level fighter beat Danny Garcia?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all sound silly as fuck. Danny only lost that upper echelon welterweight.
Danny Garcia is not no fucking Hall of Famer, bro.
So where was
Danny Garcia is a journeyman?
I said he was on the bubble, bro. I didn't say he was getting in. I'm saying it depends on who he goes up against.
Fucking bubble, man.
He's on the bubble, bro.
Man, listen. Marlon Starling's in the bubble. All right. I put him in the Hall of Fame before him. I put several.
Yeah, but he's
not in the Hall.
I got it. I understand.
I
understand. There's guys on the bubble like Simon Brown.
You know what? If he's in the Hall of Fame, I'm putting John David Jackson in the Hall of Fame. Then,
man, get out of here.
Montel Griffin in the
John
Hall
David
of Fame.
Jackson had like 2 professional fucking championship fights. Anyway, my point. That's a different subject. My point is, if it's Sean Porter who beat Danny Garcia versus Danny Garcia.
He's a B-level fighter, right? Is Sean Porter an A-level fighter? Is Sean Porter an A-level fighter?
Yeah, Sean's B.
Now y'all talking about
Sean Porter's a B-level fighter, right?
Hey, what B-level fighter beat him?
And he beat Danny Garcia. So I grade fighters according to their contemporaries.
I mean,
Sean Porter took a great fight to Earl Spence. Sean Porter took a great fight to Earl Spence.
But
Earl Spence is an A-level fighter.
Yeah, but
Danny Garcia fought Earl Spence, and he did nothing. He did nothing, bro. He's a C-level fucking fighter, like I said.
Okay, what does that have to do with the Hall of Fame? What you said has
no. We're talking. I'm answering your question about why he's a C-level fighter at 147.
That's not the question. You
did you not ask that question? Did you not ask that question? Yes or no?
Is he a 3-division champion?
Don't ask the question and then don't expect nobody to answer the fucking question,
bro.
Bro, you weird, bro. That's what I be saying. Like, you'll ask a question and then don't get nobody in space to answer it.
There's several 3-division champions. That doesn't mean that they're Hall of Famers.
I'm asking.
No, if that's the case, wait. Time out. So if that's the case, then Adrian Broner needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
And so does Leo Santa Cruz.
Then Adrian Broner needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Then, if that's the case,
I just asked the question: is he?
Danny Garcia is the 2-division champion.
Is Adrian Broner
why are people lying for?
Is Adrian Broner Hall
why
of
are these guys lying? Danny Garcia is not a 3-division champion. He's a 2-division champion. Right?
Is Adrian Broner a Hall of Famer?
He got a belt at 135
before Danny Garcia. Before Danny Garcia.
135. He got a belt at 135. He got a belt at 140. And he got a belt at 147.
Wait, you just said Ndango beat Bunch belts. Who the fuck did Broner beat?
He never had what?
Holy man, come on, man. You just said
won a
Ndango beat
vacant belt against Robert Guerrero.
Exactly.
That belt.
Yeah.
He won a vacant belt against Robert Guerrero. That's what they're talking about.
Well, also, if you understand it,
but all the rest of these dudes are bums, though. But all the rest of these dudes are bums, though.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I don't understand about you niggas, bro.
No, I'm making my point, dog. See, you
like Danny Garcia.
Your point is weak, though. That's what I'm saying.
How my point?
He's 3-division champion. So that means that. So no. He has a way better fucking resume than fucking Danny Garcia. Then, bro.
No,
he should be in the Hall of Fame.
No, I'm talking.
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Named the Great Kush. How my point was weak? I'm making the same point that motherfuckers make. That motherfuckers was making about
the champion, and y'all saying all these dudes are bums, and he won a belt against Robert the Ghost Guerrero.
I was making the same
dog. Like who you think is a bum has absolutely nothing to do with
Robert Guerrero, who's always been a bum himself at 147, who was a better fighter at 140. That's the fighter who won a vacant belt against another 140 fighter. I'm sick of you niggas up here capping.
Hey, yo, hey, Kush, you know what's so funny? Hey, Kush, you know what's so funny about that? Robert Guerrero's best days was at 135, bro.
That's what I'm saying. He's a smaller fighter than himself. Now I'm talking about small little guys fighting little guys at 147. Get the fuck out of here. Fight a real 147.
You got to go through this.
These guys are turning a journeyman and Danny Garcia into a Hall of Fame.
No,
they're taking a journeyman like Danny Garcia
into a Hall of Fame. Guerrero stayed at 135. He might have been.
Now y'all tell me how Robert Guerrero is a real good fighter at 147 now. Tell me that. Tell me that now, dumbass nigga.
Go ahead, Batman. Let's see if they respect the knowledge.
Like I said with Ricky Burns, going up to fight a fucking bum.
No, stay on topic. Stay on topic, my
So why
nigga.
giving Danny Garcia
I know you got
credit?
a short attention span,
Why giving Danny
Batman.
Garcia credit?
You have to understand, Batman. These dudes don't
Give
know
me
what
Robert Guerrero, the ghost of a
I
ghost.
didn't say that was a good win.
approaching from the point that they don't know
Washed up
what to talk
Nigga, I
about.
never said that was a good win. That's what you're getting confused at.
But
Dog.
y'all said he's a 3 division champion, and I'm saying his only championship win
Because he
at
won it.
147 is Robert Morales. He lost to Sean. He lost to Spence. Got washed. Like, well, how is he a B-level fighter? He's a
he was a B-level fighter?
He's a C or a D, my nigga.
Which B-level fighter beat him then?
No, Sean.
Okay, so which B-level fighter beat Sean?
Listen, Sean Porter loses every time he steps up. Let's be honest.
Okay, so which
The only time he beat was Danny
Kel Brook,
Ugas beat him. Ugas beat him.
And Kel Brook was B-level. Wait. Kel Brook beat him.
Kel Brook was B-level, dog.
Right.
Kel Brook was B-level.
Your points are weak, my nigga. Your points are weak.
No,
dog, Kel Brook was not B-level, dog.
Yes, he was.
Said Kel Brook not B-level? What is Kel Brook then? Then what is Kel Brook was an A? Kel Brook was an A?
Bro, Kel Brook was a European level fighter, bro. Let's be honest.
So which B-level fighter beat Kel Brook?
He was a B-plus, A- fighter.
Kel Brook was a European level fighter that came over and beat Sean Porter. That's embarrassing, bro.
And ain't nobody want to fight.
Sean Porter lost to a European level fighter.
He was so bad. He beat him so bad that Floyd Mayweather was saying, "Why isn't this dude Sean Porter throwing any straight punches? He's just throwing wild haymakers and shit." And he was getting outboxed.
That's
cool.
cool.
That's how bad he was getting beat by Brook.
Danny Garcia's a gentleman.
Okay, that was a half a wrestling match. That wasn't even an ass whooping. Just because
ain't nobody want to fight
Floyd
Kel Brook.
Mayweather.
And you know what?
Floyd
The motherfucker that's wrestling is the one that came box. Guess who came box like that?
Right, because Floyd Mayweather's a boxer. That's all that.
Spence low blowed him 1,000 times. So what's your point?
Spence
low blowed him.
No. Get the smoke. We were talking about Floyd referencing the fight with him in Kel Brook. Kel Brook was bodying that motherfucker.
He wasn't bodying, bro. Get the fuck out of it. That was half a wrestling match.
Shit out of him, bro.
Neither one of those dudes was throwing punches. Most of that fight was wrestling. Most of that, as a matter of fact, like 2/3 of that fight was fucking clinching.
Yeah, and guess who was initiating the wrestling and the holding?
Both of them.
Both
of them. Like when you say the fuck out of
Sean Porter was doing that because Sean Porter can't box like that.
There was
no ass beating in that fight.
all night.
Those dudes looked
At the end of the
flawless
day,
after that fight
Kel
because
Brook
it was
at
like a wrestling match. It wasn't really a boxing match.
He had to go all the way up to get a fight from fucking Gennady Golovkin.
Bro, Kel Brook was a European level
What happened to all that? Oh, strive to
his best
be
win
great
was
shit. What happened to all that? Strive to be great. Y'all hypocrites, bro. What happened to all that? Oh, I respect them when you go up and try to be great shit. Y'all never keep the same. Y'all never keep the same energy, bro.
This is what happened.
You never keep the same energy.
Look, man, I do sense a little sentiment that you guys have going against Terrence Crawford because that's where this all is leading back to. That's
because of your brother. Because of your little brother.
If you mean
Batman, I'm not talking about you get the smile. I'm talking about Batman.
Okay, cool. So just say Batman.
Look. I don't care which side of the coin you with Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. There is positivity.
We're not even talking about Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford.
No, but that's what we're talking. No, we ventured off into this because we're going into other fighters within 147. But the reason why the initial, because I know that it's hard to keep up, but the initial reason why we were talking about this was because of the 147 fight with Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. Yes, we were just talking about Mikey Garcia, him fighting Mikey Garcia at 147. Before that, we were talking about Terrence Crawford. Does anybody remember that?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Does anybody else remember that?
No, Batman always hates on Crawford. Like that's all he's been doing. Like Danny Garcia can fight a fucking bum.
Look,
Danny Garcia can fight a bum and Guerrero for a belt. And this guy's saying it's Hall of Fame status.
Everybody's a bum. Everybody's a bitch, a bum, and not
no. When Crawford stands as an undefeated champion, you've got a problem with it. But when Danny Garcia beats a fucking bum for a vacant belt, you're talking about a legacy play.
Here's my thing. I don't hate.
Is Joel Casamayor a bum? Do you even know who Joel Casamayor is?
Casamayor, he can't box.
Is that your dad?
Casamayor can't box. That's all he can do. That's literally what he can do is box.
He can when we say he can't box, he's a guy that can't cut off the ring. He doesn't have a jab. He's a haymaker.
You don't have to cut off the ring against Robert the Ghost Guerrero.
Oh, well, you know what? He didn't know. No, we're talking about. I'm talking about.
All I'm saying is,
I'm talking about I'm talking about the dude that just fought. We're talking about the dude that just fought Rigondeaux, right? The Filipino fighter, right? That fought Rigondeaux, right?
Say again.
We're talking about the dude that fought Rigondeaux.
Joel Casamayor? No, hell no.
Hell no.
Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Hey, no.
My bad. Joel Casamayor.
Okay, my point is, it's real easy to call guys bums when you haven't looked at their fucking fights. This dude is just coming up here saying shit in fucking channels to cause disruption. You don't know who these fucking dudes fought. You don't understand their records. Stop talking.
Are you talking to me?
No, he's talking to me. Because I got on the guy about Robert Guerrero.
Because neither one of you guys know what the fuck you're talking about.
Listen. So when Robert Guerrero, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Neither one of you.
That's why you're emotional like a fucking woman.
Right now it's emotional.
You always get emotional like a woman. Then after G-check you.
Hey, BA,
I touched your heart, bro.
Day, I wasn't talking about no Earl Smith and Terrence Crawford. Y'all brought Earl Smith into the equation.
Now Batman, no, but listen though. Now, because I brought it up because that's what Jimmy, you and Jimmy was going back and forth. And now I wanted to just
Jimmy called.
I just wanted to see it.
Me and Jimmy wasn't going back and forth about shit. He called me an Earl Smith lover. I respect Earl Smith. I'm not an Earl Smith lover. I just
No. Listen. You're defending Earl Spencer's wins, yeah. Why talking about how great the leg. Well, don't mention me. Listen, when you bring my name up, yeah, I'm gonna check you.
Dude. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. You're talking to a dude.
You mention my name, you'll get dealt with.
You're trying to say
I was mentioning your name about because you was we was having a conversation and that's the only.
No. You bigging up Errol Spencer's wins, yeah.
Bro, why don't you go figure this fuck out? Stop interrupting people.
I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand niggas that don't act like men, dog. I don't. I really don't understand that shit,
bro.
I don't understand Smoke either. I don't understand them, and I don't want them to understand them.
I didn't say nothing about you, dog. I didn't say nothing about you. I just said about the conversation we was just having, dog. I didn't say nothing about you.
Honestly, bro.
Okay, but that's why I brought it to it. Now listen. Batman, that's why I brought it to a boxing topic since we were talking about that. All right. Now, my thing is, though, I do see a little resentment towards Bud Crawford for in favor of Spence. Now, you fan of Spence, that's cool, you know, and I ain't got nothing against the dude or anything like that. I look at him when I look at certain fighters, I see holes in his game that even though he's a good boxer and whatnot, he's a really good skilled boxer and he has talent. I just think that he's not unfathomable. He's not untouchable. And there's certain guys that can give him that work. I think Terrence Crawford, and I think that Dennis Ugas has the potential to give him that fight.
And both of them the same. I see holes in both of their games. So what are you talking about?
No, Terrence, but yeah, there's nobody's perfect. What I'm saying is, as far as them being comparable, there's certain there's certain things that they can do that they might use against Errol Spence, but there are kind of vastly different fighters. All right. But I think the skill set of those guys is going to give Errol Spence a tough fight. Now, and I'm predicting Errol Spence to lose his fight. Mike.
So Errol Spence can't give neither one of them a tough fight?
Hell yeah. No, I said that, bro. I just
Go ahead.
Listen, no. Batman, listen.
Hey, historian, let me say this real quick. The fight between Devin Haney and George Kambosos, it's the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. It's the biggest fight in the history of that weight class. Yes or no? Undisputed fight.
It'll be one of the biggest. I can't.
It's the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. Name another fight bigger than that in lightweight history. I'm waiting.
Sam Langford versus Joe Gant.
It's one of the biggest. I can't say the biggest, but it's definitely going to be one of the most significant ones in history. One of the
Yeah, the same. Yeah, Joe Gans versus Barbados Joe Walcott. Like that.
I'm sorry, Smoke, but nobody remembers that fight.
I know, but you said history, bro. So I'm like, listen.
I mean, this fight is bigger. This fight is bigger. You look at what Kambosos is making. Look at what Kambosos is making.
I'm just telling you. When you say history, that means you may have to research it, right?
But you know what? Those are two of the greatest lightweights of all time. All right, and that's you can't that fight, biggest fight. Now, as far as if H is talking about internationally, worldwide, then it's going to be internationally seen more than people because there's a whole lot more TVs in the home than in 1920 and 1930.
This nigga Tank talking crazy.
But
what was Duran and Leonard?
Duran and Leonard was at 147, bro.
147.
Yeah, that was 147.
All right, cool.
But I mean,
Ace might be right.
Why you delete the
tweet?
It's probably going to be the biggest in terms of grossing and people watching the fight because, like I said, there's more TVs in the homes of people worldwide than it is in 1920s and 60s. But that was and
think about it, 50,000 people going to this fight. Name another lightweight fight that had 50,000 people in attendance like this.
I mean, we could say it's the greatest of the modern era.
But you're talking about. But here's the thing: ATGs. The reason why they're ATGs is because these fights. We're talking about 115 years later, still talking about these fucking fights. I don't know that 115 years later we're still going to be talking about Haney versus fucking Kambosos.
You're talking about that fight 115 years later.
I know we talking about Devin performance. I ain't gonna be talking about Kambosos at all.
The performance.
This fight's gonna be on Blu-ray.
But you got to let the
fight
fight
in
go
HD.
on.
Those
you
fights
let the fight
aren't
happen though. Smoke when the fight happens, and if they pull up a hell of a performance,
I'm gonna say this.
It could be talked about.
It could be, but those guys also
go down as one of the.
Listen, all I'm saying is it's very hard to become an ATG. Like really, the only active fighter right now flirting with ATG status is Canelo. Right, like that. There's one guy in the generation, like
but nobody's talking about fighters being all-time greats. We're talking about this fight right here.
I'm saying is there's a time when you had lightweight.
Okay, Smoke. Let me just say this. I'm gonna go backstage.
Fighting each other.
Let me just say this. I'll go backstage real quick because this fight right here is the first 4-belt undisputed championship fight in the history of the lightweight division. You're talking about 50,000 people. They put in asses in seats. This fight right here will be on pay-per-view in Australia. In America, it's on ESPN. You talking about millions of people watching this fight. Kambosos is making millions of dollars. 50,000 people. Devin Haney making millions too.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's big. It's the biggest in terms of grossing. In terms of now as far as as far as the ATG, it's going to be an all-time great. Lightweight fight. It's going to be a close fight in my opinion, but
so who did Sweet Pea become undisputed against?
Wasn't it?
All I'm saying is, like, listen, you can talk about like the number of people watching it and all that stuff. Like, do you know how many people were watching Jack Johnson versus Tommy Burns in Australia?
That's not lightweight.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. Like all that shit is about prisoner of the moment shit. Like right now we're alive and we want to feel like we are making history because we're alive.
The only thing you're prisoner of is your
emotions. People are going to be, but you know what? Get the smoke. People are going to be preferential to the time that they live in.
Like there's legends in the ring that have fought each other at lightweight. When you start talking about history, like you have to understand what you're talking about. This is one of the original 8 divisions in the fucking sport. Like,
name me an example of a bigger lightweight fight then.
Like you can't
give us an example.
Hold up, let me finish. You can't just say Devin Haney and Kambosos and then think that you're gonna become like surpass all these.
But you're not giving us an example of a bigger lightweight fight though.
I already gave you 2. I already gave you 2. Jimmy, I already gave you 2. I already gave you 2.
I think what's his name?
I already 10 million people.
Benny Leonard.
I already gave you 2.
So Benny Leonard. Who do you fight, man?
One Sweet Pea and
Sweet Pea and Chavez. That was a big fight.
Was that lightweight?
Yeah,
it was lightweight.
135.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
hey, Smoke, how much money did Sam Langford make in that fight, by the way?
Oh, come on.
No, I'm just asking. Kambosos is making $10 million. We're talking about the magnitude of this fight. 50,000 people. Okay, we're talking about 4 belts on the line for the Undisputed. No, let me finish, bro. I'm talking about 4 belts for the Undisputed. The first time ever in the history of boxing. We're talking about the lightweight division. This is the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. Who did Pernell Whitaker fight for Undisputed? Nobody knows. Come on, bro.
In 20 years, we might not know to who fought in this fight either. That's what I'm saying. Both dudes are on the come up. Nobody
you know what? I think we all need to understand something though. Every time period, people are going to be preferential to the. Now, listen, 70-something thousand seats is going to be up in there, and people in Greece is going to be watching it. Australia and in America and other countries as well. So it's going to be big in that regard, and money. Wait, in that regard, but also too, we have to understand that people in any time period are going to be preferential to how big that fight was in their time. Now, my thing are these two guys Joe Gans? Are these two guys Barbados Walcott? No. Are they Benny Leonard? No. But as far as the fighting magnitude of how this thing's going to be built, we can't deny it's going to be bigger than that, because it's going to be more. It's going to have an international flavor, and they're going to be making more.
That's what I'm saying. How do we know? Based on what?
Well, I mean,
I'm saying, like, I don't understand. I don't understand how 4
belts. We know. You know how we know? Because Devin Haney is American.
This is a real question.
Let me say this, Smoke. Smoke.
Go ahead.
Devin Haney is American, right? Kambosos is Australia. He's from Australia. That's 2 countries. Then he's Greek. So Greece will be involved. He was Manny Pacquiao's sparring partner. The Philippines love Kambosos. Kambosos is big time. That's why 50,000 people showing up to this fight, Smoke. This is huge. This is a worldwide event on ESPN, on Australia pay-per-view. This is huge. This fight is massive. The magnitude of this fight, the first 4-belt undisputed champion in the history of boxing, this is huge, bro.
I mean, I hear you. At the same time, though, we have other 4-belt undisputed that nobody gives a flying fuck about. Like, unless you're a real hardcore boxing fan, you're not really like checking for 4-belt undisputed dude. Like, all I'm saying is it depends on what it is you're talking about. And since we don't know, like, maybe there's more people that's gonna watch the fight than watch this other fight. I don't know. I don't know what the attendance level was at for Barbados Joe Walcott versus Joe Gans. I don't know how many people were there. Like,
they probably was only people like $100.
But I'm just saying that 4-belt undisputed may be less popular than 1-belt undisputed.
Hey.
Well, I would say this. It holds less from going back to your point. 4 belts holds lesser weight than 1.
Yo, Batman, what up, Batman?
I want to ask you this. So,
what's up with it?
If Devin Haney lose, do his career take a hit?
I don't think so. It depends. Like, if he get robbed and shit like that, I don't think so, because it will only make his profile go up. We've seen fighters take losses and become bigger stars, like Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Right. Even though he lost, he got more popular. Fighters like Gary Russell came back from the loss. I don't think the loss is
hell no, bro. The fans is one reason to hate Devin, bro.
Losses. Listen, in this generation,
bro, he's gonna be hurt. His career gonna take a big hit, bro.
If Devin loses and get robbed, bro, I think he'll become a bigger star, bro. I think he'll have that Roy Jones effect. That's what I think.
Oh yeah, the robbery, of course.
If he get robbed, bro, he's gonna become a big star, bro.
But you know what? I'll say this though. Even if he loses, right? I mean, you know, a loss is a loss, man. There's been a lot of boxers that have lost. You know what I'm saying? It's that a loss doesn't mean a damn thing. You know.
Hey, hold up a second, Bob. So, shout out to Furioso. If his prediction comes out right, that Devin Haney gets stopped and knocked out, then yes, that is going to that's going to hurt his legacy. If he gets knocked out by George Kambosos,
look at it like that.
I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you, boxing historian. Like, we're talking about the dude who's saying he's going to be the next Mayweather. If he gets knocked out by a guy who has 10 knockouts, out of 20 fucking fights. Like that dude, like it's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt his legacy.
If he's projecting himself to be the next Mayweather, then yeah, I can see that. I'm just saying, you know, that definitely will take a hit. Now, but I will say this though. A loss, if you take a loss, then that doesn't necessarily, that don't kill nobody's career. There's some of the greatest fighters have like 10, like Roberto Duran has 16 losses, but he has 113 wins. We still look at him as a top 5 lightweight of all time. You understand? One of the greatest of all time for sure. All right, so we don't. Ray Robinson has what 20 damn losses, man.
Yeah.
He's the greatest fucking fighter of all time.
Nobody even knows how many losses Vladimir Klitschko has. Like they don't ever talk about that.
You know, so that
Devin Haney ain't gonna lose, Batman.
Yeah, when you talk about
Devin Haney ain't gonna lose this fight, Batman. Devin Haney gonna. Yeah. I'm just saying, like
I'm being a realist. I know y'all ain't trying to bring it into the WitchCon because y'all ain't trying to bring it into existence. I'm being realistic. If Devin Haney, I didn't say his career going to be killed. Is he's going to take a hit behind his?
I think his profile going up. You know, he's going to get so much publicity for this fight. You know what I'm saying?
It depends on what the fight looks like. If Devin Haney, if the world feels like he won the fight, but he doesn't get the decision, it won't take a hit. If he gets knocked out, it's going to take a hit.
Right.
Oh no, it would take a hit.
And we all know he's not gonna get knocked out by Kambosos.
We don't know that. It's you know.
Man, come on, name one fighter Kambosos knocked out.
That's
why Mickey Bay. He couldn't even knock out an old ass Mickey Bay. Mickey Bay was 39.
Hey, that's why it's gonna take a hit if he gets knocked out.
I'm saying it's not gonna happen though. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Hey, listen, I just want y'all to know.
Kambosos ain't got power like that, bro. Let's be honest.
But we gotta. But listen, you gotta understand something. I don't have a dog in the race either which way.
He only got 10 knockouts. Wait, boxing historian. Let's be honest. Kambosos only got 10 knockouts. He got less knockouts than Devin Haney. Kambosos ain't knocked nobody out, bro. Stop playing.
Can I say this?
But let me just say this because I am about to sleep and shit. But I will say this though. I don't have a dog in the race. I'm picking Devin Haney to win slightly on the cards, but listen, this is a championship fight.
It's the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. Name one fight bigger than this in the lightweight division, bigger than Haney and Kambosos. Two undefeated champions
right now.
Listen, two undefeated champions. Two undefeated champions in their primes. Two great fighters.
It's the most prestigious one, yes. Prestige,
thank you, brother.
Prestige wise, but listen. Though, let me finish this though. Let me finish this though, real quick. Yeah, let me just finish though. I don't have like I said, I don't have a dog in the race, and I'm picking Devin Haney to win. But this is a championship fight, and this is the undisputed fight, and we gotta understand something. Both of those guys have flaws, Haney and Kambosos, and either one can get stopped, man. And we don't. I'm just saying we don't know if Haney won't be able to take his punch or not. We don't know if Haney might stop him. That's all I'm saying. But with that said, man, man.
The road to undisputed, my brother. The road to undisputed. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, brother.
Not a problem.
It's great talking boxing, man. Like people try to detract the conversation, but yeah, it's been nice. Peace out, boxing stereo.
Hey, yo, Batman.
What's up?
Hey, yo, so Smoke had asked you earlier, was y'all because we know you guys, I guess y'all want to fight Devin and shit. But what's up with the Subriel Matias and the
I answered that question.
I ain't hear what was up with that? Y'all want that?
We want whoever at 140. That's in the way of.
But he said Matias though, Batman. He ain't said nobody else. He just talking about him.
And not only that, I wasn't asking for the whole team. I was literally asking Batman what he wants to see.
I wanted to see him against either one of them top guys at 140, whoever, because I think they get stopped.
So, do you know what y'all looking at the next?
They was talking about what's his name? He number one in the WBA.
A different kind of question. I'm glad you brought this up, like because I forgot a little bit. Who do you think is Antoine's hardest fight at 140?
His hardest fight is probably Boots Ennis at 147.
I'm saying at 140. Forget 147. He's not even at 147 yet. I'm just saying at 140. Who do you think is hardest fight?
I just told you.
No, he said at 140 though.
But I told him I don't think.
No, I'm asking. Like, I get it. You think everybody's so you don't think there is a hard. You don't think you think the hardest fight there? Like, okay, so if it's more than one person who you think is the hardest fight, who are the multiple people you think is the hardest fight at 140?
You said I don't think nobody a hard fight for him at 140.
That's fine. But
right, what about Matias? A fight with Matias? That's a good fight. Matias got a lot of power though. All his wins by knockouts, just like Gary Antoine, but he got one loss.
I know he got one loss.
And Gary Antoine was at his last fight when Gary Russell he fought Mark Magsayo. He was on the undercard. And
he fought the guy he lost to. He got a rematch.
Yup. I think Gary Antoine beats him though. I ain't gonna lie. I think Gary Antoine gonna knock out Matias. Matias good, but he get hit. He get hit, man.
Right
and
there.
Gary Antoine gonna bring it.
He's right there.
I'm trying to tell you, he got hit by Jukumbayev a lot, and Jukumbayev can fucking crack to the point where your guy might die in the ring. Right,
like Matias too.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm a huge.
It takes him a while to get going.
Listen, I'm a huge Gary Russell Jr. fan and a huge Antoine Russell fan. I'm just saying that I don't think Antoine Russell hits like Jukumbayev.
And I'm telling you, when he put the shit together and start touching him, it's gonna the same way he did the what's his name? What's my man's name? That really beat Adrian Broner.
Santiago.
When he couldn't hit post out like that because post out, stand up tall, get.
And he know how to move too. He a good mover. He got good
feet, good jab, good feet, good jab. That's what I think he had a little problem with. That's what I was,
And he's not going to have a problem with that with Matisse because he's going to be right there in front of him.
Yeah, Matias, yeah.
Right.
And he take a while to get going. One thing about, let me say this. One thing about Matias, let me say this real quick. One thing about Matias, he's a slow starter. He started off slow. Gary Antoine gets straight to it. I think Gary Antoine might catch him early.
I think Gary Antoine can see. Here's the thing. I think Antoine outboxes him, right? Because dude just has no fucking feet. But and not really, he don't really make adjustments. He just could take a hell of a shot and deliver a hell of a shot. So I think that his brain and his feet beats Matias, like Antoine's, right? But the question, like really, is just about there's a lot of dudes that can crack real hard, and I haven't seen Antoine in the ring with those dudes yet. So it's really just a point of what are you? My question was really just about if you're his handler, what do you think a fight would ingratiate and and inspire the audience to be a huge an Anthony Russell fan? Like if he was in there with a good dude that could hit real hard and he that dude kind of thing.
Boots Ennis.
Yeah, but that ain't one at 140. Like Boots Ennis ain't even long for 140.
At 140, I don't see nobody that's gonna really. I mean, once it go to see what y'all don't look at, Gary Antoine Russell, when he is doing what he doing, he's smothering the nigga. He's smothering his opponent. He going defense from offense.
Facts.
So he got good about that.
He well schooled, man. Whoever, man, they taught that kid well, man. That motherfucker like a veteran in there, bro.
When he throw that two jab, man, he ain't even got to hit you with it.
I agree with Batman. I don't see nobody fucking with him at 140. Be honest, none of them guys. Now Regis,
the body will.
You don't think
he'll knock Regis out, nigga? He'll knock the fuck out of Regis.
You don't think there's a fight at 140?
He'll knock Regis out, nigga, on everything, nigga.
You don't think there's a fight at 140, like one guy or a couple of guys that would make all the boxing community stand up and start noticing Antoine Russell if he gets the defeat over there?
It's gonna be probably Regis or it's gonna be Regis or Mathis or Matisse. It's gonna be one of them two.
What's up with Adrian Broner? A fight with Adrian Broner.
Nobody want to see no fucking Adrian Broner.
Adrian Broner's still a big name. He said he coming back to boxing. He said he coming back to boxing though, Batman.
ain't gonna fight him.
He left his hands at the Maidana fight though. Like,
okay, what about Robert Easter?
His hands in the lost and found though. Like,
I mean, we been calling out Robert Easter. That was supposed to be one of his first step up fights. He been saying Robert Easter name, but at the end of the day, Adrian Broner last time when I think this what it was. The Santiago was supposed to be a setup fight for him to fight Adrian Broner. What Adrian Broner say? I'm not fighting that kid.
Yeah, so you don't think Adrian Broner will fight him?
Nah, I don't. Shit. Not this AB, but AB from 5, 6 years ago probably would.
Yeah. Yo, Batman, I got a question. I hear you keep mentioning Boots. You think that your brother still got the style to do what he did to Boots? You think he could still do that shit to him?
I mean, I still think he gonna make it a competitive fight, like always. I mean, every fight, Boots don't like nobody being in his chest. I mean, you can go look at it. He don't like nobody being in his chest. He want a clean fight. He want to be clean. He want to be sharp. He don't want to aggress somebody bumping up against him. And
yup, Gary Antoine a dog, nigga. That nigga gonna get up on you. I'm telling you, Kush. That nigga get up on you,
like
nigga.
That's who he really wants. So I'm like, shit, is that who he really wants? Cause shit, that's a fight I would love to see. I'm not capping. The rematch in the pros, you feel me?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he 3-1 Boots, but you know that was amateur.
I mean, it ain't like Boots don't fight guys that fight at 140.
So now I have a different question. If that's your answer, what do you think the odds of Antoine going to 154 are?
154?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll make it there pretty soon.
Okay, so Antoine at Boots at 154. Now we're talking, right? But where's like that's I feel like that's years out.
Yeah, that's years out. I mean, hopefully, man, in the next 2 years, he'll be undisputed champion at 140. And
that's funny.
I mean, I'm just
Boots saying he gonna have to move faster than that. He gonna have to move faster.
Wrestlers though, man.
But y'all know how this boxing thing working now, man. At the end of the day, we hope the right people get the belts. If the right people get the belts, then it's gonna make for an easier fight. But if the right people don't get the belts, then y'all know what it is with this shit, man.
Some of us do at least.
Yeah, I mean, everybody know what it is. I mean, if the right side got the belts and got all the fighters over there, it's gonna be an undisputed. If it ain't, sometimes it might be an undisputed if the other side think their guy can go over there and get the belts, but the business now, man.
Yeah, I think Antoine, man. Listen, Antoine's nice as hell. Like if he can,
and it's controlled by.
It seems like 147 has to push you up to 154.
The only person that can
if you can stay at 147, if you can stay at 147, you stay at one. I'm saying if you can stay at 147, then you stay at 147 because you don't really get another paycheck like 147 paychecks until you get like maybe 160, maybe comparable to 160, but not really. Like 147 is a hell of a fucking paycheck. So if you can make that weight, that's what you stay at.
No, not for real. It's where the competition's at. If the competition is at 154 and it's real that real heat competition, you're gonna make some money. I mean,
you think J-Rock's made some money?
I mean, yeah. Look at him. I mean, what's his name? Jared Hurd made some money. I mean, he made some good money.
I'm saying that those dudes are fighting. It's a gladiator. They're running the gauntlet, and I don't think they made as much money as Sean Porter just did against fucking Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, but J-Rock ain't a good name. He's a good name to what? The boxing community.
I mean, forget J-Rock. Rosario Dawson. I'm just saying that 154 has never had that like those big money fights. Even when you had guys like Hopkins fighting Felix Trinidad, like Floyd was still the money dude.
But didn't Floyd fight Floyd fought De La Hoya at 154, right?
He sure did. It wasn't catchweight, but sure. I mean,
Castano went Earl.
No, it wasn't catchweight. It wasn't catchweight. It's that Floyd.
No, he fought De La Hoya at 154.
No, I'm saying like really it was at 150. Yeah, the division was 150. Sure.
But the belt was on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a title fight for 154. Yeah, De La Hoya and Floyd Mayweather, and that was the biggest fight in the history of boxing at that time. So
yeah, at that time, I'm just saying that. But if you look at the biggest fights that Floyd had, they're at 147. It wasn't
Manny Pacquiao was the biggest one.
Yeah,
well, it wasn't even Pacquiao was the biggest one. It's Conor McGregor, but both of those fights happened at 147.
Yeah, Conor McGregor was the biggest fight.
But that was some, that's some
I'm just saying both fights are like 147. My point is, my point is 147 is the money division, not really.
Hey, Rich, let me ask him a question real quick. I want to know, Batman, is Gary Russell a free agent right now?
Y'all bitches a free agent.
Man, I mean, what should he do? Should he go to Top Rank or what? I mean, because I remember when he was fucking with a Golden Boy back in the day, and Richard Schaefer used to promote him. I thought Richard Schaefer did a good job with Gary Russell, and he got pro bellum. And
the only reason he was on Golden Boy because Al Heyman, he was signed to Al Heyman at the time.
Yeah, I felt like Richard Schaefer was doing a good job promoting him though. You know what I mean? And what you think about Gary Russell, going to pro bellum and fighting across the world, fighting in Dubai and shit. You know what I mean? And staying active fucking with them. What you think about that? I think he deserves it.
I think with the situation, what it is with my little brother, I don't think they'll let him do that.
He a free agent though. I mean, because they still with them? Because they still with the PBC. And
my little brother still got what, 4 to 3 years, 3 more years? I think it's 3 more years.
I mean, the PBC is cool though. I fuck with the PBC. Like if he want to stay with them, that's cool too. But I mean, you said they doing them dirty. Like, you know what I'm saying? You feel like they not taking care of Gary. So if they not taking care of him, he should do what's best for his career. That's what I think. Yeah, he got to do what's best for his career. He got to think about Gary, man.
That's cool, but it's family oriented over here, man. I mean, some people don't mind laying down on the sword for their own.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Go ahead, Rich.
So Batman, if you say Antoine going undisputed at 140, right?
Hopefully.
That's what I'm hoping too. I mean, I'm hoping that at least he'll fight for it. Because what I know for a fact, I ain't even gonna say for a fact, but what I do know is that Devin is most definitely finna get a vacant title shot at one of them 140 belts. And I guess my question is, if Devin offers Antoine the type of deal that he had offered
not happening. We gonna be a
Mr.
champion.
Gary, he gonna take that deal, right? Like he gonna take that deal if Devin said it to Antoine. He ain't gonna take it.
Fuck, we gonna take a deal from him for?
I mean, why not? I mean, if it's for like undisputed, let's say it's for like undisputed, and it's for his highest payday. Is he gonna take that? We ain't gonna have to.
What we taking that for? And we gonna be the man. We gonna be the man at 140.
All right. Let's say in this hypothetical, y'all not. Let's say you guys are equals,
and we gonna get equal share.
Nah, yeah, but let's say, all right, but
you telling me that we supposed to take 1.5 million from Devin Haney?
Well, let's say he hadn't yet to make 1.5. You feel me?
but he gonna make
and
that.
I'm not even saying what the number is. I'm just saying, is the offer gonna be accepted? Most definitely. If it's like the highest payday type thing.
Yeah, most definitely. But you talking about what he gave what he gave Gary Russell?
No. I didn't say what he. I was just saying if he, because as far as I was concerned, or what it seemed like is that they had offered him the most amount of money. That's the only correlation. I'm saying if they do the same.
Who offer who the most amount of
money? Eddie, whoever. You know what I'm saying? Whoever was offering them money, but that's not really the most important.
They offer the man 100,000 more than what he get at 126.
So it wasn't 1.5.
1.5. He made one. The highest he made was 1.4 with JoJo Diaz.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I had no idea about that one.
They was trying to get him to fight for what he fight for at 126.
I mean, I thought they were trying to
isn't
give
that
him
what he asked for though, Batman, when he was going back and forth?
No, that's not what he asked
with Terrence Crawford though, right?
No.
They was going back.
No, that's not what he asked for. If y'all want to know what he asked for $3 million. They never got back with him.
Wait, but $3 million to fight Devin, but 1.5.
But the 1.5 that he asked for though. What's up with that 1.5?
Regardless of all that though, my main point was we not going that ain't gonna happen again. Right?
You say what?
That like if I don't understand what's not being. If they offer Gary Russell highest payday by like $100,000, just like you saying that he did with the 1.5 that he offered him for Gary. If it's $100,000 more, because we see Devin just took a pay cut of like $200K, I think it was.
Because Devin going for Undisputed. If Devin
so let's say it's the other way around, but it's for Devin and Gary. If Devin offers him $100,000 more, like he offered, you feel me, Mr. Gary Russell. You feel me? Is we gonna see the fight? It ain't gonna be no. You feel me? No, you feel me?
What you mean? You feel me? We going for
it
prize
ain't gonna be
money.
none of that other shit.
We fighting for prize money. The only reason they was trying to get Gary Russell, they called out Gary Russell. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna go back there. At the end of the day, when he come up to see us, we should have one title or two titles, and we going. I mean, the way Antoine fights, I know for a fact he's going to be a better draw than Devin Haney.
Oh. I honestly don't care if none of them niggas is draws. I don't care if Gary Antoine ain't a draw. I don't care if Devin ain't a draw. If they got belts, if they the best, they should fight regardless.
I mean, we want to fight. I mean,
hell yeah.
I mean, when I put it out there, everybody got scared.
I don't remember that, Batman. Batman, I don't remember that.
Hey, Batman, you said everybody got what?
Everybody got scared.
Yeah, man, hell no. Man, Devin Haney, he don't duck no fades, man.
No, I ain't
let him get this undisputed. You know what I'm saying? Take care of this business in Australia.
Batman, you know nobody got scared. Come on.
At the end of the day, all Devin Haney fans got scared as shit.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a Devin Haney fan, and I was like, bro, you'll beat bro ass.
I'm talking about them niggas that be them niggas that came out with all that bullshit.
I think what they wasn't fucking
like
with.
They was petrified.
They wasn't
still on the internet.
Was motherfuckers was saying. I think what they wasn't fucking with was motherfuckers was saying Devin was bullying Mr.
I ain't
Gary
talking about
Russell.
Gary Russell Jr. I'm talking about Gary Antoine Russell.
No. I know. But that's what I remember motherfuckers being like
no
having a problem with anybody saying was like, oh, Devin was trying to bully.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when I was on Blue Blood TV, when me and what's his name, Mickey Bay was on there. I told Mickey Bay, oh yeah, my little brother said this. If Devin can't get that fight, we hope Devin get the fight. We hope Devin get his legacy, move up. And when we got our belt up there, we want to see him. Mickey Bay had go look at it. He was choking up.
I remember that.
Oh, when you was on there with Mickey Bay,
I remember.
That's Mickey Bay, man. I'm telling you, Bill Haney said They want that smoke. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and let me go there. Bam. All these motherfuckers came out and try to flip it. Bam. Okay, cool. Y'all niggas scared. Even BF said it. Like, yeah, niggas, when niggas talk about Antoine, man, they niggas got, I don't know.
Nah, never that.
Hey,
Come on, man. Devin Haney don't duck no work.
I was there in the live when y'all was there, Batman. Like, bro, that shit,
come on, Batman. Devin Haney don't duck no work.
Shit,
wait. And Gary Antoine already had a fight with Victor Poster. What is we talking about?
We're not talking about, hey, H. I'm not talking about right now, H. When I told them, even when Bill Haney came, when I came on Champ side, Bill Haney came right on after me. Dog, the way Bill Haney was talking, that's not the Bill Haney I know.
Well, Bill Haney said, call them out after the fight and they gonna make it happen. That's what he said.
That's what he said. He said we take all that call out shit real seriously. So
that's what he said. Tell him, Rich.
He said if y'all be post on what y'all did, y'all be post on. He said if they say our name after that, we take that very seriously. And then I remember you saying that it was gonna happen, and then I was watching the fight like, shit, this is gonna happen. Like a nigga, it's gonna be the first time that a nigga is gonna say Devin Haney's name on TV. And
man, you saw, and then we came on BF too. We came on BF. Dog, the way Bill Haney was talking,
bro. Bill Haney was pressing hard lines, brother. I'm not gonna lie, he was telling niggas.
Dog, like, I know niggas energy, dog. I'm a nigga that really know niggas energy, because when a nigga get into it with me, I know he don't want to smoke, but I don't let him go. When I mean, you can ask anybody in my neighborhood, all that shit. I don't let the shit go when you say something, and I can tell when the energy Bill was giving off. All right, they'll fight, but they really don't want to. They really don't want to go down that road. That's why. Black fight fan. That's why. Blue blood. That's why BF. They all try to come out and switch the whole narrative of the fucking situation. But
what they tried to switch it to? Remind me, my brother.
Oh man, is he available now? If I didn't never say that. I said we want Dev to go ahead do what he doing at 135. We hope he win. We hope he get undisputed. About time he comes up here, we should have our belt and come our way. That's all I said. These niggas flipped it over. Is he ready now? Is he available? What the fuck? Can't none of these niggas comprehend? Now these niggas don't comprehend.
This nigga's funny as fuck. Hey, Batman, when Devin Haney move up, you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna get what you asking for. You gonna get what you asking for. That's all I'm gonna say.
At the end of the day, I don't feel like arguing.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I would be very surprised if Devin Haney stepped through the ropes to face Antoine.
Why do you think that though, bro? I ain't even gonna lie. Why do you think that? Smoke.
At the end of the day, because they're not on the same. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why.
You're gonna get stopped. That's why.
They're not in the same division, and their careers are not on the same trajectory.
That makes sense, Smoke. That makes perfect sense.
I can see about the second one, the trajectory part, but the first part, but not like at that point. If Devin fights 2 more fights at 35, and Gary Russell just got to win against like a top 5 at 140, top 7 at least. You feel me? He should be in line to, if not fight for a vacant belt himself, at least be fighting for a title eliminator. That's why I had asked Batman what they got coming up, because I'm looking for Gary Antoine to be getting the belt soon, and Devin to be fresh up at 140.
I hear you, but if you understand, if you just hear what Batman just said, he's looking at Boots Ennis. He's already looking at guys.
No, I'm not. You're not looking at Boots Ennis. You asked me.
No, I'm saying you, and I'm saying like you are looking at Boots Ennis.
No,
you saying that
No, we want Devin Haney to come up.
I understand that, but you're looking at it like you're at 140.
No, you said who's the toughest.
Let me map this out because for
Rich, my fault.
Rich is talking about how he doesn't understand what I'm saying. None of these guys are in the same weight class, right? So let's say Gary Antoine Russell is not long for 140, Boots Ennis is not long for 147, and Devin Haney is not long for 135. That's what my point is. Like at this point, Devin Haney is at least under contract to fight for another year at 135. Right? So Antoine needs to do the work that he does at 140, but I don't expect Antoine to be at 140 for very long. That's what I'm saying. That's why
he definitely is.
Nah, bro said undisputed. He said he wanted undisputed. That's why I'm saying they're gonna end up meeting up. I think they're gonna
end up meeting up, but at what weight class? What division? What year?
140.
Listen, at his weigh-ins, he weighing in at 137, almost 135. So he's gonna be there for a minute.
Nah, yeah, he can stay. My whole thing is when Devin gets up there,
he's doing that now. But what is he going to do in a year? Like Devin Haney is right now under contract.
Man, stay in the gym.
We should not expect. We shouldn't expect Devin Haney to move up to a different weight class until 2024.
Hell no.
No. I'm saying.
Nah, he should be up there.
Let me just finish. I'm just saying, according to his contract,
he should be up there
3-fight deal, and the first two gotta be at what's the name, but like you said, we don't know what's gonna happen if he dropped them belts after that. What's the name? Because
I understand.
The third fight could be at 140. Smoke.
I get it. I'm just saying that it is a reasonable expectation because of his current contract that we don't see Devin Haney moving up until 2024.
No, he's going to listen. He's going to fight in June.
You don't know when the rematch is going to happen.
He's going to fight in June. The rematch is going to happen at the end of the year.
Right, but then he has another fight then.
The rematch is going to have, and he's going to have an early fight. Probably.
You don't know it's going to be early. It could be mid. You don't know. That's the whole point.
It's going to be early mid.
Nah,
I understand. Listen, I'm not saying that it won't happen early. I'm saying that it's reasonable to think. All I'm saying is, as a reasonable, like a far out thing. It is not unreasonable to think that he won't be moving up to 140 pounds because of his current contract until 2024.
Listen, and he going to fight June the 5th. He fight June the 5th. The rematch should be in October if he wins.
It could also be in December.
Huh?
It also could be in December.
All right, but it should be in October, November.
It could be.
It should be before the New Year.
It depends on who's fighting in October and December.
Should be before the New Year.
Like you don't understand that there's cross programming and all this shit. There's a whole bunch of fights that's happened in that frame of time.
Listen, if they have a good turnout with this fight, they don't give a fuck about that shit.
If Canelo's fighting, then they do care about that.
Canelo ain't gonna be fighting in
he might listen. Mexico Independence Day is September.
Halloween shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the other fight schedules could push this fight out to late 2023.
No, if they have a successful, if this shit be successful,
how is it gonna be successful though, Batman? It's in fucking Australia.
If they say 50,000, if 50,000 come in, motherfucking they trying to hurry up and make that money before this shit die off,
bro. 80,000 people showed up for fucking Frock and Kessler. That don't mean shit. If it's ticket prices.
All right, but if the ticket prices is well,
but you know it's not because Australia ain't got it like that. Like let's stop fronting, right? Like just because you got butts and seats don't mean the ticket prices are the same. You can have a bunch of fucking people. Like listen, a lot of people saw Ocampo fight Spence. Who the fuck cares? A lot of people saw there's 40,000 people at Spence versus Garcia. What was the outcome of that? People still talk about how that dude shouldn't just get 60-40. Like we're still seeing this dude like maybe his pay-per-views aren't worth being pay-per-view. Like
and then what if they don't?
And I'm talking about 50. This ain't 50,000 in Australia. We're talking about 40,000 in fucking Texas.
But I'm just telling you. All right, I'm just saying if they have a successful, they paid them $10 million, so. They looking forward.
Who paid him $10 million? Stop playing, but you know full well ain't nobody getting no goddamn $10 million in this fight.
Oh, that ain't what George Kambosos
20 2023, man. That's when Devin gonna be up at 140. Probably the second half of 2023. And
all right. So what George getting paid this fight?
I think he getting 10, bro. Like 10.3 or something.
Right now, we ain't getting 10 either. He ain't getting nothing. Like Tim Tszyu ain't getting 10, and that dude's a goddamn legend in Australia.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro.
Tim Tszyu got to win a belt and go back there.
I'm just saying, Tim Tszyu is living off of the fucking. It's like Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Like there's like some dudes in this fight game are living off the legacy of their dads. Tim Tszyu one of those dudes, and that dude ain't getting this fucking money. Like George Kambosos,
he's not getting that
George
money.
Kambosos shocked the world.
It's
not like all of a sudden he's gonna shock the world into like getting a ton of fucking payday. Like, come on, bro. You understand? Like, an honest dollar is harder to make than this.
But the report said he getting $10 million, and I guess
report?
Bob got tricked. Bob got tricked and thinking.
Bob ain't paying no $10 million. Bob is the one putting on this fight. He ain't paying no $10 million.
But the joint was $10 million and Devin getting 2.8. I mean, at the end of the day, man. That's
okay, so you mean to tell me that you mean to tell me that he was arguing over $1 million for fucking for Teofimo Lopez, but he's giving George Kambosos 10, and I'm supposed to swallow this like it's real.
He gave fucking Amir Khan $7 million.
Yeah, that's Amir Khan exactly. So he's gonna give George Kambosos more than Amir Khan.
So Amir Khan was worth $7 million.
Listen, is that the only $7 million that Amir Khan got? Other people, listen. Let me just understand something. Bob was not the only person who paid Amir Khan $7 million.
All right, but listen to this though. All right, Bob probably got other investors involved, but this is what I'm saying, and this is what Bob hurts himself at. Bob always overthink. Oh yeah, that market over there, we're going to get it, and yeah. That's what he be thinking. That's why he gave Amir Khan that money. Thought the UK was going to come out and see the fuck and do big numbers for the pay-per-view.
Now, okay, here's the thing. Amir Khan has his own thing. That's why that dude's able to go to Abu Dhabi or whatever the fuck against Digby or whatever that dude's name is and get the same $7 million. Amir Khan is Amir Khan. George Kambosos ain't Amir fucking Khan.
Across the water, he is Amir Khan.
No, I'm saying, and no, like, first off, Australia don't even have it like that, and they're not looking at George Kambosos like that. Like, listen, if you feel like he's getting that, that's what you feel like. I'm not even trying to argue this.
I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm not feel. I don't.
That's what the report said, man.
It doesn't pass this fucking sniff test for me.
I mean, that's what the report said. I can't. I mean, I ain't in the room with him.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's all good. It is what it is. Let's say for shits and giggles that George Kambosos is making more than Tim Tszyu. Right? Let's just say that, right? For whatever fucking reason, that's what we're gonna say. Like, just coming off the Teofimo win, all of a sudden this dude is one of the highest paid boxers in this fucking sport. Makes more than Loma, makes more than Terrence Crawford, apparently makes more than Spence is reported, makes more than Tyson Fury is reported. Like, let's say that's what's happened, right? Yeah. I'm still not seeing it.
But I mean, that's what Bob wanted to fight at in the first place when he was going to do it.
Well, then if that's the case, then why didn't Bob bid more? Like, he could have got that fight and staged it in Australia.
Because WhichCon gave him too much money.
It's not too much money. If it's worth $10 million, apparently it's not too much money.
No. At the end of the day, he didn't think. At the end of the day, he thought Teofimo Lopez was going to win. That was at the end of the day. Now,
but even regardless of win and loser, that doesn't even matter. I'm talking about how much money it generates. I'm talking about the lucre. I'm talking about that goal.
Let me say
if you're saying that George Kambosos has that cachet like that, then why wouldn't Bob?
He got it now. He didn't have it at first. He got it now.
Great. So what you're saying to me is now Teofimo Lopez or three belts now is worth $10 million. That's what you're saying.
It's not to me.
I'm saying it's not in boxing. I'm telling you that Undisputed at 154 is not probably making it. Neither one of those dudes is making 10 million.
So why the reports come out and say the shit?
Because reports don't because there's no consequence to not saying it.
Man, I don't know what the man's getting. the report came out, he getting 10 million. So when the report come out for Bud and them, y'all say that should be true.
Yeah, listen, Bud produced receipts. He said, "Here's my lawsuit. This is what I get." So
I ain't talking
reports
talking about the receipt when he produced the receipt. I'm talking about when before the receipt came, he was getting $6 million. I mean, that was in his contract, and that was
and then what you see, and then once the lawsuit comes up, what do we see? What his contract actually?
Yeah, but he was telling the truth.
No, it's 4. It ain't 6. He wasn't telling the truth. That report. I'm not saying that he was lying. I'm saying that report was false. It's inaccurate.
Cool. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, they thinking 50,000, 80,000 is going to fill up this stadium. They fighting in the stadium, so it must gonna be filled up, man. So
yeah, filled up, but we ain't talking about filled up. We're not talking about how many people are gonna show up to the fight. We're talking about how much the money is gonna make, and it's how much money the fight's gonna make. That's
I don't know how much they charging. What's the tickets?
I'm saying, like, we all know Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd was only 15,000, but what did it generate?
Man, that should generate a lot because
exactly a hell of a lot more than 90,000.
They wanted like $105.
That's what I'm saying. Like how many people show up live to the thing? That's cool, but the real measure that we're talking about is how much money does a fight fucking generate? And $10 million, 50,000 people. If your tickets are $5 a pop, what are we talking about?
All right, but what's the ticket price? Can't nobody get the ticket price? The ticket price ain't come out yet.
I'm not sure. Yeah, we should look that up.
They didn't drop the general admissions, but they sold out of like the ringside and that other shit already.
Oh, they sold out already.
And that's a key indicator. If you know that they sold out, but you don't know what the price is, like we understood that like Floyd versus Pacquiao, it was like 17,000 to sit ringside, 20,000 to sit ringside. Now you're just saying it's sold out ringside.
Right now. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. Oh, it's this on there. So for the ultimate ringside experience, it's like 5 bands.
For the ultimate ringside experience. Does that mean you get your dick sucked while the fight's fucking happening?
Shit, hopefully. But then the next one, the next one is like 2 bands, and then after that, that's the absolute ringside experience. That's 2 G's. And then it come with hella little shit though. And then after that, gold ringside experience. Well, no. They sold out of the that ultimate ringside, that 5 band one, and then they also sold out of that 2 band one, that absolute. And then they got the gold ringside experience. That's 1,500. And then
so they got regular prices over there, man. What you talking about?
1,500. Are we talking about U.S. dollars? Or are we talking about Australian dollars? And 1,500.
Say dollars.
And now I'm saying, but Australia has dollars and U.S. has also dollars. Is it USD or is it AUD?
Let me see.
Anyway, that's a different point. All I'm saying is 1,500. That's cool. I'm not saying it's not like 1,500 is a nice chunk of change. It ain't 15,000 though.
So that ain't the best seats. The best seats they like 5 G's.
The best seats 5,000. The second best seats is 2,000.
Yeah.
The third best seats is 1,500.
Yeah.
Third best seats 1,500. That's not bad. That's cool. That's cool. But listen, and I don't know what third best seats look like, and also how many of those third best seats are. Like when you talk about 50,000, is third best seats? What percentage of 50,000 is the third best seat? Like,
you know what?
Is it fourth best seat
right
like $5? Like, I'm about to tell
you, Smoke.
Hold on, I can see it right here. It say hold on, let me see. This ultimate shit. The ultimate, all right. The ultimate is like that. Right up in there, that premium. Or no, the absolute. That 2 G's. Let me see. That's the that's all like pretty much right by the ring, and then the absolute as well, or that gold. Let me see. Yeah, that's all pretty much all by the ring. And the Medallion Club, I'm guessing they ain't open all that up yet. Let me see. Nah, yeah, that the 15, the 5G shit, that's all like real close. That's the first row.
So are you looking? I just want to just to clarify because I'm assuming that it's USD. I think that it's USD, but I just want to make sure. Are you looking at USD prices or AUD prices?
Let me see. I'm on. Let's see, and it's not even being specific. You feel me? But that's why I said it say dollars. Wouldn't if it was like pounds or something? It would have a little pound sign.
No. We both have dollars. Australia has dollars, and we also have dollars, but they're not the same exchange rate. So, but I'm assuming that I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's
US
American
dollars,
shit.
right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming that too, right? I'm just trying to make sure before I presume some shit that's not true.
Yeah. These
I mean, that's good enough right there, man.
It's not bad. It's not bad. The question is, how many of those tickets comprise that 55,000?
Oh yeah, very little.
That's all my point is.
Yeah, but now
they're not gonna start selling the general shit to the 22nd, so
now
it ain't gonna be too much.
Should be like $100, $200.
Hell of people though. Probably like anywhere between 75 to 200.
So that's good.
That's good money.
Listen, it's not bad, but at the same time, like before we start talking about $10 million, like $10 million are a hell of a fucking lot of money.
Shit, 50,000 people.
Yeah, 50,000. Listen, let's say 30,000 people at $200. Like your labor costs are out of whack now. Like what is the promoter supposed to make? Like what are they supposed to do? Are they now just like
they got that Australian pay-per-view? And I think it's
then
gonna
they got
sell.
the pay-per-view.
Australian pay-per-view. Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, all I'm saying as a guy, as a person who understands what live events are like, you're trying to get your money off of the live gate and booze sales. Like for real.
Yeah, merchandising, food, and
merchandising
shit.
goes to like the fighters, right? But you're trying to get your money off the live gate and the booze sales. The pay-per-view, you have projections, but you don't know. Really what you're looking at is the network TV guarantees.
All right, so if they doing US dollars and all right, we're gonna say the ticket prices are $100, $100 or $75. Bow. So you probably got what, $35,000 seats? Because around the ring, probably like the three rows is where the superstars gonna sit at. That's the $5,000 seats. So
you're talking about $350K right there.
All right,
that's a far cry from 10 million.
No, I'm talking about all right, wow. Then you got the $2,000 seats. You probably have 30, 40 of them. Then you got the $1,500 seats. So the $1,500 seats might be more. They might have more $1,500 seats. Then you got the $100 a pop. You go with roughly what, 40,000 people. 40,000 people. Not even 40,000. Probably like at least 45,000 people might be $100. $100 a pop. That sounds like a hell of a number to me, man.
Yeah, but you still a far cry short. Like, listen, like even given your, let's say
you pay for the fight,
math, you still have you're around $4 million, like between $3 and $4 million. Like just George Kambosos' purse sinks this fucking venture.
The whole fight is what, 12, 8. They paid.
I thought it was like 13, 2 or something. It was 13 something.
Nah, Devin Haney got 28. George Kambosos got 10 million, so it's 12.
Well, I thought George got like 10.3.
Yeah, we're talking about 12 million in just the main
event. So it's like, so
like,
it's 13.1. All right, 13.1.
Oh yeah, mind you, it's more than one promotion getting a piece of this shit as well.
All right, 13.
I'm just trying to say, like, unless you're saying ESPN feels like, yeah, let me just drop like $20 million on a fucking lightweight contest in Australia, then I don't understand what we're talking about for real.
They ain't dropped $20 million.
Hell no, they ain't.
But they didn't.
Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't.
They only dropped what? The venue probably only cost like 100,000.
No, I'm talking about the fighter purses. I'm not even talking about the venue. We haven't talked about the
fighter
venue and all that shit. And we didn't even talk about the other fighters. We're only talking about the main event purses.
Oh, all right, cool. The other fighters, all right. So,
oh shit! What else is gonna be on there? Shit. Oh,
the other fighters are fighting for some short shit. I already know that. The other fighters fighting for short shit. So all together, they probably put up 15. They probably put up 15. All together for every fight.
I wonder how George was gonna get 10 million.
They would have to put up 15 in order for us to even start talking about breaking even. And I don't even know that ESPN put up 15 for Tio versus Kambosos. So why the fuck would they be putting it up for bullshit?
No, he put up 2 million for that shit, and that's what I'm saying. And then to put up 10 million, but I heard that the Australian government put up some money. What would that go towards though? You feel me? I heard that it was just the Australian government. That's what I heard.
It's probably for the purse.
Listen, if the Australian government feels like they're incentivized to open up their tax money for this fucking thing, okay, cool. And there's whitewashing. Like this is not Saudi Arabia monarchy. This is Australia, one of the the most representative democracies on earth right now. But let's just say that Australia feel like tax money should be spent on a fucking lightweight unification bout. It doesn't pass the smell test for me, but let's just say that's what's happening. I don't see the recoup. I think it's a bunch of fucking cap.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I ain't down in the fight. I mean, we'll see.
No, I'm not down in the fight. I think it's a great fight. I'm just saying, like, these numbers that we've seen reported don't. It's straight. Like it's like my sense of logic and my what is it? My intelligence, I feel like, is being offended with this shit.
Man,
the idea that all of a sudden, like George Kambosos is now $10 million when fucking Loma can't get $10 million.
I mean, because in the Ukraine, like $2 to $3 million is like $10 million.
That dude ain't fighting no Ukraine ever. He fights here. I saw that dude. I took my sons to see that dude fight at the Staples Center. Like it was Microsoft small.
He take his money back home. He get US dollars.
Yeah, but that's remittances. That's remittances. That's a different thing. Like, well, yeah, when you're a foreigner and you send your money back home, that's a totally different. That's about his personal finances and micro and macro economics. I'm just talking about how much money a fight fucking generates. That's all I'm saying. Like if they're willing to, if the Australian government is willing to take a hit and say like fuck it, that could be the case. That could be the case. They could be just Australia just feels like maybe the Coco 19 epidemic put it hurt their global like PR image, or maybe like the tennis, like Australian Open. Maybe they feel like that shit was, didn't go well for them, so they're willing to take a loss on this fight.
They were trying to pay.
I'm willing to entertain this kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
They was trying to pay Jamal Charlo $10 million to come over there and fight Tim Tszyu. So,
yeah, that's my point. That is my point. Which Australian boxer is more popular than Costa Tszyu?
Nobody.
In the history of fucking Australian boxing, and we're talking about that shit goes all the way back to Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson trying to outrun kangaroos, right?
Nah, but they fucking with George though. George just became a Silverado.
They ain't fucking with George more than they fucking with Costa and Zim.
But
Tim.
George is homegrown.
George is also a unified champ.
and so is Tim.
They won't do more for Tim.
No,
Tim is not a
Tim
WrestleMania
is now, but Tim is
champ.
But George was one of their favorites, and we about to see, man. I know when I see George, when George went back to the airport, man, he had a hell of a, when he came home with them belts, man, they was out there.
Now, listen, well, none of us know. I'm just saying, like, why I'm incredulous, right? Like, why I take all this shit with a grain of salt versus just being like, yeah, George Kambosos is about to make $10 million. Like, I don't.
They gave him a parade, man. They gave George a parade, man.
Bro, listen, like, I live in Oakland, and I went to like 3 different Golden State Warriors parades, right? Like, the reason why I understand that Steph Curry makes what he makes, and versus, you know, what is it, the Brazilian Flash, what he makes, or you know, Iguodala, what he makes, is because they report that shit and you can see it, right? But like, just saying you got a parade and then you start putting dollar amounts on it when there's no way to verify that shit, like, I'm not that dude.
No, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
I ain't that guy. Like,
he
I've been to enough parades. That's my point.
I know you've been to parades, Smoke, man, but I'm just saying, Smoke. He got a welcome that most fighters ain't getting, man.
Of course. Like, listen, does George Kambosos like deserve a hero's welcome? Sure.
He get more support than Devin Haney. If Devin Haney win this shit, he's not gonna get a parade.
Of course not.
Who's
George Kambosos?
Huh?
Who's George Kambosos? Like,
but I'm just saying, I'm talking about for
no, George Kambosos is the lineal champ.
Great. Okay, but how did he become the lineal champ?
He beat the lineal champ.
Right. Teofimo Lopez. Did Teofimo Lopez get a parade?
No, but Teo didn't go nowhere.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you that Teofimo Lopez beat Loma, and he didn't get a parade.
Yes,
yeah, but he didn't beat Loma in fucking Ukraine the way Devin is finna beat the shit out of Kambosos.
No, I'm just talking about Kambosos and his parade. Like, Kambosos got a parade. Yes, Kambosos got a parade because of the state of Australia.
Because of what he is to Australia. And
exactly.
Devin ain't gonna be that, but he's gonna be a much bigger star though, most definitely. This whole thing is,
I mean, my fault, Rich.
But with the boy, what the fuck was my point? Somebody else go. I lost my point. So.
Nah, you saying Teofimo Lopez ain't get one because he.
Teofimo Lopez, he won it here, and you feel me? He won it pretty close. It was a good win for him. His name popped after that as well, though. Like,
he got
became a bigger star.
Listen, like, you can't. It's hard in the global fucking perspective to beat New York City. Like, there's a ton of cities, right? We got Tokyo, we got London, we got Paris. There's all tons of there's a bunch of cities that ring out on that global thing, but New York is one of them, and that's where George Kambosos won. And I'm just saying,
but he won in a small theater though, bro. He won.
I understand. That's my entire point. That's my entire point. That's my entire fucking point.
It was COVID.
Like 50,000 fucking tickets.
It was
mean a whole bunch of money.
And the protocol on COVID was high. So
yeah, COVID was there.
Right.
Just depend on what they selling them tickets for. I think they're gonna be from around probably from like around $250 to maybe, I think the cheapest ticket would probably be like $50. And if they doing that, then it's gonna be some good money. But I honestly hope they take a loss for paying that nigga that much money.
I don't think he's worth the money. If 50% of those tickets are like under $100, then what are we talking about?
Oh no, more than 50. It's gonna be more than 50% for the most part.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all of these, we're talking about like local tickets. Australian fucking dollars, right?
Let's keep it real, man. The white people come out, man.
Yeah, but that's because, listen, without getting into the history of Australia and all the genocide and all that other shit, right? I'm not even going there with Australia. Like, all I'm saying is the networks aren't there because the fight is in Australia. So it's not prime time on Saturday night. So really, you're talking about whatever the fucking local television fucking money you can get or you're talking about whitewashing from the Australian government for whatever reason that those people feel like they're going to put the purses up. But if you're talking about recouping the money, where the fuck is the recoup going to come from?
I don't know. Probably all. I mean, I guess.
Man, that's on them niggas, man. That's on them niggas.
Yeah.
They the one that talking
Yeah,
about giving that nigga all
that's
that
what I'm
money.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the best
Yeah,
thing
it
you
ain't
can
me
say
for me to
is
figure
the
out.
government is going to put it up because for whatever PR fucking strategies they have.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, I know, man. Australians and UKs come out, man. They come out, man. They love to get drunk and come out.
I think that nigga
Yeah,
Bob was
it's a
paying that
good
nigga
story. They
Devin
love to make a
personally.
lot of noise, but like, why isn't Ricky Hatton one of the most lucrative fights in Floyd Mayweather's fucking portfolio?
Because it was hit. It was hit.
And no, because other guys made fucking more money, right? Like we can
I'm just saying,
about
it
all
was
that shit. Like, I remember for real, the Ricky Hatton fight. I love that fucking fight. But when it comes right down to it, you heard all that. There's only one Ricky Hatton. When you look at fucking Floyd's like list of highest grossing fights, it's not it ain't Ricky Hatton. You
Ricky
get
Hatton
Cotto.
money in pay-per-view.
You get Cotto before you get fucking Ricky Hatton. Was
Ricky Hatton pay-per-view?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, yeah, this narrative that the UK comes out. Sure, they do come out. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at the fact that they come out. I'm just talking about how that affects the bottom line ultimately.
Come on, where I was at when I saw Ricky Hatton and Floyd. I'm trying to think where the
That's
fuck
just
I was
because
at.
that nigga Floyd was a much bigger star. That shit was at the MGM, wasn't it?
Nah, that was at the MGM, but I'm wanting to figure out where I was at. Where I was at when I was watching that fight.
Hey, that shit was turned up. Love watching that fight, bro. That was a great fight.
But listen to this. If they was over in the UK, that shit probably would have been 20,000.
Oh, if you understood, listen. If you watch Ricky Hatton,
no, they would have
if you
sold
watch
100K.
Ricky Hatton before he came to the United States, then you understand. Like that dude was a fucking superstar in the UK.
Yeah, but UK, but the UK come out, man. I mean, man, they just came out for that shit would have been in the stadium over there in Wilmington or something.
All I'm saying is, as vocal as the UK fans were, as all of that shit that dogs talk about, like repping their fights, Cotto made more money.
Yeah, but that was
Floyd was the bigger star, though, bro. That's just.
I know. I'm just talking about how much the fights gross. I didn't even talk about who was the biggest star in any of that shit. I'm just saying that there's a narrative going on with the UK because they're very fucking loud. That's really my fucking point. When it comes
they ain't just loud.
If you're a capitalist concerned with the bottom line, then you understand that maybe the Puerto Ricans aren't. Yeah, the Puerto Ricans may not have songs. They may not be beating on drums. They may not have the same kind of like cachet and the same PR as the UK fans. But actually, the Puerto Rican fucking fighter made more money.
But listen, they not just because there's a lot of Puerto Ricans over here. It's not just they make noise. When you look at a UK fight now, and it's one of their biggest fighters, that should be packed. It'd be a whole fucking stadium. That should be packed. I'd be like, God damn, man. I'd be like, man.
It also depends on the fight, right? Because we saw.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the fight. But when they do have that type of fight, that shit be packed. And it be a stadium.
Yeah, it's packed. I'm not saying
tickets be cheap. Listen, though, bro.
It's not just packed. It's also raucous. Like there's a real thing. I feel like what the UK does well is atmosphere when it comes to their live crowd. Like they travel, and that's like big up to them. And not only do they travel, but they're very happy to be in the fucking building. No doubt. Like they're world class, maybe number one, maybe number two, number three, regardless. I'm not even trying to rank them like that. My point is, as a capitalist, when you look at the bottom line, it ain't those fucking dudes that are fucking cracking the all-time, boxing list. None of those fucking dudes are. Like, regardless of what you think of UK fans, if you look at where they're most represented, whichever fight it is, that fight isn't represented in the all-time grossing fucking boxing matches. It ain't.
No, it ain't. Because they don't charge that much.
Because it don't really include UK fighters.
No, they don't charge that much. I mean, over in America, they could charge you. They overcharge in America, man.
I'm just saying, even if you say America, you talk about like AJ, like in the recent history, like in the recent thing, AJ is the big cash cow, right? But AJ versus Ruiz is not on the list of highest grossing heavyweight fights in America, in New York, or any of that shit.
Cause who the fuck wanted to see him fight Ruiz?
That's my entire point. But even if you take a guy like Prince Nassim versus Kevin Kelly or Barrera, neither one of those fights are like the highest grossing fights, even in that division. Or if you take a guy like Ricky Hatton, right, fighting Floyd, that's not one of Floyd's highest grossing fights.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's loud, it's cool, it's a good narrative, it's all that shit. But as a capitalist, with looking at the profit margin, right, looking at your bottom line, yeah, it's about atmosphere and energy, not really about profits, right?
Yeah, man, they should have fought in the fucking stadium then. Fuck, that's Floyd and them folk, man. Because at the end of the day, I'd have put fucking Pacquiao and Floyd in the stadium.
So just speaking, like, okay, so here there's a twofold thing, like addressing what you said. Pacquiao Floyd grossed like 70 million at the gate with 15K. Do you think that those people want to hang out with a bunch of fucking other people? Like, do you think that those 15,000 people who paid 70 million, no, sorry, I said 70K, 70M, they paid in excess of $70 million. Do you think those 15,000 people want to really hang out with 30,000 people who can't afford it, can't afford the ticket?
No, it doesn't matter, man. They still would have came. They still would have came.
Bro. If they would have did that shit at Cowboy Stadium, boy, that shit would have been crazy. And they still could have got that 70 million from the same people, but they would have made some more money off of people that was sitting further back, most definitely.
The two fights that have happened at Cowboy Stadium, neither one of those fights are like top 100 in fucking grossing ticket. Like,
shit, money Canelo joint, well.
No, I'm telling you, listen, Pacquiao versus Margarito is like the biggest fucking, it's the biggest attendance, right? And that fight don't fuck. Nobody's talking about that shit.
I thought Canelo just broke the biggest attendance.
Canelo versus who? Plant?
That's attendance though. That ain't the cheese that they made off of it though. He talking about the cheese. I'm saying no matter where the fuck Pacquiao and Mayweather fought, they could have sold those tickets for however much cheese. I just feel that way. No matter if it was at a casino or
it could be, but anything. Floyd never fought outside of Vegas. We don't know what his like national fucking thing is. Like,
what about the Allegiant Stadium? What about Allegiant if they had it out there?
When Floyd did his press run, you saw what this shit could have been. He could have fought anywhere.
Now, fighting Pacquiao anywhere is different. Like fighting Canelo in Texas might have made more money, right? But we ain't even talking about Floyd versus Canelo. We're talking about Floyd versus fucking Ricky Hatton.
Nah, Floyd versus Pacquiao anywhere in the world would have they could have sold the tickets for however much cheese they wanted. No cap.
I think Floyd, really, if you're talking about Floyd versus Pacquiao, it probably would have made more money in China, right?
China.
I
don't know about China.
I don't know about China.
I'm saying they could have did that shit at Wembley. They could have did that shit at one of them big stadiums.
Hell, not done it. Like, first off, Wembley don't have the cash like that.
No, hell no. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly?
I mean that Las Vegas, like no fight out of the UK has beaten the fights out of fucking Vegas. None of them. Like you take the biggest fight that ever happened in the UK, it has never generated what you get out of fucking Vegas.
So no, that's not my point, Smoke. I'm saying though, Mayweather and Pacquiao were such commodities that just about motherfuckers would have flew out to go see him.
I get it, but people would have flown out to see it, but people flowed out to Vegas. Like Vegas just has a bigger tax base. Really, what I'm saying is this, and it's no fucking front to them, is that like most people in the UK are on fucking welfare, like just straight the fuck up.
Straight up slim. That's how they
this
going.
nigga.
They tricked
Holy
us.
shit, that nigga hella funny.
Yeah, well, when you talk about like that's why they talk about the numbers of people versus how much money it made, because all of those people are broke as fuck.
So, they tricking us over here. They
I'm just saying that it's the way that you spin the thing. When instead of saying how much money a fight makes, which is the real thing, like let's just break it real. Let me be really fucking. Let's keep it all the way funky. Boxing is one of the purest examples of capitalism that we have in sports. Like just straight the fuck up. But when you start talking about how many people watched the fight versus how much money the fight made, no, it's fucking cap.
I get what you're saying now. You saying they broke over there. They tricked us. They tricked us. Whole time everybody on welfare.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, listen. I was at the Million Man March. There was 1 million people there. Nobody talks about how much money the Million Man March made.
I know. I wasn't there. It was in my city, so.
Yeah, listen. I'm a Georgetown guy. I went to George. Like my parents went to George. Like DC. I had much love for him. When you start talking about how many people showed up to that shit, it's because that shit didn't make no fucking money. When it makes a bunch of money, that's what you talk about.
Who? You talking about the Million Man March?
Period.
Oh, that joint made money. Stop that shit, man.
I mean, listen. What you talk about when it comes to Million Man March is not the money it made, but how many people showed up.
Yeah, because it was a lot of illegal money that was made.
Hey, listen. If it's a question of Allah versus Mullah, I'm not even gonna go there with the NOI. All I'm saying is, my point to all of this shit is, like, if you understand media literacy and what capitalism is about the bottom fucking line. And when you start talking about, instead of talking about the bottom line, how much money it made, you start talking about how many people watched it, it's because that shit didn't make fucking money.
I get what you're saying. You trying to tell me that they over there living off the land. That's what you're telling me.
No, they're over there living off the experience.
I'm talking, living
There's
off
no tax
the
base over there. They'll tell you about the atmosphere. They'll tell you about how you met your ex-girlfriend and your ex-fucking husband. Like maybe there's some babies born under that shit. But
that's
however,
what I'm telling
when
you.
you start talking about how much money it made, like what you hear is, yeah, AJ made more money like fighting fucking Andy Ruiz. That's what you hear. Or fighting in Saudi Arabia.
But I understand what you're telling me. You telling me the UK is faking the funk. They broke as shit. They just
of course. Of course, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Because
like,
when he said that shit was funny as fuck, bro.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
bro, I didn't know what you was saying, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, listen.
That's why they joints 25. They
broke as hell on
$25.
Of course. Why do you think AJ needs to fight in Saudi Arabia if UK got it like that?
Yeah, they broke your shit.
Well, who pulling up in Saudi Arabia though? Like,
of course, nobody. And why is Saudi Arabia willing to pay? That's my entire point to this thing. There's a thing about Australia that's willing to pay. I don't see the recoup, but maybe the Australian government, maybe the taxpayer in Australia is willing. Like, there's a bunch of tax money, but why is the Australian government willing to take an L on this? Because 55,000 people doesn't say anything about how much money the fight's going to generate.
Yeah, they just try to say
all they need.
I understand
55,000 people.
Nah, see what they trying to do is trick people about the attendance. What Smoke saying is they not going to tell you how much money they gross. They just going to say, "Oh, we had 50 to 80,000 in the building," but they never going to say what the fuck the money he made.
Correct.
Because they broke your shit over there.
Correct. And if the Australian government, is willing to take an L on this, cool. For whatever reason.
Hey,
like I'm saying,
shit down there
that Australian Open tennis story was terrible for their whole sports thing.
What'd you say, Britt?
Hey, wait. You got to elaborate on that, Smoke. But is they broke shit down there in Australia as well?
I'm not saying that they're broke as shit. I'm saying that when it comes to the state, if the state is putting up the money for this fight, we're not talking about Eddie Hearn. We're not talking about Al Heyman. We're not talking about Bob Arum. We're not talking about any of that shit. We're talking about a government. So now it's a thing about, it's a politics behind why they're willing to put up the money. And they may be willing to bilk the Australian people in order to make this fucking fight whatever it is they needed to make.
Or Devin Haney getting robbed.
I never said no. It's not about that. No, I'm not even saying Devin.
They need Lomachenko down there too. He getting robbed, man.
Maybe. I'm not saying. I'm not going that far with it.
You just opened my eyes. You just opened my eyes. What you just told me, Devin Haney is getting robbed, man. There's no way.
No, what I'm saying to you is, there's a lot of pressure on Bill Haney to make sure all of his T's are crossed and his I's are dotted.
No,
there's a lot of pressure on Bill Haney right now.
If whoever the judges is, they are going to die if they don't fucking pick.
No. It's not about the judges, right? It's not solely on the judges.
No, I'm saying the government. All right, y'all got the government involved. They need them belts down in there. We need to make more trips. We need to make more trips down here so we can make our money back and all that shit. Devin Haney is not. If Devin Haney wins the first fight, he's not winning the second one.
What I'm saying is, Bill BHP, Devin Haney production, but whatever the hell they got going on, dollar bill, y'all. All I'm saying is, those dudes got to watch the judges. They got to watch the refs. They got to watch every fucking little thing, regardless of whatever it is. Those dudes got to be on entire point. Like to me, it's not about the judging in the Pacquiao Horn fight. It's about the ref in the Pacquiao Horn fight. Like, you have to understand that the judges at a certain point have a reasonable position in order to rob a guy because of the way that the refs the fight.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't care what you talk about, Smoke. The government is motherfucking. Y'all better put George Kambosos on the motherfucking ballot, or y'all motherfuckers ain't leaving.
No, it ain't even that.
People are disappearing, man. I'm trying to tell you, if George don't win his fight, somebody's going to disappear. Somebody's dog, somebody family member, something is going to happen, man.
Listen, all I'm saying is, when you get an ATG losing to a school teacher, you gotta start asking yourself some questions.
I'm hip to what you're saying, man. The government is putting the fix in. They gotta be. If we helping pay for this fight, we need more returns down here, man. I mean,
I think they just drunk off that TO win, and they really think that nigga Georgia winning, bro. Like, no cap. I think they really out of their mind.
They going to help him,
something. I don't think George is out of his mind, but I think everybody else involved. Not even
George can fight though.
All I'm saying is, hey, Batman, there's a reason why you feel the way you feel about Bill Haney. And I'm just saying that the pressure now is on that dude's game.
He can't do nothing.
No, he can do something. The question is, what can he do? Now we have to see. Now we have to see what his game is really looks like.
Bill better not say nothing out the ordinary. If Devin lose that fight down there, he better
he better figure out who the fucking ref is. If we're gonna be prisoners of the moment, he better figure out who the fucking ref is.
Man, Batman, why the fuck would Devin lose this fight, bro? Come on,
because the government is paying for this fucking fight, helping pay for the fight.
I know, but I'm saying, Batman.
Huh?
Batman, if you watch Devin Haney beat up on George, right, and they rob him, are you gonna hold that against it? You gonna hold that against Devin, or are you gonna say they robbed that nigga down there in Australia?
Oh, no, I'm gonna hold it
as a real nigga out the DMV.
I'm gonna hold it against him because of what he did to my brother. So at the end of the day,
your brother was talking shit first, though. That nigga was talking shit first. Let's not forget that.
You say my brother was talking shit first? No, he wasn't.
Nah, bro. No. Hold up, Batman. Hold up.
I
got you. You have to respond to this. I got this.
He was.
Gary Russell Jr. was talking about Terrence Crawford. Devin Haney inserted himself in a.
No. Hold on, Smoke.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. This is. I'm talking about after that.
Let me break it down. Bill Haney came out, called Gary Russell out. So we started going. Gary Russell made a video after that. Gary Russell ain't the first one to talk this shit. Bill Haney was. Bad. So after that, it was back and forth. So you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about when my brother just lost. When my brother just lost the Maxayo.
Yeah, against Maxayo. He said he lost to a bum, but that's because y'all was calling that nigga a bum. You can't be calling your opponents bums.
I mean, he a bum, but my brother ain't lose. Now we laughing. Look. So you want me to be nah. Listen, you want me to be you want me to care about Devin Haney's situation, but Devin Haney ain't keep it real about my brother's situation.
See, because here's the thing, bro. Right after Devin Haney had beat up on Gamboa, your brother was talking that shit, saying he was trash,
that's the fight.
how he looked like an amateur.
Listen, that's the fight. That's the fight. My brother posed to have that. Somehow,
I know, but
they still want to go with Gamboa. Hold on, Rich. But did he say something when he almost got knocked out by Linares? No, he didn't. He didn't. He stopped.
Bro.
My brother stopped talking about Devin Haney. What are you talking about?
Bro, the point is this, bro. Whenever I hear Gary talk about Devin, and it's not even a problem because these niggas fighters and they could just fight. It's not a problem that it be a little disdain there, bro. But that nigga be saying shit and it don't, you feel me, be positive
he never
shit.
Said
it don't never be
that. When a nigga
it don't never be salute to the young nigga. But listen, that shit truly don't matter because like I said, these niggas whole ass men, they could have fought, they didn't. And you feel me, they fighters. So when Gary say after the Gamboa win that I would have sparked Shorty and all this other shit, right?
All right.
And saying he looked like an amateur. After you lose to a nigga that you was calling a bum, no matter what
he never
saying,
called
you feel
him
me?
a bum. See, that's what I be saying.
Nah, see y'all both
he never called him a bum. I called him a bum. What is you talking about? Gary Russell never called Maxayo a bum.
I remember him saying it was gonna be easy work and hella shit, and I actually had Gary winning the fight, but it wasn't till it. I can't say that bro robbed him. I'm saying if it's a robbery down there in Australia, and you being a real nigga with actual eyes,
what
from
you mean
the DMV,
me being a real nigga? Why I supposed to be a real nigga to a nigga that wasn't a real nigga? So what is you talking about?
No. What you talking about? What you talking about? I'm saying you being a real nigga. If you see some shit, you not gonna say it's not that because you upset. You gonna say the truth because you a real nigga.
I'm not gonna say shit. I don't have to be a real nigga towards him. What I gotta be a real nigga towards him for? He wasn't a real nigga. He wasn't a real nigga. What are you talking about?
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. Like, I didn't watch the whole situation go down. You feel me? And I don't see the problem with that nigga calling, you feel me, your brother out for the 1.5 when he said he'll fight Terrence for 1.5. I don't see the problem with that. And I also don't see why.
Because they did that because we was trying to get more money. I know you don't see the problem. I don't see the problem why he couldn't get paid more than what he get paid at 126. Yeah, the return Bud Crawford, that was personal. It was personal. It was real beef there.
Did he make more than what you guys offered him for the mag sale? I don't want an exact number because it ain't my business. All into deep into
man,
it. But
look, he made the same money they trying to. He made the same money they trying to pay him at one. He makes the same money you trying to pay him at 126.
See, because here's my thing, bro. I be hearing you say it sometimes. You be saying you don't fuck with Bill and them, but it's just like, bro, that I can understand.
You know why I don't fuck with Bill?
But if you watch that nigga,
you want to know why I don't fuck with Bill? Do you want to know why I don't fuck with Bill?
Batman, bro. We don't gotta talk about that shit, nigga. I'm trying to talk to you about this shit though, because this is something out here coming up. You just told me as a real nigga out the DMV that if you watch this nigga Devin Haney get robbed,
I don't give a fuck
if he get robbed that he got robbed.
I don't care.
Okay.
And I'ma tease him for it too. I'm a tease him,
lie though, bro. But I ain't gonna lie. If that's the case, bro,
listen, hey,
we gotta
Batman.
tease.
Listen,
If that's the
Batman.
case, we
want
gotta
me to be a
tease
understand why
real
Gary
you
for
nigga.
losing the
Hold
Mad
up.
Sale for less than what he took for
This
dinner. You gotta
Rich
tease him
want
for
me
it.
to be a real nigga towards Devin Haney when Devin Haney wasn't a real nigga towards my brother. What the fuck?
Gary didn't, bro. Gary might have won that fight in our eyes, but he did not get robbed, bro. He did not get robbed.
So if he won the fight
It was
in
too
our
close of a
eyes, what
fight
he
to say he
get?
got robbed. A robbery
Dog,
is
he
Conce
controlled the fight.
Valdez.
If you go look at it, he controlled the fight with one arm. The man couldn't hit him.
No, bro, you got to understand. I love Gary Russell, bro. His style is impeccable, bro. He showed me something that night, most definitely. But for me to say he got robbed, I'd be like, nah, he didn't get robbed. I could see the fight going both ways.
How you can see the fight going both ways?
Fuck what
My
you
fault.
talk.
My fault.
Like, yo,
I could see the fight going both ways.
We saw two different classes of fighters in that fight. Two totally different classes. We saw one guy with two hands.
No jab hand.
We saw one guy with two hands get his ass whooped by a guy with one hand.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like the one guy with one hand, yes, he had his power hand, his left hand. But Gary, you feel me? He be throwing that jab. That right hand is what he really had. That's what I'm saying. He didn't even have his weapon, bro. And that's why I wouldn't hold it against him. But what
Rich,
Devin and Gary got going on,
Rich,
we got to understand that.
Rich, you don't talk about hands, bro.
What I gotta understand?
Just real quick, just real quick, Batman. Just real quick. There's 4 criteria boxing, right? There's 4 different metrics that tells you how you win a fight. It ain't just what hand you use, right? And what we saw was a dude with one hand meet 3/4 of the fucking criteria for winning a round versus a dude with 2 hands.
Because here's the thing, he most definitely had better defense in the ring generalship, obviously.
Ring generalship.
And he might have landed
clean punch.
No, yeah, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not that it was a close fight, bro. That's what I'm saying. No, I wasn't saying they trying to interrupt me or nothing because y'all can do that. That's not shit. But I to me, the fight was too close for me to say it was a robbery. But for that nigga Gary, right, and it's not even a problem.
No,
like
when you say it's too close, it's too close, what do you mean? You have to ignore 3/4 of what it means to score a fucking round in order to say the fight's close.
I know exactly how to score a round, bro.
I'm just saying.
The nigga what's his name was very much more active. I've seen the niggas take a fight from Casemiro.
All I'm saying is to you is who won the defense? Who won the defense? Who won clean hard punching? Like you could give the guy effective aggression. You can give him that one. But the other three metrics of boxing, you can't give it to the other guy. You can't give ring generalship to him. You can't give defense to him. You can't give clean hard punching to him.
Bro, y'all heard me say that shit. I had Gary Russell winning, but I also said that I couldn't call it a robbery, bro. Because I've seen a lot more egregious shit, nigga, throughout this year. I've seen something way more egregious that I have to say that's a fucking robbery, bro.
You know why it was a robbery? You know why it was a robbery? Because the champion.
And they probably shouldn't have done Gary like that because he is the champ.
You want to know why it was a robbery, Rich? He ain't do enough to beat a champion.
Yeah, but that's our bias. Like so I have the same bias that you have when it comes to you got to beat a champion to get his belt off. But that's not really how you score a round.
I ain't saying scoring a round.
I'm just saying if you just look at how you score a round, he got robbed.
I don't know, bro. Brett threw a lot more punches, and they already want to hate on the slick black fighter regardless,
Rich,
bro. Like,
Rich,
I already see that shit happening when
Rich,
before they even caught
is number of punching is number of punches thrown and landed a scoring criteria or no?
Thrown, most definitely not. But
that's where they'll try to. Correct. That's my point to you. Is that like when you look at the criteria of fucking boxing, what that dude like the best thing you could say about him is that he threw more fucking punches and maybe landed more punches. But that's not a scoring criteria.
Nah, but Smoke, what you're not understanding is that I, just like you, think Gary Russell won the fight. I also feel like if Gary had another hand, he would have beat him, bro. But that's not really the point. My whole argument is that the nigga didn't get robbed. And I'm saying, Batman, if you watch Devin get robbed, you
And
wouldn't
I don't
acknowledge it.
care
You
if
would just
Devin
be
get
like,
robbed. That's
that
what I'm
nigga,
telling you.
you'll be like,
No, that's
yeah,
what
you
I'm
would just
telling
be
you.
like, that
I'm
nigga
supposed to
shouldn't have
be
talked shit about my brother.
Rich want me to be a real nigga when the next man wasn't a real nigga. What the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie. Was Gary being a real nigga when he was talking shit about the Gamboa win?
Yeah, he was being a real nigga because he said what he saw, and that's what happened. Devin won, but Devin didn't look good in the win against Gamboa.
All right, but what about so what about when Gary? So do you think that Gary, before Devin fought JoJo, you think that Gary actually thought JoJo would beat him, or do you think that Gary just said that shit just because niggas not fucking with Devin?
No, Gary said, why would I want somebody to beat somebody that I beat?
He said, I'll always root for the past opponent and the whole shit. But he said, I got JoJo Diaz winning, period. He said he had JoJo winning, but I'm asking, do you think he believed that shit?
Win because I beat JoJo. If JoJo beat Devin, then Devin's not better than me.
And that looked good on my resume, but he didn't say I want JoJo to win. He said I got JoJo. Do you think he meant that? Do you think he actually believed that?
I was there in the conversation.
Did you believe that?
I was there in the conversation.
I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken, my guy. But do you believe that? Did you believe JoJo was gonna beat on Devin?
I thought it was gonna be a competitive fight like it was.
Competitive? I ain't gonna lie. He arguably beat him better than your brother did, but
he definitely ain't beat him better than my brother did. My brother took it to that man. That man ain't started fighting till the 8th round.
See, and that's what I'm saying.
See, my brother fight different. My brother fight different than
Devin. Won the same amount of rounds. He only won 2 to maybe 3 rounds against Devin.
So there's two things, right? So both
what
fighters
rounds he won against Gary.
Both guys exposed JoJo Diaz for his deficiencies, but one guy, right? So what is it like? What separates these two dudes?
My brother was trying to stop JoJo Diaz. Yeah, my brother.
I don't see it. Okay, if that's what if he's trying to stop JoJo Diaz, if he's trying to stop JoJo Diaz,
Devin heard him with some left hooks, some
right
hand uppercuts.
Diaz, man.
Man, I don't remember that.
All I'm saying is,
Devin never hurt JoJo Diaz.
If your brother was trying to stop, JoJo Diaz, then I would rate Devin Haney's performance over JoJo Diaz over your brother's.
But y'all don't remember in the 3rd round, my brother fucking hurt his hand.
Yeah, I understand that, but we also talk about a JoJo Diaz. We also talk about a JoJo Diaz that couldn't actually throw a punch until his feet were set.
Yeah, mind you, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, I had Gary beating JoJo 8-4. You feel me? Like maybe like some 9-3 type shit. But I most definitely had Devin beating that nigga 9-3, 10-2 type shit. So it's like, but it don't take nothing away from either one.
But the fighter, fuck what we saying. The fighter that was in the ring with both of them fighters said who beat him better.
JoJo said that, but he was most definitely capping, bro.
Man, he wasn't capping.
I'm just saying
that nigga couldn't even see.
Fighter.
He couldn't even see in round 12, bro.
All right, hold on. So when and Gary Russell fight, JoJo looked like the Elephant Man.
Most definitely had a marked up face, but he didn't have a cut on the inside of his eye that had him wiping his face when he's supposed to be trying to get on in round 12.
Since he got headbutted. Since he got headbutted, he always get cuts, man.
No, I said on the inside of his eye.
There's two different things, right? So Gary Russell Jr.'s win over JoJo Diaz showed that JoJo Diaz wasn't ready to fight a caliber of fighter as Gary Russell Jr.
Fact.
Whereas the win over Devin Haney, the win over Devin Haney showed that Devin Haney A doesn't have power, but B maybe JoJo Diaz is not really a lightweight.
Oh yeah, no, I don't see how you guys can say that, bro. JoJo is too big at fucking what's the name, and he just whooped on Fortuna, who crunched on Robert Easter, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. JoJo was too big at 130. I thought you was going the right way, Smoke, but I had to disagree. You could kind of say that he wasn't ready for the Gary Russell smoke at that point in time. But I think what the Devin win proves is that nigga You feel me? He just not on Devin's level, period, bro. JoJo got better since since the Gary Russell fight by far.
Hey, Rich, and I'm cool with that. That you feel
I'll
like
keep
that.
on talking
What
about
I'm saying is going
put Devin up against Gary Antoine Russell. What do you do?
He'll serve Antoine Russell, bro. I'm not gonna lie. He just had problems with post stars jabbing feet.
Only
just
because
said he
was a real one.
Serve him.
He's going to get the dog shit beat out him, man.
I don't know about
a real
all that.
quick point. Just a real quick point, gentlemen. All I'm saying to you is, Jojo Diaz maybe proved that he was a real lightweight because he beat Fortuna, right? But Fortuna at that point wasn't really the Fortuna that fought Bunny, right? So it's a different Fortuna. Maybe it's a fine hair to split. I feel like Jojo Diaz proved that he should be at lightweight, but he didn't get a real elite win at lightweight, in my mind.
I mean, he couldn't get one against Devin. How was you was never going to win that fight.
Fortuna win was good, but I don't think Fortuna went out in 40 style, but it was good, though. I mean, JoJo went in there and did his job.
Mind you, I think JoJo is a great fighter, and I rate Gary Russell win over JoJo, bro. I think Gary Russell's a great fighter. Shit, I think Gary Antoine Russell is a good fighter.
Now, let's get back to this one.
Oh, to what I just said about how bro will serve him though. I was saying that the day when y'all was on the live.
He'll
gonna
get
stopped. He'll serve Gary Antoine, bro. He'll
going to
his
get
face
stopped.
off.
This not Linares. That jab is not that good that y'all keep talking about because he's fighting these slow-footed fighters. And Posto jab ain't give Antoine no problems. It
most definitely did. It was the jab.
It was
the jab and the feet, bro. And it was a couple rounds like 6 through 8.
Dog, it was because of his length, dog. It was because of his length.
So what about Devin? What about Devin's variation in jab and the fact that he's a little longer than Antoine?
And that man that man won't even punch out. Antoine is gonna walk through that shit and walk that boy down, man.
But what about Devin's feet though? Devin got way better feet than Postal. Postal kind of was in there.
Devin don't even have better feet as fucking Boots Ennis as a fucking amateur.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie. We can just have to bet on it because I got Devin serving, dude. Like, no disrespect. I think Gary.
I don't have you.
Hey, but that's them your brothers.
We're in a different conversation. Like you have to understand that Batman is having a different conversation. He's saying that Antoine is better than Boots Ennis.
Oh yeah, but I don't think he's even saying that. But what would that even have to do with Devin?
I'm saying that if Boots Ennis couldn't get away from Antoine, I don't think Devin's going to get away from him.
Oh no, that was a 3-round fight, my guy. If they fought in a 12-round fight where the fight isn't over after 3 rounds, it ain't like
Antoine got a better motor than Devin Haney.
I watched the fight with Antoine and Boots. It was great work, you feel me? But who's to say that if they not fighting in a longer fight, that fight doesn't turn, that the tide don't turn?
Antoine got a better motor than them guys, man, and he proved it.
Hey, Batman.
I like your brother.
Do you have it just straight up, just so I understand? Do you have Antoine beating Boots?
Yeah, I got Antoine beating Boots.
That's my point. Another different question, and hopefully you can educate me and everybody else who doesn't know.
Cause he's
going. Who is Arki Gwala?
You said Arki Gwala?
Yeah, who's Arki Gwala?
That's one of my little homies that died.
No, I'm saying like, I mean, I got that with the RIP and that you know him, but like, who is this guy?
He a rapper. You can go on internet, put his name up, Gwala. He's a hell of a rapper.
Sorry, Rich, and sorry, Batman. Go back to your thing.
But nah, Batman, I fuck with your whole. And them is your brothers, right? They your brothers.
Yeah.
So who? What was I about to say? I was going to ask. Do you think Antoine is better than Mr. Gary Russell?
No, but at the end of the day, Antoine is more physical. Antoine is one of the motherfucking Antoine. The way he fight, he's a dog.
Do they spar ever?
Huh?
Do they ever spar? Have you ever seen? Well,
nah, they don't spar no more. They used to spar when Antoine was like 16. Probably like the last time they probably sparred Antoine was 18. But other than that, they don't spar. But when
How old is Antoine?
What I'm telling you is Antoine is different. He got his feet is fast enough to catch up with you when you're doing all that dancing around. And if you know boxing, going backwards gets you tired more than going forward.
I don't know, man. I just seen the Postal fight, and he did beat Postal. Obviously, I seen him beat him up. I didn't agree with
beat
the
him up every round.
not every round. I didn't agree with the stoppage.
You say what? So what
no,
round? What
not
round
every round, bro. I most definitely was giving Postal rounds between like 6 and 9.
Every round he was the most cleaner puncher. Every round he landed the most hardest shots. Every round, what are you talking about? He punched more in the round than Postal in every round.
Nah, round 6 through 9 was a different fight, and actually, I want to say like rounds 5 through 9. It was a much different fight based off Postal just being, he was just more active and shit like that. And most
go
definitely
back and watch the fight, man.
I watched it, bro. I was happy to see Gary Russell fighting a big name and shit. I'm like, my nigga, Gary Russell finna call out Devin.
Go back and watch them. Go back and watch the fight, dog. Go back and watch the fight, dog.
I respect that nigga. He got a lot of Sean Porter in him. He remind me of
Gary. No Sean Porter in him. Don't do that, man. Don't do that, man.
What the fuck?
That man is way. Sean Porter cannot do what Antoine Russell do.
Bro, you didn't let me finish. I said he remind me of his big brother. You feel me? Mr. Gary Russell and Sean Porter, like a damn near like a 50-50 blend of them niggas. And that's a cool little mixture, but
fuck no.
I don't know. Man.
Yeah, he doesn't remind me of either guy. Like for me, Gary Antoine Russell, I don't even know. Like I feel like he's blazing his own trail. I don't know which fighter he reminds me of at this point. But the dude can box. He can make adjustments, and he got some pop.
He don't remind nobody of motherfucking Sean Porter.
No, and not at all. Like Sean Porter is a dude that doesn't sit down his punches at all. Doesn't have power at all. Like really, like for,
I'm talking about
real,
his approach. His approach is very Sean Porter.
Some of Sean Porter's fights are impossible for me to watch. Like I don't ever want to see. I don't ever want to rewatch Porter versus Ugas or Porter versus Brook or under this. Like Gary Antoine, I can watch that dude's fights. I can watch those fights 2 or 3 times. Like I don't equate Antoine to Porter. As a matter of fact, Antoine is one of the most unique guys I've seen in a long time.
Bro, I wouldn't.
If you want to say you fight like somebody, you could have said Aaron Pryor or something, man. Not no fucking Sean Porter.
Bro,
yeah, but he don't throw shots like Aaron Pryor.
He don't throw a lot of punches like Aaron Pryor. He don't wrestle. He don't bump into you, try to slam you.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, Antoine is doing his own thing. Like, listen, as a guy who's been doing this thing for 4 decades, what I mean by doing this thing, I mean watching fights, and at least since '93 with a guy who is Olympian and trained Hall of Famers, right, and been in there with other Hall of Famers, and talking that shit for at least 3 decades, right? That's what my claim to fame. That's where I come from with this whole like boxing thing. Antoine don't remind me of anybody. He really doesn't.
He don't throw single punches. Sean Porter throws single punches. My brother throw combinations. Come on, man. Where the fuck do you see Sean Porter at?
It's not in the punches because, like I said, he remind me of Gary Russell in his approach, especially when he's shooting the double jab. It's more in the feet and his approach. Like his whole approach is very Sean Porter-esque. He's very light on his toes. He's pretty good at cutting off the ring. And when he's shooting the jab and shooting combination, he kind of remind me of his big brother. I see a lot of his big brother influence on him too. But either way, I don't see him beating Devin though. I ain't gonna lie.
He's gonna stop Devin Haney.
Yeah, I most definitely don't see that.
His hands, he got the faster hands. Now let's go. With
faster hands, man. What the fuck are we talking about, Batman? You know that shit ain't true.
His hands faster than Devin Haney's.
His best shot is like cutting off the ring and roughing him up and shit like that.
You got to see a guy
boxing match.
You got to see a guy move up in weight before you start talking about how he's going to beat guys in higher weights. That's first off.
Nah, Devin's too big at 35, bro.
But I'm just saying, I got it. But if you're talking about a guy who has no power, moving up to a weight,
yeah, he has no power.
How does he have no power?
Okay, what I'm saying is, Devin Haney,
when he step
Devin
up
Haney's
and fight
power,
elite fighters, he cannot hurt elite fighters.
But beyond that,
say that,
I'm telling you, I'll tell you what I mean by what I'm saying.
At the end of the day,
just a quick thing, Batman. What I mean is, when you think of in the lightweight division, you don't think Devin Haney is amongst the power punchers at lightweight. Meanwhile, you're talking about moving up a weight between a guy who's stopping dudes, and not only that, but a weight in which guys can really fucking thump. Like Antoine, I don't know that Antoine can thump with the best of them at 140. That's yet to be seen. But 140 got dudes like a few dudes. Well, more than one guy who's killed people in the fucking ring. 140 is no fucking joke. No joke at all.
140 is 5 pounds bigger than 135, and I just watched the 140-pound undisputed champion. Very regular.
I got it. And if you're just looking at the 5-pound weight discrepancy, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, if you look at the guys who are killers, for real, legit killers, certified killers, at 135, at 140 versus 135, you'll see that it ain't the same fucking thing. That 5-pound difference don't really mean anything. But even if you go beyond that, even if you go beyond the dictionary definition of killer, you got a lot of dudes who can fucking really crack at 140 versus not really a lot of guys who can crack at 135. There's a lot of guys at 135 who are glorified like flyweights, featherweights. Not flyweights, but featherweights.
This may be true, but I also know a guy named Mario Barrios who was fighting at the 140-pound division. I think he's pretty and this is what I'm saying. That 5-pound weight difference shit, I guarantee that shit won't matter. Like when Devin get up there, the 5 pounds is gonna be nice on him. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I couldn't see the weight.
He's not going to be punching harder because he got 5 more pounds on him, dog.
I think the weight cut. We're not living in the justice,
bro. We're not living in the era of same day weigh-ins. We're not living in that era. We're not living in the era of like you are only 5 pounds more on fight night. Dudes are ballooning up in fucking weight 10, 15 fucking pounds.
That's what I'm telling them, man. And at the end of the day, when he go up to 135, when he go up to 140, dog, he's not going to generate no more power than what he generates now.
So we don't think
the only thing he can do is get stronger, physically stronger, and probably can take probably can work his body to take bigger shots. But
that's the point. He gonna be in better shape, period. He's not cutting an extra 5 pounds that actually he's a growing man that he shouldn't be cutting. That's the point right there. He shouldn't be having to cut that extra 5 pounds.
At the end of the day, it didn't work out for Linares.
Linares started off at 126 though. He's a naturally smaller man. Devin is a naturally bigger man. Devin's naturally bigger than Linares. He started out at 26.
All right, cool. But Linares was big. He was always big.
Nah, he got a small frame.
So, what? He's 5'9", 5'8".
He tall. He 5'8". He tall, but his frame is small. He started off at 126.
Yeah, he grew into his frame.
He got a boy body. He didn't belong at 140. Devin arguably belongs at 47 when the time is right. 54 when the time is right. He just gotta time it right, and he damn near is. The best way to time it is to get
make
too
it
big.
up there, man. He's not going to make it.
Is Gary Antoine gonna stop him from making it up there?
You gonna see when he run into him. He's gonna stop this boy, man.
I love that shit coming up to DMV, man, but that's most definitely not happening, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Bruh. He's gonna shoot right. Devin is not that long, not stronger than him. He's gonna shoot right behind that jab, test the body. Devin is gonna feel that shit, and it's gonna go from there. It's Devin.
I don't know, bro.
It's Devin. The only thing Devin's gonna do, the only thing was gonna happen when he catch up with Devin is Devin gonna fight. And if Devin fights and fights back, You know my brother know how to punch in between punches and all that, and he's going to get stopped. You think Linares hurt him? You think
Linares is super
hurt?
fast combination puncher, bro.
My
and
brother a fast combination puncher if he right there.
And I think he gonna respect your brother's power. He gonna respect your brother's power more than he respected Linares at that point. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be.
But my brother's gonna he's not gonna be able to run the whole night.
No, running is not what I would call it. See, you wouldn't call what Gary Russell was doing against Max Hale as running. So why would you call what Devin Haney gonna do against Antoine Russell running? We ain't calling that shit running. Come on, bro.
What are you talking about? He's not gonna be all right. He's not gonna be able to move and be getting touched all night. My brother know how to cut the ring off. My brother ain't one of these.
Hey, hold up, Batman. Please tell me which fight Gary Russell Jr. is on the front foot on.
You say what?
The front foot.
The front foot?
Yeah, when he's initiating the action.
Nah, this last fight
he's cutting off the ring and all this shit.
There. He stopped, went on the front foot with what's his name?
He was on that bitch anytime I watched him. He coming forward every time.
Nah, at the beginning he's boxing. Then when
exactly. For me,
JoJo Diaz off the break he was coming forward.
Hell, fucking no.
Well, wait, you talking about Gary Russell?
Are you for real right now?
No, I'm talking about Gary Russell
against JoJo Diaz. That dude,
the first three rounds
used the outside apron.
No,
against JoJo. He was not a fighter against JoJo Diaz. Hell, fucking no.
The first 3 rounds he was walking JoJo Diaz.
Yeah, JoJo Diaz was winning those rounds. What Gary Russell Jr. did to win that fight was making
JoJo Diaz was winning what round?
Let me finish, bro. For Gary Russell Jr. to win that fight, he had to turn into a guy on the back foot.
You say what?
The reason why Gary Russell Jr. won the
somebody pull up this fight, dog. Somebody pull up this fight. JoJo, he walked JoJo Diaz down until he hurt his hand.
Walking him down? Are you for real, bro? Like what? Okay, so I need to. So Batman, I need to rewatch this fight. Maybe I need to rewatch this fight. But what I saw was Gary Russell Jr. realizing. Let me finish my point. Hold on,
Smoke.
Okay, go ahead. Cook.
Apologize to me when you rewatch that fight.
Okay. Maybe you need to apologize to me after I rewatch the fight.
No, the full fight ain't even.
No, maybe you need to apologize to me once I rewatch the fight. But maybe I need to apologize to you. But from just my memory, watching the fight, right? I remember. So there's a few things I remember about this fight, right? I remember that it was YouTube producing, YouTube broadcasting a fight, and we saw Lee Selby versus Josh Warrington. And we also saw the return of Tyson Fury versus Sefer Seferi. And then it switched to Gary Russell Jr. versus JoJo Diaz. And then we also saw let me cook. And then we saw Badu Jack versus Adonis Stevenson.
Yeah,
just off the top of my head. I haven't watched this thing since it came out. I'm just telling you about my memory right now. But from my memory, and I haven't watched any of these fights since this fucking day. What I saw was JoJo Diaz couldn't throw a fucking shot until he set his feet. And it took a few rounds for Gary Russell Jr. to figure this out. And until he figured this out, it was a kind of a tough fight. But after that, what I remember seeing, forget what I saw. What I remember seeing was Gary Russell Jr. using the outside fucking apron to use his lateral movement and to confuse JoJo Diaz and to beat him to the punch because JoJo Diaz needed to set his fucking feet in order to land a shot.
All right, now let me go there. Let me go here. At the beginning of the fight, my brother was walking JoJo Diaz down. JoJo Diaz wouldn't throw a fucking punch. The first fucking 5 rounds. He was throwing all body shots. He wouldn't go upstairs for nothing. He was in the high guard the whole time. 3rd round, my brother hurt his hand. So my brother started boxing. Never getting too far out of range. Never doing too much moving around the ring in front of him. Boxing. Then, like the 8th round, he started moving a little bit more around the ring. Come on, man. Go look at the fight, man. Go look at the fight. The man, JoJo Diaz, ain't started throwing punches, trying to touch Gary Russell to the head till the 8th round. Go look at the fight.
No, I mean, listen, like I said, I'm just remembering what I saw on the day, right? Like this is what, 2018? I'm just saying that I remember in that fight is that Gary Russell Jr. realized at a certain point in that fight that JoJo Diaz couldn't fucking do anything with him until he set his feet, and then he became
he waited,
and then he became a lateral movement guy. But when the fight was close, when it was competitive, it was because they were trading shots.
That was in the 8th. That was after the 8th round.
Gary Antoine throw punches just like Gary Russell, bro. He just used his feet just like Sean Porter. I swear to God, that's how I see that shit. But I'm watching him doing this bullshit against
that man don't use his feet like Sean Porter, man. Sean Porter,
he jittery and he be like in and out, and that's a good feet. Sean Porter got good feet, bro.
Oh, Sean Porter got eye feet. He got eye feet when he want to use them. His and when he do use them, he don't know how to use them.
Bro, you crazy. That nigga Sean, like, he be on his toes, bro. That's what
Sean like do not know how to use his abilities. He don't. He'd have won more fights if he knew how to use it.
No, that nigga was never beating them niggas that he lost to. He was never beating those guys. Because he don't throw them punches. Like I said, he don't throw. Gary Russell don't throw. I mean, Antoine don't throw punches like Sean, bro. I'm looking at the way this nigga throwing these punches right now. He don't throw them like that.
Listen, the reason why Sean Porter don't win fights is because, like, to have good footwork, it means that you throw. Beyond that, to throw punches with speed, accuracy, and power, you have to have footwork. And what Sean Porter does, he's always on his fucking toes. He doesn't sit down his fucking shots. He throws a lot of shots, but they're not fucking accurate.
He throw all arm punches, man.
Exactly. That's it. And it's because of his footwork. It's because that dude, he has footballers. And what I mean by football, I mean NFL. I mean, like, gridiron. Now, to all of our UK guys or worldwide guys. I don't mean soccer. I mean, that dude has football footwork. And so he's never fucking sitting down, and his shit is always fucking off. So his accuracy ain't there, his power ain't there.
And then when he get close to you, he smother his shots.
Exactly.
And he squared off. That
exactly. Like a lot of Sean Porter shit is unwatchable to me. Like, if you're a boxing fan, I don't understand how you like the Devin Alexanders and Andre Berto, like those Kell Brooks, those fucking fights. They hurt my eyes for real.
I mean, at the end of the day, I would never sit my son down and show him Sean Porter fighting.
Speak on it.
Man, I'm just saying. I mean, it's nothing Sean Porter do that I tell my son, look, son, man, this motherfucker right here. Nothing.
Now,
so like,
what's Sean Porter's best punch?
Dogging.
All you can say about Sean Porter is about his dog and his range. Like, there's no shot that you think like, yeah, I got to look out for that because it's dangerous. Like,
no shot. Yeah, I don't think about nothing like that about Sean. He just always gonna be there.
That's all it is. The only thing you can ever show your son about Sean, this boy right here is tough, son. You see this boy right here?
But I'm telling you, I feel like just like Sean, that's with Gary Antoine. He gonna always be there, but he's a better puncher. I already said that. He punches way better. He don't throw them arm punches like y'all say. He don't. He throws nice little punches, especially like on the inside, bro. Especially like that double jab.
But you could also say about Antoine that his shot selection is on point, his accuracy is on point, and his distance is on point. There's a whole bunch of like boxing technical thing that you can see that he can grow up. Like for me, when it comes to boxing, it's about like I think that most guys who get into the sport, and this might be my own bias, get in there to make a whole bunch of money. That's really what they're trying to do, is make a whole bunch of fucking money. right? But beyond that whole thing, but beyond the making money part, you start to see the skills and what they bring to the sport. And to me, when it comes to the money, it don't really start until you get to 147 pounds.
Nah, you make money at which kind? Devin making good money right now.
Yeah, but Devin is making good money. But Devin is not the only lightweight.
I'm about to tell you. I mean, which kind was making good money? Lomachenko was making good money.
Yeah, but that's another guy. Like all I'm saying to you is
Tank Davis making good money.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not listen, Batman. I'm not saying that you can't make money if you're in certain things. All I'm saying is, let's say how many world ranked lightweights are there, right? Let's say that let's say that there's 500. There's probably more than 1,000, but let's just say 500. There's 500 world class lightweights. How many of those dudes are making money? 5? 1% of those dudes.
At the time, like 4 of them.
That's what I'm saying. There might be 500 world class lightweights. That's my point. Is that like
it ain't nothing but
yo. I'm saying that like okay. So let me really make it. Let me break it down even more. Maybe the top 5 guys at lightweight are making money. Meanwhile, the top 15 dudes at welterweight are making money.
No, it's not.
Hell no.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to tell me that Green Machine didn't make money?
Nah.
Fuck no. He probably made he made lightweight money.
Probably made like 500,000.
Okay. Hold on. You think Green Machine made more or less money than Fortuna?
No, he made
fighting
more
who?
top.
Fortuna fighting.
He made top welterweight. He made top lightweight money.
Okay, I'm just saying top when we talked about top lightweight, let's put some names on it.
Mean Machine never got $1 million, bro.
All I'm saying, listen. Do you think Jose Benavidez made more than Nakatani?
Jose Benavidez?
Yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Fuck no.
In that
you say Nakatani? All right, Nakatani, but did he get more than Tank Davis? Did he get more than Lomachenko?
But you're talking about the top guys. I'm just saying. I'm just talking about the division.
Never fought for a belt though. He never fought for a belt.
I'm just talking about the difference. I'm just talking about the difference.
Nakatani never fought for a belt.
That's my old point. That's my old point.
Benavidez against Crawford, he fought for a belt though.
I'm saying that Nakatani is a guy who's been in there with champions at the division.
Never made $1 million.
He probably made $15 million. I mean,
let's talk about boots in it.
15. I mean,
let's talk about Virgil Ortiz.
I mean, 1.5.
Never even been in there with a champion.
15, I'm going to say 1.5.
Nah, Virgil has never made $1 million. I don't think he's ever made $1 million.
That's what I'm saying. I think, and I still think that Virgil made more than Nakatani.
Oh yeah, but Virgil's at a higher. Oh,
of course, that's my entire point.
No,
we're talking about guys.
The top guys. I'm talking about the top guys.
Correct. The top guys.
The top guys is like 7 or 8. It's like I'm gonna say 7 top guys that make real money at welterweight.
No, what I'm telling you is, regardless of who you think is the top guys making money at welterweight, they're making way more fucking money than the top guys at lightweight, and there's more of them too.
Nah,
it's only
the top dude at the top. Well, nah.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think Ugas is making more money than everybody at lightweight?
No, it depends on what that paper.
Okay, so who's making more money at lightweight than Ugas?
Tank Davis.
Shit, Devin.
I don't know. Devin Haney is going to make more. Okay, hold up.
Devin Haney ain't making more money.
You think? Okay. What I'm saying to you is Ugas made more than Devin Haney and fucking Tank Davis in his last fight.
Oh shit, that nigga did just fight Pacquiao. I forgot about that. How much did that nigga make on that fight? Damn, I forgot about that. He did just fight Pacquiao on pay-per-view. How much? Hey, how much?
Probably made 5. He probably made
listen, I was on vacation at that point. I was in Hawaii, right? And I watched that fight in the bar. And I'm trying to tell you, like, Hawaii is one of those places where the Asian, like, if you're talking about the United States, there's a huge Asian presence in Hawaii, right? When it comes to America, right? There's a lot of motherfuckers in that fucking bar. And I wasn't even tripping. I was surprised.
Right? Oh, no, they were there for Pacquiao.
I'm just saying, they're there for fucking Pacquiao. But Ugas, before you start talking about the, like, Spence's, sorry, not Spence. Tank's last fight was on a Sunday fucking night.
Yeah, that was the dumbest shit ever.
They're like, let's make sure that we understand what we're talking about.
That was the dumbest shit ever.
Nah, I didn't say Tank. I don't think Tank the highest paid. I think Devin get more money than him.
Tank is the highest paid guy at 135. And
not selling less than 100,000 pay-per-views.
And I'm saying that Ugas is not the highest paid guy at 147. And I'm saying that not the highest paid guy at 147 is making more than the fucking highest paid guy at 135.
Nah, but Tank, no, the reason why Tank not getting crazy cheese is because he ain't fighting nobody. Ugas got that paycheck because he fought Pacquiao. He didn't get that paycheck the fight before that. That's what I'm saying. Ugas not getting more money than Devin.
Do you think that Thurman made more than Barrios than Tank has made against any opponent?
You said Keith Thurman made more against Barrios? Possibly, maybe, but that.
Thank you. Actually, no. That's all I'm trying to say to you. That's all I'm trying to say to you is that there's levels to this shit. Welterweight is a completely different economic tax, a different economic tier than fucking lightweight.
No, that's only when somebody there though.
No, I'm trying to tell you. Not even the top tier guys. Like Tank makes more than everybody fucking else at lightweight. Like the number 2 guy is not making nearly as much as Tank, and Tank is not making much more than guys who are not making the most money at fucking welterweight.
No, I'm not gonna lie. The nigga with the most guaranteed money at welterweight was T-Bud Crawford, bro, and he was getting $3 million. He's getting like $3-4 million a fight. He was getting a $4 million guarantee, right, to fight nobody, right? Tank in his last couple fights, he been getting $1 million guarantees. You feel me? Devin,
there you go.
But he got the pay-per-view.
Devin in his last 2 was getting 3, and that's my point. Nobody between 47 and 35 was making more than Dev, except for damn near Bud. And then Spence, I heard he got a good little paycheck when he fought Garcia. But
he got the pay-per-view.
Yeah, Tank got the pay-per-view. And that's why I said, but this last fight, I don't know, because I don't think they did good on that Cruz pay-per-view. But before that, they did 225.
They did good on the which count?
On the Santa Cruz and the Barrios for sure. I mean, they did better. They did 225 and 250 or something like that. 200 and 250.
They did good on the tennis though.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about in terms of making money for a fighter. He ain't getting no money off the tennis. He getting that guaranteed personal pay-per-view check, and he making more money than Ugas. Though Ugas didn't make more than most definitely didn't make more than 1.5 before he fought Pacquiao. And Devin and Tank most definitely was.
Yeah, Devin first started getting paid is Gamble.
Even Lomachenko.
Lomachenko. Just so we understand what we're talking about, right? Because I agree with what you're saying in principle about Devin's paychecks. But we also have to understand, I'm not quite sure what the feedback is in the crackle, but we also have to understand that Devin's paycheck is predicated on the zones trying to get market share in the United States boxing market. Right?
So that's but I'm talking about Tank too, though, and Loma.
I understand that. I'm just saying that when it comes to the Tank fights, Tank gets 600,000 views on like regular, like not even pay-per-view. I'm just saying like his regular fights, 600,000 views.
Said smoke correct.
Right? So like really when we're breaking this whole fucking thing down, you're talking about guys who get 600,000 views on regular TV versus guys who get 400,000 views on pay-per-view.
See, but here's my thing, though, Smoke. You're right. The money comes in like when you think money divisions in boxing, you think 47 and you think heavyweight. Those are the 2 biggest money divisions. What would you say right after that? What would you say? Like middleweight?
No, what I'm saying to you for real is that you don't start making money in boxing until you get to 147. The reason why you see those tough fights in the lower weight classes is because those dudes got to fight in order to generate their money. Like the bantamweights and the flyweights and all that shit. Yeah, those dudes don't duck no smoke because they can't. They can't afford to duck smoke. But once you start getting at welterweight, you start making real money. There's very few fighters who've been able to be even pay-per-view at lightweight. Tank is one of them, but he's the only guy right now. Like
Floyd Floyd was one.
Nah, Floyd
Yeah, you
wasn't
gotta
on
go to back
pay-per-view
to.
at lightweight.
I wasn't even gonna go
He
back
wasn't
to
on
Floyd.
pay-per-view.
I'm
He wasn't
not
on
even
Floyd
going
pay-per-view at
back to Floyd.
lightweight.
Yeah,
first
Floyd
pay-per-view
wasn't.
was what?
Yeah, Floyd was first pay-per-view was 140. But I'm not
Oh
even
yeah,
going back to that. I'm just
got
saying
it.
Pacquiao was able to beat pay-per-view in those lower weight classes. But I'm saying that now you start talking about individual guys, not divisions. Like I don't know how many guys. I can't name how many guys have been pay-per-view at 147.
Yeah, that's on it. And there goes the argument right there. And that's what I was saying, Smoke. What after one, because it's heavyweight obviously, and then 147. Those are like big money divisions.
And
What
160.
what do you think it's 160? Is it all the original divisions for the most part for in terms of where the bigger?
It depends on who's there though.
Obviously,
one thing about it, it gotta be somewhat of a superstar in either one of them divisions.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, dude, like Pacquiao was able to like get some lower weight class pay-per-view money and really tank. But lightweight is not a pay-per-view division.
Because Sean Porter, Ugas never going pay-per-view. Keith Thurman, Sean Porter didn't go on pay-per-view. You need a superstar there to start doing pay-per-view. And I look at it like this: if any weight class get a superstar and good fighters around it, it's pay-per-view worthy.
Hell no, not anybody, because I don't give a damn how big you are. You are not getting paper.
I'm talking about 135. All right, 135.
Yeah, you got to be at least 135.
135 and up.
Exactly. There you go. Now I'm with you, because I don't know featherweight. You can be as big as you want to be at 126. I don't know 120 featherweights doing pay-per-views. I can't even think of one.
I mean, 130 did a pay-per-view with taking Santa Cruz.
Yeah, but that's because the 135.
That's the only one though.
But also the 135 title was on the line.
Nah,
the only 130 pounder was
one.
Leo Santa Cruz. The real you still had a lightweight involved.
The 130, that was no title, man. That was a regular title, man.
I get you. I feel you. I get all of that like thing. I'm just saying that Tank Davis, and even though the official weight was 130, I'm just saying that Tank Davis at that point was really fighting in 135. Like the 135, a 135 regular belt was on the line, and we'd already seen Tank fight at 140. It wasn't because he was what I'm saying to you is Leo Santa Cruz versus Carl Frampton wasn't pay-per-view.
Nah, but it sold out.
No, but what I'm saying to you is Tank's first pay-per-view was against Gamboa.
No, Tank's first pay-per-view was against Leo Santa Cruz.
No, it was against Gamboa.
No, it was Gamboa.
It was Gamboa. Y'all paid for that shit?
Listen, I got kids, man.
Hey,
my sons talked me into it, and they enjoyed the fight, and I enjoyed the fight too. But yeah,
that was his first pay-per-view.
Yeah, Tank is the next generation.
Nah, that wasn't Tank first pay-per-view. Tank first pay-per-view was Leo Santa Cruz. It
was Gamboa, bro.
Pull it up, man.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Listen, the only reason why I pay for Gamboa pay-per-views is because of my kids.
Pull Tank up, man, because his first pay-per-view numbers was 250. That was the Leo Santa Cruz fight.
Yeah, somebody else other than us. We're chopping it up right here. We get if we pull it up, it's gonna be a low.
Oh yeah, it was. Said it was Tank and Gamboa pay-per-view.
Yeah, I know, bro. Listen, I wasn't tripping off of it. My sons were like, "Yeah, we got to do this." So, yeah. And just to be like completely 100, lightweight, I feel like that is when boxing becomes really dangerous, because you need to have power as well as your boxing skills to survive at 135. But 147 is a different thing. my entire point is you don't really start making money in boxing for real until 147.
You don't really need power with 135 to survive. You don't.
No, I'm just saying to make.
Once you go up to 140, that's when you start really needing
shit. Batman. We just saw Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko. That was all about power.
Yeah, that was it was only two people down there with that type of power. Was Teofimo Lopez and Tank Davis.
And that's what I'm saying. But what we saw was, the guys. It's a little bit different. Like 126, you can get the like Warrington versus Selby's and like whatever you have. Like Leo Santa Cruz versus Carl Frampton's. Yeah, power ain't the fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm talking about power. That shit you really need to hurt and keep a motherfucker off you. 140 and up. You need some pop to keep a motherfucker off you. Cause at the end of the day, you might run into a C-class fighter at 140 that will knock your motherfucking. Come on, man. It just happened. Motherfucking when what's his name? When Linares got beat by Lomachenko, he moved up, won a fight against a D-class fighter, tried to step his game up to a C-class fighter and got his ass knocked, smacked the fuck out, and went right back down to 135. That weight class not for me.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you don't need it by 140. I'm just saying that 135 is the first weight class that you need it. Like that's when you start to like power becomes an issue.
Oh, my fault. 135. My fault. And Ryan Garcia, right? Them three got that type of power you need to worry about. Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, and even though I don't think Ryan Garcia that good of a fighter, but Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, and Tank Davis.
But you also have to listen. Linares' right hand was a thing. I'm just saying that, like at 130, you're not really tripping off of it. At 126, you're certainly not tripping off of it. But like at 135, it starts to become an issue.
But at 140, it wasn't an issue.
At 140, it's definitely an issue because right now, like I see a whole lot of.
I was talking about Linares. His right hand wasn't an issue at 140.
Yeah, but he didn't only fight one fight at 140. Like he got knocked out real
two
fast.
Fights. He fought 2 fights.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying he got knocked out real fucking fast at 140. And that illustrates my point. Is that at 135, power becomes an issue.
You right. Man, but it ain't the super issue though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Once you get past 135, it's a super issue about punching. If you can't hurt nobody or keep them off you, you're in trouble.
Is Haney in trouble? Was Fortuna in trouble?
I'm talking about 140.
At 140, yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah. I'm just saying, like 135 is the dividing line. At 140, if you don't have power at 140, yeah, you're gonna have a problem. I don't see guys who don't have power at 140 being an issue at 147.
The only person that didn't have superpower that made it was Floyd Mayweather.
Nah, but he still had like decent crack. He didn't have no power.
Yeah, but
like the only guy who had no power, like really the guy who had no power who was able to achieve at 147 was like Paulie.
Corey Spinks.
Yeah, but
and Corey Spinks.
But that was a lot of matchmaking too, like Corey Spinks, whatever. Yeah, I get you. Yes, you're correct, but a lot of that had to do with matchmaking.
Yeah, but you correct, Paulie and Corey Spinks. 40 and 47, them was the only ones, but they really ain't. I mean, when Paulie got in there with somebody that's an A-class fighter, he didn't win. Or a B-class fighter, he didn't win. The only person I thought Paulie beat was fucking Adrian Broner. I thought Paulie won.
So I didn't.
Paulie beat Baby Bull Diaz, Juan Diaz, the Baby Bull from Houston. Remember? That was a good win for Paulie.
Yeah, but Baby Bull came from 135.
Paulie came off 135.
I thought Paulie did enough to like retain his title against Broner also.
Yeah.
He just didn't get the result.
But when you put him up, Paulie got the shit beat out on by God dang, we was just saying his name, Ricky Hatton. Got all the shit whooped out on by Ricky Hatton.
Oh yeah, that was embarrassing. That was very embarrassing. That was a whole ass woman.
Ricky Hatton was a good fighter though at that time.
That's what I was saying.
But Ricky Hatton wasn't 147 either. Like
I was saying that 140 and 147, you put him against a B to A class fighter, Paulie Malignaggi get his ass beat.
Because Paulie came up on like 135 though. He was a little dude.
And we were saying he was the only one that survived that 140 and 147 with no punching power. Him and
Corey Spinks too.
Yeah, man, that's what we said. Him and Corey Spinks.
Couple of other guys though. What you think about? Let's see, who else was a guy that really didn't have power? Timothy Bradley wasn't knocking people out.
Man, Timothy Bradley just made it, man. That nigga was getting the shit beat out here for real, man.
I mean, Bradley was a good ass fighter. He didn't have power like that. But that dude could fight though. He had respectable punching powers, like you know what I'm saying.
He didn't have respectable punching power neither. The Russian should have beat his ass, but the Russian gassed out.
Jesse Vargas, another nigga. He ain't have no power like that either.
Yeah, you right. But Jesse Vargas keep getting beat though. When he step up his competition.
You thought he beat Bradley in that fight or nah?
You say Bradley?
Did you think Jesse Vargas beat Timothy Bradley?
I ain't see the fight.
You remember that fight, Smoke? You remember that fight, Smoke, with Jesse Vargas and Timothy Bradley?
No, I remember Jesse Vargas versus Broner, but not against Bradley.
Like he wasn't supposed to beat the Pacquiao fight. He got the shit beat out of him in both fights.
Nah, he beat Pacquiao, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm a Pacquiao fan, but he beat Pacquiao, though.
That man ain't beat Pacquiao.
Yes, he did, dog. He got Pacquiao, bro. I swear to God.
Pacquiao got beat all the shit out.
He beat Devin Alexander, too. That was a good fighter. He beat some good fighters, Timothy. But he only lost to Pacquiao.
He beat him up.
He only lost to Pacquiao, I think, Timothy Bradley.
Yeah, but he lost to Pacquiao twice.
But that's Pacquiao, though. Pacquiao's an all-time great.
That was good, though. Yeah, I wasn't like involved in the whole like robbery versus Pacquiao thing. I didn't really have I didn't have an opinion about that. What I remember about those fights, like to be perfectly honest, was Timothy Bradley talking about he didn't wear socks in his boxing shoes. Like I don't even really remember a punch thrown in either of those fights. I just remember what that dude was talking about. Like
man, I remember
he twisted his ankle because he wasn't wearing socks.
I remember motherfucking Pacquiao putting hands and feet on that kid, man.
On who?
On Timothy Bradley.
Not the first fight. The first fight, Timothy Bradley won that fight. Hey, look, the fight doctor said it. Bradley beat Pacquiao 8-4. I know he did.
Listen, like Timothy Bradley, I don't remember too many of his fights. I remember him fighting at the end of his career, and I remember the Provodnikov fight.
That's
right. I remember the Devin Alexander fight because both of those dudes was headbutting the fuck out of each other.
What about his fight with Junior Witter when he beat up Junior Witter from the UK?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like Bradley, like, and I'm like he's from, I'm Cali all the way. I'm 10 toes down for Cali. So when it comes to Cali boxing, yeah, like I embrace Timothy Bradley to the fullest. But for real, like that dude, like he felt like his head was a third fucking boxing glove. Like I like the dude. Provodnikov was his fucking like that was the fight of his
defining
fight of his career.
Yeah, that was his defining fight. When you think of Timothy Bradley, you think of that fight first. That fight come up first if you ever watched it. When you watch all Timothy Bradley fights, the first fight come up is the Provodnikov.
Yeah, that's it. That's for real. That's what's up with it. Like it's not even the Pacquiao fights. Whatever you feel about the Pacquiao fights and all that shit, like that's cool, but that's some top ranked fucking controversy to me. Like to me, Timothy Bradley's career is about Provodnikov.
I go before that though, Smoke. Before that, early in his career, when he went to the UK, he beat Junior Witter. That's how he made a name for himself. Smoke. He was a show box fighter. Came out of nowhere.
But Junior Witter was like in that weird space between Zab Judah and Costa Zoo. Like it's like Junior Witter's not that dude to me. So
he was a good fighter though. Witter.
He was all right. I'm not saying he wasn't in the mix. I'm just saying that. Of the guy when he was doing his thing, I thought there were better fighters than him. At a different weight class, totally. Even
Bradley was a good fighter. Bradley was a dog. Like that's what Sean Porter kind of reminded me of Bradley, but I think Bradley was more skilled than Sean Porter. But they was kind of similar. But I think Bradley was better than Porter though. But Bradley was a motherfucker though, bro. He was tough though. You can't deny it.
Listen, if you like it, listen. Like I'm a big fan of professional fighting, and when it comes to professional fighting, you need to figure out how to stop a dude from coloring outside the lines. But Timothy Bradley, to me, was a dude like he was like I love Andre Ward. Andre Ward found a way to win, right? But and a lot of people feel like Andre Ward was a dirty fighter. I don't think he was a dirty fighter, but the actual like the reputation that Andre Ward has, I feel like Timothy Bradley earned. Like that dude was like his head, like I feel like that dude's headbutts was like a huge reason of why we are talking about Timothy Bradley for real.
Man, look, man. Timothy Bradley was a good fighter. He beat some quality names, but he's not top tier. Like he be praising, he be strutting around acting like he is.
Nah, listen. If you want to talk about the best headbutts that ever did it in the game, Timothy Bradley should be strutting around.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's thought of with the I can't even pronounce his name, with the Russian dude he fight. Other than that, I don't remember. And I remember him beating Lamont Peterson because I watched the fight and Lamont from DC. So
you don't remember that Devin Alexander fight? I remember that. It's etched in my brain. Like
I don't really remember. I saw it, but it don't.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It don't register up when I think about Timothy Bradley. The Russian fight come up first, then the Pacquiao robbery, and then when Pacquiao beat his ass the second time, and then the Mont Peterson fight come up.
That nigga Pacquiao steady getting robbed. How do you the A side getting robbed and shit?
That's the point. Every time Pacquiao lost the fight, they said he got robbed.
Yeah, here's really the thing. When it comes to Pacquiao, like I understand the Jeff Horn fight. I felt like he won the Jeff Horn fight. Like
I felt like he won the Jeff Horn fight too.
Yeah, right. But when it really comes
to wrestling.
But to keep it really funky, Pacquiao didn't make the adjustment to what Jeff Horn was doing. And as much as I can complain about the ref, you're supposed to take it out the ref's hands. You're supposed to do what it takes to make sure a guy don't rough you up and foul you a whole fucking bunch. And Pacquiao didn't do it. And he wasn't that dude. And not only that, I felt like Pacquiao got a whole bunch of fucking gift. I felt like he got gift decisions against Marquez. At least 2.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Oh, most definitely.
I had him losing
most definitely. The first fight.
Yeah, I had him losing the first fight, and like the second fight, I think I gave him the third fight or something like that. It was one of the. I gave Pacquiao one of them, but the rest of them I had Marquez winning.
Even though he dropped Marquez, I thought after them drops, Marquez start counter punching him, and Pacquiao ain't know what to do, and he lost the fight on the rounds. But it is what it is. I'm glad he got his revenge of knocking him out to get some of them fights back.
That's all I remember.
I can complain about the refs and the judges and all that shit until the cows come home. But at the end of the day, as a fighter, you're not supposed to let a guy bully you in there and outfoul you. You're supposed to do some shit about that.
No, you really can't.
No, you can. You can. Like, listen, I saw Orlando Salido, treat Lomachenko's fucking nuts like it was a speed bag.
Yeah, but
do something about that.
But you got to look at it. Pacquiao ain't one of them fighters. He not one of them fighters. So
that's the point.
So you saying
at
that
a
nigga
certain point that I have to look at you.
I'm not saying
I have to look at what Pacquiao didn't do, not just what Jeff Horn did do.
He don't look to do dirty tactics to try to get over. See me.
Yeah. If you're not willing to go extra mile, why should I be losing my mind behind your shit?
I mean, because that's why the referee there.
Exactly. The referee is there to earn a paycheck, right? Make that dude work.
Pacquiao soft as hell, man. That's pretty much what you're saying, Batman. You saying that we should take it a little easier on him because he ain't like that.
No, I'm not saying taking it easy on him. I'm saying he's not the type of fighter like I will teach my son. If a motherfucker doing something, or if he hit you low, you hit him back low. If a motherfucker keep punching in the back of your head, you punch him back in the back of his head.
Yeah, don't take L's because other guys willing to color outside the line. Like, listen, I love Andre Ward. I don't talk about Andre Ward a lot. I love that dude because he wasn't gonna let another guy's being dirty be the reason why he lost the fight. Hell fucking no.
Fact, Smoke. You right about that.
Like, what you're supposed to do is fight fire with fire.
I'm telling you, I'm that type of guy. But I know there's a lot of guys. I know there's a lot of guys in the world that's not that type of way.
They usually losers. Ooh, no cap. They usually lose.
Nah, half the time they ain't even losers. They not even losers. They just saying. I mean, they've been taught by whoever the fuck taught them. The always have what you call that shit?
Always have the police on speed dial or something.
Nah, not the police on speed dial, man. Not to go beneath your talent or don't do nothing that's beneath you and all that goofy ass shit.
Turn the other cheek.
Yeah, turn the other cheek type shit. I mean, it's guys in the world that's like that, and Pacquiao one of them.
Man, that nigga soft.
Yeah, this professional boxing, man. I ain't got time for that shit, bro. Like, you're supposed to discourage a dude from doing some shit. I'm not trying to hear you fucking bitch about that shit afterwards. Why didn't you make the correct adjustment?
But even though sometimes, even with Floyd ain't when somebody did something dirty to Floyd, he ain't even do nothing dirty back. He'd just beat you. He'd just turn up.
Beat your ass.
The fuck he didn't.
He'll beat your ass.
Yeah,
bro.
Floyd will elbow your ass real quick.
Yep, what he did to Victor Ortiz when he headbutted
Ricky Hadden.
Nah, that was
he had his elbow all in Ricky.
Hell yeah,
because Ricky
you framed the fuck out that dude.
Using his elbow. That was part of his game.
That was a part of somebody who was fighting.
That's what Devin Haney needs to learn how to use those elbows like Floyd, man. On the inside, start roughing people up.
There's a point when the book was.
They don't let you do that.
There's a point in the book against like Mayweather when it seemed like you had to rough that dude up, and Floyd didn't just stay to like, oh, we're gonna stick to Queensberry rules and amateur boxing and the refs. Nah, fuck all that shit, bro. I'm gonna use my goddamn forearm if you're gonna fucking use headbutts. Period. Fucking dot.
Yeah. At the end of the day, motherfucking, but Floyd ain't gonna hit you back on your nuts. Floyd ain't gonna try to He's gonna try to turn up and just he get mad, turn up and try to get you out of there. But at the end of the day, even with the what's his name? What's his name that he hit off guard?
Ortiz.
Oh,
That shit was legal.
Oh yeah, people just didn't like it.
Yeah, they just ain't like it. He wanted the referee told him to fight, but you want a fake hug again. Floyd was like, "Fuck no, I already hugged you already one time. It's no use to go."
Why do you go hug you and dudes try to headbutt you? My man looked like he was trying to it looked like a set shot in soccer. Like he was trying to headbutt the fucking ball in the back of the net. Like fuck all that, bro. No, I'm going home. I'm going home. Like, listen, you can look at the ref all you want, but I'm getting my paycheck and I'm going home with a W. That's it.
It was hella funny though, bro. Ortiz is corny as fuck, bro. What was he trying to hug for so long for, bro?
Nah, because he know what the fuck he did. He know that shit
he should have put his fucking hands up.
Hey, I agree with my boy, the fight doctor, though, on this comment right here. He says the narrative that Pacquiao was robbed in the first Bradley fight is a modern day myth propagated by the people who don't know how to score a fight. Yeah, man, and a lot of fanboys for Manny Pacquiao as well, man. Bradley, he won that fight, and it's a fucking travesty, bro. You beat the great Manny Pacquiao, and you got no credit for it. And they lied and said it was a robbery, bro. That sucked, bro.
I mean, when I
don't do that to a black man, right, Rich?
I don't think Pacquiao ever beat Marquez. I don't think in any of those fights. I don't think Pacquiao ever beat Marquez a day in his fucking life. Not any of those fights.
Yeah, because I
think I might have gave that nigga the third fight. Maybe, I don't know.
They should have been celebrating Timothy Bradley, the man that beat Pacquiao, even before Floyd did it, to build him up as a great American fighter. They didn't even do shit for him.
Tim Bradley is hard to watch, bro. He's what Smoke said about Sean Porter is exactly how I feel about Tim Bradley. I could never go back and watch that man.
He was better than Porter, though, for sure.
Shit, I would never watch him fight.
Yeah,
it's hard to watch.
That nigga was a
dog.
dog.
A guy who didn't do anything fucking great is Tim Bradley. Like that dude didn't have any fucking thing. Like the only thing I can say that the thing that stands out about Timothy Bradley in my mind is he wouldn't go down, his will to fucking win, and his fucking head. Like that dude uses, and I don't mean his mental, I don't mean his ring IQ. I mean the way he uses his fucking head in a fight. Like, it's phenomenal. Like really, I think only Evander Holyfield had a better head game.
No cap, yeah. His will to win might have been unmatchable. Yeah, I ain't watching Bradley.
Hey, check this out. My boy, the fight doctor, said not a single judge scored that fight for Pacquiao, and they said it was a damn robbery. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't think it was a robbery, but for real, the Pacquiao fights, all I remember from it, years removed, is socks.
Hey, if that nigga was really not wearing socks, Smoke, what would you have to say about that? Like, what would you think of that for real?
What would I think? I don't even remember. That's what I'm saying. Like the Pacquiao fights, bro. Like I remember people saying that Pacquiao got robbed. I don't remember him getting robbed. I don't remember caring. All I'm saying is my man had he had this whole setup at his house where he was sleeping in like a cryo chamber, and he said he didn't wear his socks because he was a Mike Tyson fan. That's what I remember for real about the Pacquiao fights.
But my question, Smoke, is what type of nigga do you gotta be to come guns blazing, boxing fight, boxing shoes, no socks?
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he was on that Mike Tyson shit. Mike
Tyson was snapped. No cap. He was snapped out.
He
had to be different.
He won the only Jack Dempsey used to do it. So
Jack Dempsey probably didn't have socks.
They had socks back then. They had socks back then. They had boxers. They had boxers.
Come on, bro.
I'm just saying, why the fuck is Timothy Bradley? Timothy Bradley is a funny dude. Indio, I don't know if we don't have California guys out here, but I'm just saying, Indio is a funny ass fucking place if you're from California to begin with.
But
his dad was the narc at high school, which nobody fucking respects. The dude is like a 5'5" football player. I don't even know. Listen. Timothy Bradley was he was phenomenal. If the conversation is about heart, and determination. That's it. Other than that, I don't know what we're talking about. Other than
man,
leading with your head. Like, what are we talking about?
I know one thing. He never in his life asked for a Floyd fight, man. I was wondering about that.
What the fuck you would want to fight Floyd for, bro?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just talking about he a fighter. You want to fight the best fighters out there. He never in his career said nothing about trying to fight Floyd Mayweather.
I had a conversation like Smart it wasn't maybe it's last night or like 2 nights ago. Like H Money is running this whole like Road to Undisputed series that he's doing, so all of the lives run together. But one of these lives was about guys having the mentality of they need to kill somebody to get like fighters need to have a kill or be killed mentality.
You talked about Brett the other day who was talking about.
Yeah. I don't remember which one it was. All I'm saying is that's not Tim Bradley.
Tim Bradley, I don't know what type of Tim Bradley. The way he talk about boxing, though, that should be buzzing me, bro. All I think is that this nigga is, I don't want to say regular, bro, but he just never did anything great. Like you said, he was great in terms of will to win.
That dude didn't want to lose a fight. He like that dude hate losing. Like what he would do to win a fucking fight is impressive. But outside of that, in his head button skills, I don't see why we're talking about that dude.
But before then, he was a boxer that didn't like to take risks. Then when everybody said he was born, that's when he started being that Tim Bradley that couldn't punch, but he was going in and try to slug it out. Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want Tim Bradley to get in the Hall of Fame. I remember the dude. I remember his fight. Like that Provodnikov fight alone. I feel
that's the first fight come up to your mind when you think about Tim Bradley.
It's really the only fight I remember. I remember the Devin Alexander fight, but I remember it for like all the wrong reasons.
So Mike Tyson used to not wear socks, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, my nigga was different.
He looked up to Jack Dempsey.
And the only reason I remember Jack Dempsey because he didn't fight black dudes and he made $1 million in a fight.
Yep. True. And Mike Tyson looked up to him.
Yeah, Gus D'Amato shit. Like, whatever.
This was the meanest guy. I remember that clip. See Mike, this the meanest guy right here. You see this guy? What the fuck? And then when I found out the real the shit behind Jack Dempsey was a bitch to me.
Let me look up
a whole entire bitch. Like, listen, like I get it, and not even that. Like, so what I really is real is I understand there's a difference between what fans think boxing is versus what really boxing is. Dempsey Carpentier going around doing like press tours and making a whole bunch of fucking money talking about their fucking fight for the rest of their careers is really what boxing is about. It ain't really about their fights.
He used to soak his hand in horse piss. And no, man, get the fuck out of here. Fuck that, man. That's why I skinned his hand. Huh?
Didn't fight black man, huh?
Nah, he didn't fight black man.
Not only did he not fight black dudes, but listen, right. So there's a lot into it that I could say that like Jack Dempsey was real cool in, but really when it comes down to it, he was the first dude to make a ton of fucking money. Like he's the first $1 million fucking payday in boxing, and the dude didn't fight black people.
Yeah, because it was a guy called Jack around this time, man.
Well, also like Europe meant something to Americans at that point. Like,
yeah, because they were still dominant, man. You know.
Yeah, we were still like, whatever. George Carpentier, like nobody, like if you're a boxing fan, if you mention George Carpentier, like for the most part, most boxing fans don't know what the fuck you're talking about, for real.
Man, the man Mike looked it up to was a bitch, man. I really don't like Mike for real. You want?
I was not a Mike Tyson fan.
If you want to go through that, Mike Tyson resume is suspect.
A suspect. Oh, okay. So you want to talk about suspect resumes, right? Like everybody, when we talk about the Hall of Fame, everybody gravitates to Arturo Gatti not being worthy of the Hall of Fame. To me, the worst fucking dude in the Hall of Fame, like, is Vladimir fucking Klitschko. Mike Tyson's resume is better than Vladimir Klitschko. Like, Vladimir Klitschko's resume is fucking terrible to me. Like, especially given the marketing they were given, like why this dude was coming up.
No, Vladimir, it wasn't. I mean, at the end of the day, his brother was better than him.
At least he got in there with another ATG Hall of Famer. Like, what is Vladimir Klitschko's best win? Daniel Peter?
His best win?
Chris Bird?
Best opponent? Yeah, Peters. Yeah, Peters, because Peters, I mean, he was hyped up at the time.
Off that Jameel McCline win?
Yeah.
Like,
he was hyped up.
I'm just saying, I was not a Mike Tyson fan. I was a Lennox Lewis fan. I wasn't a Vander Holyfield fan. I missed out on that. Like here, like straight up, I was a Muhammad Ali fan.
Only reason I talk about Mike Tyson because he talk about Deontay Wilder real bad, and his resume was job bullshit because it's the biggest two people on his resume he lost to.
What I talk about Mike Tyson as a positive is fighters who transcended boxing. Mike Tyson is one of those dudes that transcended boxing. Like you could actually charge pay-per-view for Mike Tyson going to get his mail.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he was an attraction. Man.
Yeah, that's about it. But other than that, like,
because now go down his resume. The only person you can really say that's quality fights was Lennox Lewis and quality fighters was Lennox Lewis and fucking and Holyfield. Bruno hyped up fight.
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking at this Pacquiao Timothy Bradley fight. Copy box numbers. Pacquiao landed 253 punches. Timothy Bradley only landed 159. So Pacquiao threw.
H Money. Is number of punches landed a criteria of winning the fight? Is that a judging criteria?
Okay, Pacquiao, he threw 751 punches. Timothy Bradley threw 839 punches. Manny Pacquiao landed at a higher percentage, 34% to Bradley's only 19%. So, I can see why people think Manny Pacquiao won that fight.
Yeah, but those the people that don't understand how you score a fight, because that metric that you just mentioned is not actually how you win rounds.
But go back and look at the fight. Manny Pacquiao was landing the cleaner shots.
Hey, the fight doctor, it was a split decision too. It wasn't unanimous. So, you know what I'm saying? It was controversy behind that fight for sure.
When it comes to punches, the way that you score a fight is clean, hard punches. Not how many punches were thrown or how many punches were landed.
But Pacquiao was landing the harder shots.
Is it about clean, hard punches, which you won't find in copy box?
And Pacquiao
clean. It ain't about hard. It's about clean. I ain't gonna lie.
Clean. It's about clean. It's about clean
punches. Damn near.
No, it's clean, hard punches. Like you can land clean, but if a guy lands a clean punch that's harder than the punch that you landed, then he wins.
See, nah, bro, because they counting jabs as the whole shit. If that shit landing
clean, they really don't count jabs. If you go look at it,
definitely counting jabs.
No, if you go
that
look
shit
at
landing clean, they counting that shit. I'm telling you.
Nah, go look at a fight. When they count punches, they gonna pull up the power punches. They never pull up jabs unless
they pull up total and
unless it was a boring ass fight.
But look, bro. I watched Jermell Charlo stop that nigga with a jab to the body, bro. Like who else who got knocked down with a jab and then was
It
real
was something up with Rosario's body, man. His stomach,
Man,
something
that
wrong with
man,
that shit.
I'm gonna tell y'all what
Nah,
Rosario
still like
did, man.
niggas get dropped with jabs and hella shit. Like Ugas
Zab,
was hitting the shit out of bro with a counter jab.
but listen, Rosario was partying too much. When he won his belt, he went back and started partying, man. At the end of the day, he wasn't the same fighter that fought J-Rock, man.
Hell no.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit
even
about
then,
that.
even
My
then,
point is that jab
even then,
was...
J-Rock wasn't the same dude once Rosario touched his chin.
But I mean, at the end of the day, J-Rock came off a good win from what's it called? So I can't say that. I mean, he just came off a good
No,
win.
I'm just saying J-Rock was cool in that Rosario fight. He was winning the Rosario fight, and then Rosario touched him on the chin, and we saw what J-Rock turns into.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same thing I'm seeing. Like I'm seeing this limit, like because just to be 100%. The reason why I'm not sold on Lubin versus Fortuna is because
Fundora.
really,
Fundora.
Sorry, Fundora is because of what I saw J-Rock versus Rosario. Like there's certain guys, and this goes back to Mike Hercules Weaver, right? There's certain guys, if you hit them, they turn into different fighters.
That's true. Chris Colbert. My fault.
Hey, this nigga's crazy. Chris Colbert most definitely changed.
Chris Colbert to me is the Tekashi 6ix9ine of boxing.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that.
Hell no,
I'm gonna do that.
I'm
gonna
do
do
that. Rolly or Teofimo Lopez.
Hold
that
up.
Nigga, nigga, man.
Like, first off, Chris Colbert is a snitch. Second off, like what the fuck is going on with his hair? Like, why is his hair
hey,
this
why
color?
You say that, Smoke?
How he snitch on Smoke?
I'm
telling you. I'm telling you why.
Who he snitch on?
You don't go to this fight. Chris Colbert went on Fight Hype, and started talking all kinds of shit about guys on his same promotional companies that he wasn't gonna fight. He started calling guys ducks. Started talking about how dudes suck. Like that's what Chris Colbert was on. He was on some now I'm on that PBC network shit. I'm gonna start talking about shit. I'm gonna start talking about other PBC fighters. Even though they're not even my same weight class.
That ain't called snitching.
No, but why you call him a snitch though? You
not
call that
snitching,
nigga
man.
Because
man, snitch.
I'll tell you why. Because if you say it and you're in the same if you're in the same stable, then people take it as being true, not just you talking shit.
That's not snitching. He's saying that these fighters are scared of me. He's trying to.
But what if they're not scared of him?
That nigga lying, but
he lying then.
I think
you know what snitching is. Hold on. I got a school
give me
something, man.
Give me. Yeah, no, I hear you. Like if my terminology is incorrect or inaccurate, please.
Telling is snitching is telling on something, actual event that happened that nobody needs to know about that can send you to jail.
Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Snitching is you're willing to give the details in order to get yourself out of fucking some trouble.
No, and that's true.
Yeah,
and
that is
telling an actual event that nobody needs to know about.
No, you're telling the details about the event. You're not telling the truth about the event.
No,
you're telling the details about an event so that you don't get in trouble.
You telling. You ain't supposed to tell.
Yeah,
nothing.
you telling exactly. You're telling tales out of school. That's what Chris Colbert did.
No. Listen,
that was not his business. It was not his business.
Always gonna have
talk
to do
about
with law enforcement or getting people in trouble.
None of the people that Chris Colbert talked about was his business to talk about those people.
Snitching is getting on the fucking stand. When you call somebody a snitch, when you call somebody a rat, he got on the stand and put a good man or good woman in a bad predicament.
I got it. Yeah. I know. But what you're talking about is corroborate. What you're talking about is corroborating the details in order to put that dude in the fucking in the who's gal. But
he ain't do that.
What you're leaving out is how you should be in the who's gal right there with him.
But who can get in trouble by him saying somebody's ducking him, by him saying he's afraid of me? That's not called.
I'll tell you how. Because the entire time Chris Colbert was pointing fingers, he wasn't working on his fucking game or talking about. Let me finish.
Niggas die over that.
Let me finish. Listen, snitches. What I mean by snitch, and what I mean by Tekashi 6ix9ine is you doing as much dirt as those other dudes. What you trying to do? Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead, Smoke.
All I'm saying is, you're doing as much dirt as those other dudes, but in order to get yourself out of some fucking trouble, you're gonna start talking about and highlighting what the prosecution is saying about these other dudes.
He's not highlighting nothing.
When did he do that though?
That man was promoting himself.
Let me finish. So that the spotlight is on what the fuck you're doing.
So I'm about to blow people on the panel right now. So Devin Haney's a snitch now.
You said Devin Haney's a what?
No.
Not talking about shit.
No. Listen what I'm saying. I'm just been Devin Haney, Boo Boo Andre, who else talk about people ducking? They snitches.
So when did Devin Haney talk about? When did Devin Haney talk about a guy that's not in his weight class?
What you mean? I never heard Chris Colbert talk about nobody in his weight class.
Oh shit! Chris Colbert talked about everybody on the PBC, guys that not in his weight. He talked shit about Deontay Wilder. He talked about shit about.
He just talking shit about him.
He was saying guys are ducking. He was talking. That's my entire point.
Dog.
No.
He's telling you.
Smoke.
That's my
Smoke.
point.
No cap. Smoke,
no,
when you
that's my
said
point.
that nigga Chris Colbert was a snitch, my face curled up and I was like, a snitch, bro. I was ready to talk bad about that nigga every day on here, bro. That's a different word. You can't say
that's a different word.
Hold up a second. If you're saying that he was just giving his opinion, what non-PBC fighter was he giving opinions on?
No,
Batman. Listen to my question.
Hey, breaking news. Lee Selby retired. Lee Selby just retired. Breaking news.
Hold on, man. We gotta
Batman. Listen to my question.
Okay, my bad.
This opinion that he was giving, what opinion? This real opinion, whatever opinion, either real or false. What was it pertaining to a non-PBC fighter? Who was giving opinions on non-PBC fighters?
It don't have to contain, dog. Them are not his friends, dog.
I got it. So when was it? That's my point.
Dog, won't you listen, Smoke? He can talk about anybody just as well as you can sit here and talk about any fighter you want to talk about. That man got the right to do that. He didn't tell on nobody. He hasn't got nobody locked up. He hasn't put nobody in no harmful.
That's not what I mean by snitch, bro.
That's what it means.
Okay, Batman. Do you not have siblings? Did one of your brothers or sisters not tell on you? Like, you don't need to go to jail in order to be a snitch.
That's a snitch. That's getting me in trouble.
No,
that got me in trouble.
No, that's a snitch that get you in trouble that you go to jail. But somebody can just tell on you and they're still a snitch.
And they get me in trouble.
Correct. All you gotta do is be in trouble. Are you trying to tell me
any level?
Okay, hold on a second. Are you trying to tell me that the other PBC fighters didn't face fucking fire from the media and the boxing community behind what Chris Colbert said?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Fuck
what
no.
he said about Bowser.
Okay, so when you say so there was no brouhaha about Errol Spence ducking Bud Crawford behind what Chris Colbert said.
I don't remember that. Hell no.
I don't. He didn't say nothing about.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Then I don't remember.
Pacquiao was going to beat.
The only reason why we
got slow feet.
The only reason why Chris Colbert. There's two reasons why Chris Colbert.
And that's his opinion. He ain't snitch. He
don't.
At the end of the day.
And
at the end of the day, he ain't in Earl Smith's camp. He don't know Earl Smith. Him and Earl Smith don't don't speak on the phone.
You're exactly correct, and I agree with you, Batman. What I'm saying is that dude was trying to hype his fights.
That's not called snitching.
No. Let me finish. That dude was trying to hype his fights behind talking about other dudes in his on his promotion.
It's not called snitching. It's called capping.
Listen,
it's called capping.
I got it. If you
want
me
to
to
use
defend,
the word, use capping.
I understand. You want to defend my. You want me to defend my terminology, and I will. I'm just trying to tell you that Chris Colbert was talking about guys not in his weight class, but on his same promotional company in a negative light,
because
in order to promote his own shit.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish. That's why I started this whole shit. Was he's a Tekashi 6ix9ine of this whole shit?
Oh, he's not a Tekashi 6ix9ine, dog. He
not like 6ix9ine.
Dog, he did
T.O.
whatever most of
and
all
Rolly
these
are.
fighters do when they asked about he
wasn't asked about a motherfucking thing. Come on, bro.
He asked about Wilder. The dude asked him about Wilder. The nigga Ness asked him about Wilder. Now you talking about that? The nigga Ness asked him about Wilder. He asked him about Earl Spence, and he gave his opinion.
He was in
the gym.
If you feel like Chris Colbert's response was about the question being asked, then that's what you feel like. I feel like that dude went above and beyond to draw attention to himself, and the question was an excuse to do so.
All right, and it's not called snitching. Do you know what
that's snitching?
It's not.
Oh yeah, it is.
Nah, bro, that's not snitching, bro.
If you don't understand,
hey, Smoke, yeah. I'm gonna give you some type of advice, Smoke, and I'm gonna let you leave with this advice, and I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Don't never call another man to snitch if you ain't willing to die about it.
Oh, fuck that. Nah, hell no.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta be ready to die about that word.
Okay, so
all
right. So
that's a bad word.
Okay, so here's really what it is, and I appreciate the advice because there's some realness behind what you're just saying, right? But I'm saying that Chris Colbert ain't that real.
Hell, you can say that.
Hey, no. Like I understand what you're saying. But we're in that's a completely different universe of discourse than what we're talking about.
We not in the no.
I'm saying,
Smoke.
I'm saying that's
no. You listen to me, Smoke. Calm down. Listen to me.
I'm calm.
Listen to me.
I'm inebriated, but I'm calm.
All right, listen to me. If you call another man to snitch, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think you talking about. Call another man to snitch and watch what happens to you.
I just called Chris Colbert. I just gonna call Chris Colbert a snitch. What do you think?
You don't know him. I'm talking about in real life. If you up on the nigga,
what do you think? Now, if we want to be very specific, what do you think is gonna happen to me if I call Chris Colbert a snitch?
I mean, nothing. You don't
nothing exactly. So what we talking about right now, right?
But I know if you was in front of that man, he probably do something bad to you.
Right, because he feels like he'd do something. But what if I?
No. At the end of the day,
I am in real life. If I call him a snitch, he gonna do something.
Won't you listen to me, Smoke?
Smoke.
Won't you listen?
It got nothing to do with you as a man. It got something to do with everybody, bro.
No, I'm saying he's making a general comment. He's making a general statement, and I understand the wisdom behind what he's saying. But I'm
telling you.
But listen, I'm not making a general statement. I'm making a specific statement about.
I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you, your definition of a snitch. Please do not be nowhere around some good men or real men, and happen to think that man talking about a certain situation, and you around a man and you call him a snitch because you think that's what it is. He's gonna bust your ass.
Oh no. Okay, so if that's the conversation we're having, then you're tripping. Because really, what I'm saying is, if you start running your mouth about shit that's not your fucking business into the media, you're a fucking snitch.
Okay.
You're not Smoke.
Well,
you're not a snitch.
I can kind of see what you're saying.
You just a fake ass motherfucker.
If you want to talk about some real shit, what you're talking about, Batman, where you took it, I'm completely right.
No, you just a fake motherfucker that wants attention. You're not
correct. You're a fucking no. If you, the whole point is, if you're part of the gang, right? Like Chris Colbert was, now he's part of the PBC fucking brand, right? So now he started talking about Earl Spence. He started talking about Wilder. Like all that shit
no brand,
is none of his motherfucking business.
Dog, it's all individual fighters. Half of them niggas don't even like each other. They on the PBC to compete against each other. At the end of the day, they not in this weight class, but Earl Smith is in Danny weight class, and he think Danny is man. So if Earl Smith come up, he's gonna dog him because he don't like the way he beat up on Danny. Just like Sean. Sean talks about all these guys after they beat him. He's a bitch ass nigga. You can say that. Say he's
correct.
A bitch ass nigga.
When you start talking about the way fighters move,
no,
when you start talking about the way the promotion company moves, then right now, you're saying some shit that's not in your. First off,
he's a bitch ass nigga. He's talking like a bitch. He's not a snitch.
Yo, I'm telling you.
Man, that word serious. That word is real serious. I'm gonna get off of it.
I get it. I get it. And we're having this real man. We're having this real shit conversation.
Yeah, he's a female.
Let me get this off, bro.
Go ahead.
Al Heyman does not give interviews. Correct? So when you start talking shit about the PBC and you're a PBC dude, right? It seems like you have some, like, what the words that you carry have a different weight. So when you start talking about guys, when you start saying Errol Spence ain't trying to fight Bud Crawford, when you talk about like Wilder don't have fucking evidence, it sounds like no. Hold up a second. It sounds like you have insider information and you're now telling fucking tales out of fucking school.
Man, people know they don't got inside information.
What people know that?
He does not have. He does not have a friendship with Earl Spence.
Yeah, but you got to break that shit down. That's a different thing.
He does not have a friendship with Earl Spence.
I understand.
Al Heyman is not holding all these niggas' hands. So you trying to tell me? Talk bad about Al Heyman and probably Floyd Mayweather, you will not get punished for nothing.
Are you trying to tell me that snitches don't start talking about
that man people? Is not a snitch, man.
I understand, but I'm
so
trying
stop
to
calling them that.
I understand your conclusion, but I'm now trying to talk about your premises that draw you to this conclusion. Are you trying to tell me?
No, the man is a bitch ass nigga. He's a bitch motherfucker, but he's not a snitch. So stop calling him that.
Don't have nothing to do with being a snitch.
You say what?
Rich don't have nothing to do with being
but look, but nah. Nah, he said bitch, but nah, look, Smoke, this the thing, bro. We on the internet and motherfuckers calling Chris Colbert not a known rat, a snitch. We can't do that. It's just
no, I can do it.
It goes against every
I can do it. And I'm trying to tell you, not only can I do it, but I'm trying to get you guys who are using this metric of real street shit to understand where I'm coming from. Not only am I doing it,
a nigga would never understand where you coming from, dog.
Great, but first you got to listen.
I'm listening. I heard everything.
Hey, I haven't said it. So what I'm saying to you is Chris Colbert was he a PBC fighter?
He still is a PBC fighter.
Great. So he is a PBC fighter. Was he talking about other PBC fighters?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So he's talking. So right there, you got a guy talking about other guys on his fight.
He's a bitch ass nigga. He's not a fucking snitch,
bro.
What?
What do you think? What do you think is snitching? Okay, so why
stop slandering niggas' names, man? That's one thing I don't do, dog. I don't slander another man's name.
Understand, Batman.
I don't slander another man's name.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. What is the difference in your mind between a bitch ass nigga and a snitch in this scenario?
A bitch ass nigga.
Every snitch is damn near a bitch ass nigga, but every bitch ass nigga ain't a snitch.
No, I'm trying to tell you in Chris Colbert. What makes Chris Colbert in this scenario a BAN versus a snitch?
Because he's out here talking like a female. He's talking like a female. At the end of the day, he's not talking truth. He's not. He ain't getting no word from Earl Smith that says he's ducking Chris. That's his fucking opinion, and he can have an opinion.
Oh, so wait a minute. Okay, so I understand what you're saying. Okay, so the difference is, it's not about the public listening, consuming what Chris Colbert is saying. It's the fact that Chris Colbert is literally just giving his opinion.
Yes.
Not about whether or not everybody who's listening to his opinion thinks that it's an informed opinion because he's with PBC.
He can be with PBC. This is how it'll be here at Snitch. If Earl Smith was telling them, man, I don't want to fight Crawford, man. I'm kind of nervous, Chris. And then he go tell the public, yes, he's a snitch. But Earl Smith's not doing that.
All I'm saying, here's the thing. This is really all I'm saying.
He live in New York.
His opinion,
he live in Texas.
Listen, I understand where the disconnect is. I'm saying that his opinion carries a different weight because his
opinion don't carry no fucking weight.
Listen, let me finish, bro. I have an opinion and you have an opinion. Neither one of us are fighters with the PBC. So everybody has an opinion, but some guy's opinion carries more weight.
Dog, his opinion don't carry no weight. He don't have no relationship. He don't have no relationship with Earl Smith nor the Brown Bomber. He has no relationship with neither one of them.
Bro, neither one of us have no relationship with it. But Chris Colbert has way more of a relationship than either one of us.
No, he don't. With them guys don't even fucking like him. Them guys wouldn't even speak. Them guys don't even speak to that guy, man.
I hear you. I understand why you're saying that I shouldn't use it. What I'm saying is that dude, once you're part of that fucking network, once you're down and you start talking, you start giving your opinion, it seems like your opinion is an informed one, not like it's somebody outside of the organization.
Like DJ said, he's a clout chaser, man. He's a clout chaser. He's not a snitch, man.
No, I get it. I'm saying that because he was PBC, it sounds more like a snitch than clout chasing.
He clout chasing. How it sounds? Because he with PBC. All PBC fighters.
Correct.
All PBC fighters are not friends, dog.
I didn't say that they're friends. They don't need to be friends in order for you to fucking reveal details about the shit.
How they do?
No, I'm saying that because they're part of the same organization, it sounds like his opinion.
No, they gotta be friends, dog.
Batman. I'm just saying because they're all
because I'm part of the same organization. I'm from fucking New York.
I'm from
fucking New York. I don't even call you. I don't even got your fucking number. I don't even deal with nobody that really deals with you but Al Heyman. You think me and Al Heyman is talking about you? You think Al Heyman is going to be dumb enough to go around telling Earl business to Chris Colbert?
And that was gonna be my whole point. Like they don't smoke. Listen to me. Listen to me. Because I feel like I know where you're going. I feel like I know what you're trying to say because they all under the same promotional banner that they know each other's business. They don't.
Correct. It seems like he's talking about business
they
that
don't,
he has inside
man.
information.
Chris Colbert has always been this way. Even if you go back and watch the documentary, he thinks he's young, hot, flashy. I'm on my Brooklyn bullshit. I'm gonna talk my shit type. That's the type of dude.
But that's a defense.
Man.
That's a defense. It's a reasonable defense. I'm not hating on his
calling
defense.
him a snitch. Like snitch is a very, very dangerous word to use. It's not snitching. He's trying to bring all the heat and attention onto himself to get promotion for his fight. He's using Errol and Deontay and whoever else's name, the biggest names over there. It's no coincidence that he used the biggest names over at PBC and Tank Davis to try to promote his fight. Because you remember this was before the King Tug fight. All this was before the King Tug fight, right? Last summer. So he's using their names to try to, he said this about Errol Spence. And remember, that was all everybody talked about. That was all everybody talked about for a while, even leading up to
and why do you think that's all everybody talked about?
He said this about Deontay Wilder.
Hey, but the question is, why do you think that's
trying to get him blocked? They trying to get him canceled. Oh, man, what did Chris Colbert say? We stand with Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert can say whatever he want to say. So all everybody talked about for 2 or 3 weeks was what Chris Colbert said. It ain't necessarily.
Yeah, and why was that?
What you mean? Why was that? Because he talked negatively about the two biggest names, about two of the biggest names in the sport, and he talked negatively about them.
Yeah, okay, but a lot of people did. Why was Chris Colbert's comments breaking the internet at that point? Why do you think that was?
Because the way he said it.
No, because he's part of PBC.
No,
That's why.
it's the way he said it.
No, it's not because he's part of PBC. Because T.O. said the same shit and got the same kind of traction.
I'm saying, okay.
T.O. Remember, T.O. called Deontay Wilder a coward, and he got the same kind of traction.
No, he called him a bitch.
It's not because he's
no. He didn't call him coward. He called him a bitch. That's why he got the traction.
Okay, same shit.
It's not the same thing. But what I'm saying though, T.O.'s comments didn't get any more traction than what Chris Colbert got. T.O.'s okay. So first,
T.O. calling him a bitch. And Chris Colbert, they on two separate. They on two separate promotional companies. T.O. got the same kind of traction, bro. He's talking about the biggest names in the sport.
Do you think Chris Colbert is one of the biggest names in the sport?
No, he's talking about
It's Teofimo Lopez, one of the biggest names in the sport.
He's talking about the biggest names in the sport. He's talking shit about the biggest names in the sport, and he's nowhere near there. He's nowhere near them. He's using their name.
Is Teofimo Lopez one of the biggest names in the sport? Is Teofimo Lopez one of the biggest names in the sport?
No.
At that time, he was considered the undisputed champion of the world.
Of course. Correct. So the reason why Teofimo Lopez comments got what it is that first off the content of his comments, but also he's a completely different platform than fucking Chris Colbert. Now he's on a completely different level as Chris Colbert, right? Like Teofimo Lopez is a for real name in the sport, regardless of all the names he mentioned.
When he said something,
Chris
about
Colbert ain't done shit in this fucking sport.
No,
what Chris Colbert was doing.
If you really want me to say it,
let me finish. What Chris Colbert was doing, I agree with Batman. He was trying to clout chase and get his name on the sport. But what that whole thing is telling other people's fucking business to make sure that you don't. Let me finish, yo. Let me finish. Just like Batman was saying, he was trying to draw attention to himself. But part of what snitching is about your own fucking personal agenda and throwing somebody else's business out in fucking streets to meet your own personal agenda. So if we're talking about
no, that's not what snitching is. That's not what snitching is, bro. That's not what snitching is.
I didn't interrupt either one of you.
Both doing dirt together. I got fucking caught, so I'm gonna give up everybody who's doing dirt with me.
You said your whole fucking piece. I did not interrupt you.
What I'm saying though, your whole definition of snitching is wrong.
Hey, DJ, I will go on mute and let you say whatever it is you say. Please don't interrupt me while I'm making my point.
Go ahead, make your point, and give it up, man. Because
I'm going to. I'm putting myself on mute. All I'm saying to you is, all the shit that he was talking was about guys who wasn't gonna fight, and the reason why people thought that there was some validity to it and truth to it was because he was on the PBC. Go ahead.
No, he was. Go ahead, DJ.
I'm saying your definition of what you think snitching is wrong. He wasn't in Wilder or Spence's camp, so he don't know shit. All he's doing is talking shit. You remember, if you really want me to say it, Smoke, the whole reason why I caught all that traction was because he's fucking black. And he was saying that these two guys who at that time were about to fight non-black fighters and he was picking against them, people were saying he was off code. That's the reason why that shit got so much fucking traction. If you really want me to say it, that's why I got all that traction. It ain't because he was a quote-unquote snitch, because he wasn't doing no dirt with Deontay Wilder. He wasn't doing no dirt with Errol Spence, so he don't know shit. Just because he's on PBC and he's talking about the biggest names in that company, people talk shit about, assistant managers and shit all the time in different companies. It wasn't because he was on PBC and he quote-unquote knows something everybody else don't know. No, we fall in the same shit. He's not in their camp. He doesn't know their business like that. He don't know what type of money Errol Spence is getting. He don't know what type of money Deontay Wilder getting other than what's reported. The reason why I got so much traction was because Chris Colbert is a black fighter, and he wasn't rooting for the black fighters. He picked Manny Pacquiao over Errol Spence. He picked Tyson Fury over Deontay Wilder. And when he gave his opinion on why those two guys would beat them, everybody was like, wow, you wrong. We feel like you're wrong, but okay, whatever.
Teofimo and all these a bunch of other fighters said Deontay Wilder wasn't gonna beat Tyson Fury. A bunch of other fighters picked Manny Pacquiao over Errol Spence. But the way Chris Colbert said it and how he went about it, he put a little extra something on the shit. So, that's why I got all that traction. It ain't because he fights with PBC. And all of a sudden, you notice his ass got put in the doghouse after that, too.
Listen, I'm not.
But he ain't a snitch, man. I think you use that word wrong.
DJ, I'm not saying that what you're saying has no basis. I'm not saying it's not reasonable or valid. I'm just saying that you're now pitting one thing over another. I'm saying that for me, the reason why Chris Colbert's things had traction is because he's a PBC fighter. Like,
and I'm telling you, it's not. I'm saying,
let me finish.
Because Danny Garcia could have said the same shit.
Just real fast. Other guys outside of the PBC said the same thing, and they didn't get the same traction.
Who outside the PBC said that?
And the same, and they were also.
I don't know nobody outside the. Hold on. I don't know nobody outside of the PBC that said something the way Chris Colbert said it.
About PBC fighters? Well,
no, about Earl Spence and fucking Deontay Wilder. Fuck PBC fighters. We talking about the biggest fighters on both sides of the fucking any promotional company.
Well, hold on a second.
Outside of
okay, so
outside of Canelo Alvarez.
So, do you need me to pull up the myriad of guys who are talking about Wilder needs to say some shit like Teofimo Lopez? One like right off the top of the fucking head.
And Teofimo Lopez shit blew up. He was the first one to say something. What did you talking about? In the first
Teofimo Lopez. Okay, do you think what was bigger? Teofimo Lopez calling Devin Haney an email champ or calling Deontay Wilder a bitch?
The bitch. What is you talking about?
Come on, bro. Like people still talk about Devin Haney being an email champ because behind what Teofimo Lopez said.
No, people use that to not say that fucking Lomachenko and Bob Arum ducked Devin Haney. No, at the end of the day, that when he called that man a bitch, Deontay Wilder came back out and said something. That's why it got so much traction. Like, man, yeah, I wish he had said in front of me. Come on, man. Stop this shit, man. Come on, man. At the end of the day, Chris Colbert is not a snitch. He said some shit that he believed. And when the nigga Ness asked him about
how do you know he believes that, bro?
I mean, because he said it. You
gotta believe it. Just because that means he believes it? Or is he just saying some shit to actually bring attention to his name?
Man, he said that he thought Tyson Fury.
I don't think Chris Colbert's real. I don't think Chris Colbert's for real one. Just so you understand this.
Listen, he said he thought Tyson Fury was a better fighter than Deontay Wilder. I mean, at the end of the day, I love Deontay, but he lost. He lost the last two fights. He got cheated in one, and he lost the last.
Some other shit. You're talking about some other shit right now.
What?
You're talking about some other shit right now.
That's what he said.
But we're talking about guys saying that he ducked dudes. We're not talking about who he thinks is going to win a fight.
He never said Deontay Wilder ducked nobody.
No, he said Errol Spence did.
He said Errol Spence was going to get beat by Manny Pacquiao, and I think he don't want to fight Terrence Bud Crawford. That's exactly what the man said.
Okay, so so I am willing to.
So because he's on PBC, that holds more weight because he said he think he don't want to fight Terrence Crawford.
Okay, if you think that's what he said, then I understand where you're coming from.
What did you?
That's not what he. But that's not what he fucking said. He didn't say that. He doesn't say
that. If he said that,
give me the quote and give me what you think he said by that.
What I will do is I'll pull up the quote so that we don't have to have this kind of conversation, right?
It's gonna be Chris Colbert talking shit, man. About another.
I understand he's talking shit. Who was that? I understand he's talking shit. I understand he's talking shit, but I think that right at this point we're talking about the threshold when it is acceptable for street dudes to invoke the term snitch.
Man, snitches only one way, dog. The fuck is you
No, it's a ton of ways. It's a ton of ways.
What you talking about?
It's a ton of ways. Listen, as long
it's
as
not
you
a ton of ways, dog. It's only one way.
Listen,
snitching,
as long
snitching,
listen,
even
as long
even
as
on
you,
the lower level, even on the
as
lower
long
level.
as you, if you put my name in your fucking mouth and I'm not there,
that's not snitching.
And you talk about
that's
any
talking
fucking
behind
thing.
your back, dog.
No,
that's
I got it.
Talking behind your back, dog.
I got it. But if you actually have inside information, right?
He ain't got no inside information.
Let me finish.
But he don't have inside information. So what you trying to
I understand it. Okay, listen. Like right now, like so, Batman. If you say some shit about Gary Russell Jr., right? Regardless of the truth of the matter, people are gonna say that what you said was fucking snitching, regardless of if you knew the actual veracity of the facts. Because of your relationship with Gary Russell Jr.
If I say something about Gary Russell Jr. and it's true, then yeah.
Regardless of what you say, people are gonna think it's true.
What you mean? Because I'm in the camp.
Exactly.
He's not in nobody's camp. What are you talking about?
That's all I'm saying. He's not in the camp. He don't know shit.
Is he a PBC fighter? Is he a PBC fighter or not?
That's just like Chris Colbert say something about Gary Russell Jr.
Is he a PBC fighter or not?
If Chris Colbert say something about Gary Russell Jr., it don't mean it's true because he's not in Gary Russell Jr. camp.
Okay, all right. So let's separate this. So let's talk about some other things.
It's a reason why. Hold on, Smoke. It's a reason why they find somebody close to you to snitch on you and not some Joe Blow from another city. Because you got to be close to know what the hell is going on.
Is PBC is being part of PBC?
It's the reason why. That's why it's snitching. That's why they find somebody close to you.
I understand that. Is being a member of PBC close or not?
Chris Colbert was nowhere near Errol Spence and Deontay Wilder to tell none of their business.
Okay, so if a PBC fighter says, if a PBC fighter starts talking stuff about other PBC fighters, do you have more weight for those words versus a non-PBC fighters saying the same exact things about those same PBC fighters?
If they're in contract negotiations together, like if Jamel Charlo was to start saying, like when Jamel Charlo said this shit about Brian Castano, hold on, Smoke, let me finish my thought. When Jamel Charlo said the shit about Brian Castano and how all of a sudden the fight need to be pushed back because he asked for drug testing. He asked for drug testing on Tuesday, and Thursday, Brian Castano pulled out the fight. When he's saying shit like that, that's letting go of inside information. Because that's letting go of inside information, or is it just his opinion? To that side. They're in contract negotiation together.
No, it has the appearance of inside information.
Below Errol Spence, and he's God knows how many weight classes below Deontay Wilder. He's not in their camp. He's not sparring with him. He's not training with him. He's not in contract negotiations with or against them. So he don't know shit. He just running his fucking mouth. Al Heyman, Sam Watson, they ain't telling him shit about what's going on in Errol Spence and Deontay Wilder's camp. He just running his fucking mouth, man.
I understand. Okay, so just to use your analogy, and I have a different one, right? Just to use, not even analogy, example. Just to use your example, it sounds like because Jamel Charlo is in the PBC that his accusation about Castano carries more weight, even though it may or may not be true, but it seems like it's true because they're both PBC fighters. But I'll go a different route.
No,
because he's talking to that side because they're informing him.
I'm not done,
about
bro.
what's going on with his opponent. They're informing him about what's going on with his opponent.
I did not interrupt you. I'm not done.
But you ain't making sense, Smoke.
Let me go to a different route. I understand. Maybe just stop interrupting you and make more sense to you. But to go
I listened to you for an hour before I even hopped on. So what you saying don't make sense.
Please stop talking. Let me finish my point.
Go ahead.
Can I finish my point,
He got some kind of inside information.
Bro, let me finish my point.
Go ahead.
The same way that Jamel Charlo started talking about Jamar Charlo ducking Canelo, right? Because they're brothers, it seems like what Jamel Charlo is doing is giving us information, inside information, because he's brothers with the dude. Correct?
Yeah, that's hot shit.
Correct. Correct.
Making your brother
So it
look
seems
bad.
like So it seems like Little Charlo is snitching on Big Charlo, correct? Because of their relationship.
Man, I can say that. Yeah.
Correct. That's my point about fucking Chris Colbert.
No, it's not. The fuck is you talking about? He's not friends with neither. Now one of the
I don't understand the disconnect. I don't understand the disconnect.
Oh, okay, great. So if you don't understand, I can explain it to you. So if you understand
about brothers in a camp together.
If you feel like it's disanalogous,
if you feel like it's disanalogous,
bro, if you feel like it's disanalogous, I can explain it to you.
Information on him.
Let the man talk.
He wants to know why his opponent pulled out. He wants to know why after he asked for drug testing, his opponent pulled out the fight. That's inside information that we didn't necessarily need to know. We didn't know that he asked for drug testing on Tuesday and Thursday. We know Castaño pulled out the fight or needed more time. All of a sudden, he needed more time. That's Jamel Charlo.
DJ, you're talking about some shit we're not talking about right now.
No, DJ.
We're not talking about that right now.
Later,
we're not talking about that right now.
Frame in that.
We're not talking about that right now, bro.
Because Chris Colbert is a PBC fighter, and he said he thinks Errol Spence doesn't want to fight Bud Crawford. That's snitching. That's, bro, you using the wrong term. He just giving his opinion.
I understand. Listen,
and
this is a very fine hair.
He was full of shit. Right. He was full of shit with that. But, you know, that's his opinion. That's my opinion on his opinion. He was full of shit the whole time. But that's not snitching, though. That's just him being who he thinks he is. He's young.
That's based on your opinion of his opinion.
He talks
that's
a lot
your
of
opinion
shit,
based on his opinion.
But at the same time, like, so if somebody was to come out, because if Teofimo was to come out and say, or let me think of somebody else, not Teofimo.
While you're thinking of that thing, understand what I'm saying to you.
Sean Davis.
This will understand what I'm saying to you.
Shakur ain't got no dog in him. You know, that will hold a little bit more weight than when Chris Colbert said it, because they actually train together.
Now you understand. You're starting to understand you're starting to feel what I'm saying to you.
No, because Chris Colbert never trained with Errol Spence. He never trained with Deontay Wilder. So
DJ,
what he's saying don't hold weight.
The point is
who has been in the gym.
You're missing the point, bro. You're still talking and you're missing the point.
More weight.
You're talking and you're missing the point. The point is,
no, you're not. You have no point.
You're still talking,
trying to tell you,
and you're missing the point.
In circles. You saying because they work
put yourself on mute, under the same and then maybe you'll understand.
Chris Colbert, who is a lower tier fighter, knows some shit about the upper tier fighters that he does not know. He does not know.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying at all.
For the PBC.
It's not what I'm saying, DJ. You're misunderstood.
Shit that we
you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
He doesn't.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying, DJ. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying, DJ. I'm saying to you is that once a guy has everybody has an opinion, right? Everybody has an opinion, but your opinion has more weight depending on your relationship with the subject that you have your opinion on. I have an opinion on fucking Donald Trump, but my opinion on Donald Trump is not anywhere near to his children's opinion on Donald Trump. So whatever the fuck we have, we can say what the fuck we want because everybody has an opinion. But once you start getting to once you guys start getting to people who are close to that person, you start to give that opinion a little bit more validity, right? And I'm saying that Chris Colbert is no longer just giving his opinion as a guy just giving his opinion. Once he's a PBC fighter, giving his opinion on other PBC fighters, it now comes across as insider information.
It don't come across.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. All right, H, I appreciate you letting me come on because you're not getting it. You're not getting it, bro. You're not getting
so many people in the PBC.
Hey, Batman, it was good hearing from you, man. I'm gonna holler at you, bro.
Dog, you just trying to sound smart, but that shit is not. So
why the fuck else would we care about what Chris Colbert says?
Don't nobody care about what he says, man.
Okay, then why are we talking about it then? It broke the internet because of what he said.
Called him a snitch.
No, okay, because I call Chris Colbert a snitch. I called him a snitch tonight. His shit broke the internet when he said it.
Dog, and nobody called him a snitch. Everybody called him an off-code motherfucking
the point, man. Batman. The point is, why did what he said
Because he's not in their camp, dog. He's not friends with neither one of the fighters,
okay,
dog.
Bro, you're interrupting my question before I even answer. And you're answering some shit I'm not asking. My point to you is, why does Chris Colbert's words even merit the attention?
Because he's talking shit. He picked.
Everybody talks shit.
No, he did what he supposed to did. He talked shit and picked the white fighter over the black fighter, and he's a black fighter. So everybody,
it was against other black fighters, bro. It wasn't about a.
No, I'm talking about Deontay Wilder. Most of the shit he got backlash on was about Deontay Wilder. It wasn't really about Earl Smith.
Okay, all right. So when I said he was a snitch, was I talking about because he picked Wilder over Fury over Wilder?
No, talking about because he's talking shit about PBC fighters.
No, I was talking. What I said specifically was Spence was ducking Bud.
So what? That's an opinion.
Okay, you said it's an opinion.
He thinks Spence scared to fight Bud, so that's what he thinks.
That's your conclusion that you drew.
Oh man, that's what he said. He don't know Earl Spence.
Oh
the
my
man,
God, dude.
Okay. The man,
so do you not understand that when you're a PBC guy and you say that Spence? Let me
so
finish.
Gary Russell say something about Earl Spence.
So hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I know this for a fact. My brother ain't got Earl Smith's number.
Is Tim Smith in Earl Spence Jr.'s camp?
No, my brother ain't got Earl Smith's number. My brother probably never even met Earl before. I'm gonna keep it real. He probably never even seen Earl in person. He don't know shit about Earl Smith. So if he come out and say he think Earl Smith's ducking Earl Smith's ducking Terrence Bud Crawford, that mean he a snitch?
Do you think to the boxing public he is or not?
You say what?
Do you think he's a snitch to the boxing public or not?
No, because he don't know the nigga.
Okay, great. Okay, so I don't know that. So do you think that Gary Russell's opinion carries more weight than my opinion? Because we both have opinions.
It carries weight that Gary Russell thinks that he's ducking the man, but Gary Russell don't even know for sure.
I understand that. But do you think, and I understand that there's a bunch of reasons why Gary Russell's opinion would be valued over mine. But let's say beyond the fact that they're both boxers, do you think that there's an element that the boxing community thinks it's true because they're both PBC fighters?
Fuck no.
Okay, then that's where the disconnect is.
Because they don't deal with each other, Smoke. I don't care if I'm on PBC. I don't deal with the guy. We just signed to the same company. That's it. That's all. I don't know that man business.
Hey, listen, I feel you, bro. I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. That in the scheme of things,
you were signed to the PBC,
bro,
I don't know your business, bro. I don't know your business, bro.
Okay,
so,
I understand what you're saying.
But
when you say a guy is off, but hold on a second. You said that he was off code. What's the code?
What you mean? I'm talking about he was off code with Wilder.
Now, I'm saying, what is the code?
That he picked the white fighter.
So you're saying that
the black fighter.
So the code wasn't because we're both the same stable. The code is we're both the same cultures / race.
We in the same. We black men. We black men. Just like I don't know, son. It's probably I'm gonna see for you. Hold on. At the end of the day, Smoke, motherfucking God, he just died, threw me off from what I was talking about. At the end of the day, man, you on the same company. I mean, we were talking about the code thing.
No,
at the end of the day, that's another black man.
I was trying to figure out what you meant by code.
That's another black man talking about another black man in public. You ain't supposed to do it. Just like the Mexicans, when the Mexicans and the black fighter, the Mexican always pick the Mexican. He don't even care if he know the black fighter gonna knock the shit out the Mexican. That's the code I'm talking about, dog.
No, I got you. I was trying to. I just wanted to understand what you meant by code. So for me,
yeah, and when he picked
like
Earl Spence, and when he picked Manny Pacquiao to beat Earl Spence, because he's like Earl Spence's feet too slow, and he was off cold, dog.
I feel, bro. Listen, I understand what you're saying. I didn't know what you meant by code. So for me, that code, there's a bunch of things when it comes to code, and you know, you've been in boxing, or you're close to the upper echelons of boxing. For me, I understand stables, right?
It's a little chilly out.
When you're in the stable, right? When you're in the stable, you don't say a bunch of bullshit to the media about your stable.
Dog,
and to me,
we in the individual stable. We in the individual company. I got my business. They got their business. I can talk about them because I don't give a fuck. We don't do business together. With his money, when he make money, it don't affect me. When I make money, it don't affect me. It don't affect him. We not really together. We just in the same company. We not together.
And I feel you, bro. I got you. I got what you're saying.
So I can talk shit about Chris Colbert can talk shit about anybody in that company he wants to. Long as he's not giving out. If him and Danny Garcia was having the car, because Danny Garcia is his friend. He talks to Danny on the phone. So if he goes out and says something, oh, Danny's scared of Terrence Bud Crawford. That shit got validity because he talks to the man. That's his friend. He be in the gym with the guy.
Hey, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Batman. Who was he talking shit that wasn't a PBC fighter?
What you mean? He never talked the shit about Danny Garcia. He never talked shit about.
No, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you who the other PBC fighters he didn't talk shit about. I'm saying who did he actually talk shit about that wasn't a PBC fighter?
Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah, I missed that. I missed that one. Sorry.
Yo, what's good, Fight Doctor? What's good, my boy?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen? Fight Doctor's in the house on Rick James status as always. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Fight?
Shout out to the panel. Yo, listen, I want to change gears for just a second and address the conversation in the chat about Manny Pacquiao and Tim Bradley. Now, there's a lot of talk about Manny Pacquiao having been robbed in the Bradley fight. And what the Pacquiao fans need to realize is that Tim Bradley isn't the first guy to outbox Manny Pacquiao, and that the blueprint for outboxing Pacquiao had already been laid some years earlier by Juan Manuel Marquez.
No. The first person to outbox Manny Pacquiao was Erwin Morales.
I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna argue with you. Okay, I'm gonna agree there. All right, but the fact remains.
I feel like it was Eric Morales. I feel like Eric Morales. Entire dog out that dude. Whatever. Left hook to the head all night.
Yeah, well, the fact remains is that long before Tim Bradley got his hands on Manny Pacquiao, the blueprint for outboxing, the blueprint for beating Manny Pacquiao had already been laid. That foundation had already been laid. Okay? That it had already been done before. Now, you go back and watch the Manny Pacquiao-Tim Bradley, the first fight, and first of all, what needs to be understood is that HBO was notorious for their bias. Okay? Notorious. And on the night of that fight, their bias was in full effect. And anyone who thinks that HBO bias doesn't exist, they need to go back and watch Floyd Mayweather's career on HBO. Because the only thing HBO ever did to Floyd Mayweather was hate on the man. All right? And look, outside the ring, there was plenty to hate on. No question. But inside the ring, Floyd Mayweather was brilliant. And HBO made it a point never to give the man his full credit and his just due for his accomplishments in the ring. Now, you go back and watch the Pacquiao-Bradley fight, the first fight, and stupid Jim Lampley is giving Manny Pacquiao credit for punches that didn't even come close to landing. Didn't even come close. All right? Look, people need to realize Tim Bradley is a complete fighter. and he was very defensively sound. Manny Pacquiao was swinging at air all night. So this narrative that Pacquiao got robbed is propagated by people who don't know shit about boxing, to be completely honest. People who did not watch the fight. It's popular to repeat the nonsense, okay? And this narrative was started by HBO for political reasons, right? But the fact of the matter is, it was a close fight. And how do you have a robbery in a close fight? And look, anyone who knows how to score a fight will score that fight for Bradley. The right man won that night. So all this talk about robbery, this, that, and other, all that nonsense needs to chill. That kill that noise, because it's stupid. It's dumb, right? Go back and watch the fight. Produce a scorecard. Then you can have something to say. But if you never sat down and turned down the sound, turn off the HBO noise, watch the fight, and then scored it, then you really don't have shit to say about who won the fight or if the fight was a robbery, because you don't know.
Listen, like all those people like who feel like Pacquiao got robbed don't have any fucking problem with those decisions that Pacquiao got over Marquez.
Hey, Batman, you feel like Pacquiao was robbed in that fight with Tim Bradley, the first one?
When I saw the fight, I looked at it twice, and yes, I did think Pacquiao landed more clean shots than Timothy Bradley. I mean, I looked at the fight. I know what to look for and how to score a fight. And what Timothy Bradley was doing to me wasn't landing clean shots. He was landing here and there. Pacquiao was the aggressor. He won on that. Pacquiao did miss a couple of punches in that fight, but he landed the more punches. I mean, but hey, man, if fight doctor feels though Timothy Bradley won the fight, who was me to say? I mean, what he saw, he didn't see.
So let me ask you another question, Batman. Like to follow up on H Money's, like how many of those Pacquiao versus Marquez fights do you think Marquez won?
Marquez won all of them because Pacquiao, when Marquez started counter punching and waiting for Pacquiao instead of just rushing with him, he was beating him, and that's why I always go back and say Freddie Roach is a shitty coach. He's a shitty coach, and I don't care what nobody say. The only reason Freddie Roach is considered by the boxing world a good coach is because of Manny Pacquiao.
Listen, I'm a hip hop kid, so Freddie the Joke Coach Roach resonates with me.
Yeah, no question. And look, people need to realize CompuBox is literally a couple of idiots sitting ringside with Nintendo PlayStation game controllers pressing buttons for punches that they think landed. That's CompuBox.
Not no more.
Well, it was back in those days. It was back in those days. In the context about what we're talking about, when Pacquiao and Bradley fought, CompuBox was a couple of fucking idiots sitting at ringside, people who we don't know. We don't know what their training was, okay? But a couple of fucking idiots sitting at ringside with PlayStation, Nintendo controllers, calling themselves counting punches that they think landed. That's what CompuBox is. So when people cite CompuBox as some type of metric to determine who won the fight, that in my mind underscores the fact that they don't know shit what they're talking about. They don't know shit about boxing. Period.
Oh yeah.
What was said about Freddie Roach though? I heard a second ago. Somebody said something about Freddie.
I said Freddie Roach is a shit coach.
Come on, man.
Freddie the joke, bro. No, let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about the original Floyd Mayweather. That's what I said. Freddie the Joke Coach Roach.
Yeah, that's what Floyd said because they was hating on Floyd and they was going back and forth. Freddie Roach a great trainer, bro. He been a great trainer, bro. Come on, man.
That's not what it is. Floyd Senior is 100% against fucking Freddie's fucking fighters. That's what it is.
Hey, H Money.
What's
now
up
go
with
look
you?
at a Freddie Roach fight and go look at his fighter losing and tell me what he say. Go look at a Freddie Roach
I just
fight.
know the fighters that Freddie Roach trained and worked with. He worked with Johnny Tapia. He worked with Michael Moore. He worked with Marlon Starling. He learned from Eddie Futch, who
Which
was
one of
one
those
of the
dudes
greatest
are Hall of
trainers that.
Famers?
Yeah, he was an ex-fighter too. Like,
No, I'm saying, like,
he
which
worked
one
with
of those guys?
Manny,
Like,
with Manny
name all of the
Pacquiao. Like,
guys. Name all of the
come on,
guys
bro.
that Freddie Roach trained, and which one of the who's the Hall of Famers?
You said that fighters that he trained that's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Michael Moore he trained. Johnny
yeah.
Tapia he
Michael Moore
trained.
is not a Hall of Fame.
He isn't. I mean, it depends on which Hall of Fame you're talking about.
I'm talking
He's
about the International Boxing Hall of Fame.
Manny Pacquiao is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Freddie Roach was his trainer.
We got one. I'm not.
What about Johnny Tapia?
Nah, he's not ever making it in the Hall.
Johnny Tapia's not making it to the Hall.
Never.
That's crazy. I mean,
never.
That's some bullshit. If he's not, that's some bullshit.
Whatever. You can lodge your complaints with the Hall of Fame. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's some bullshit if he's not in there. So, he trained great fighters. Marlon Starling, another great fighter.
Yeah, he's not getting in either.
He should be. He's better than a lot of fighters that's in the Hall.
Yeah,
what I mean?
I'm just telling you, Dennis Haugen beat the entire dog shit out of
Manny Pacquiao will be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
And it wasn't even that big of a number.
Well, Michael Moore should be a first ballot Hall of Famer too. Michael Moore was a light heavyweight champion. Michael Moore was a unified heavyweight champion, and then he became a heavyweight champion again.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So, come on now, he's a 3-time heavyweight champion. Michael Moore.
I understand he's not getting in.
That's some bullshit. He should be. I know Manny Pacquiao will get in there.
Santa Cruz is the 4th Division Hall of Famer.
Was he unified like Michael Moore? Did he beat a fighter like Evander Holyfield like Michael Moore did? No, he did not. Michael Moore beat great fighters.
Listen, there's a reason why only one Spinks is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they need to fix that. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna tell you this: Manny Pacquiao gonna be a first ballot Hall of Famer for sure.
Definitely, we agree there. We agree there. We agree that Manny
only
Pacquiao
one Spinks deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. To be completely honest,
but Freddie Roach has like double-digit fucking champions. There's one guy who's getting the Hall of Fame. Of all the guys he's fucking coached, one guy's getting in. I can tell you
that's some bullshit. I just named fighters that should be in there.
I'm telling you, as senior as a coach is sending more than one guy into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, Floyd Mayweather and Oscar De La Hoya.
I think Devin Haney's gonna get there too, but whatever, we'll see.
I shout out to Devin Haney. Should hopefully, God willing, I want him to. But I feel like Michael Moore should be first ballot Hall of Famer. Johnny Tapia should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Marlon Starling, who was a great champion, one of the best. Marlon Starling.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's a horrible trainer, man.
I disagree with that, but I ain't gonna argue about it. I disagree with that. I think.
I ain't here to argue, but
I think he's one of the best trainers, though. To be honest with you,
I'm gonna tell you, go look at him. Go look at him when his fighter's in trouble. He don't know what the fuck to tell his fighter. The shit he be telling his fighter is the most ridiculous shit in the world.
Well, that's your opinion because most of his fighters had great careers, though. Most of his fighters had great careers, bro. He's still doing a great job today, and he got Parkinson's, bro. And for Freddie Roach, bro, like he going through so much, and for him to still be training fighters, and being involved in the sport with fighters like Mark Magsayo, fighters like Elvis Rodriguez, he got more fighters than that, bro.
Before the Parkinson's, dog. Before the Parkinson's, even then when Manny Pacquiao lost to Erg Morales, man, that man was over there.
Morales was a great fighter, dog.
Huh?
Morales was a great fighter, bro.
I didn't never say he wasn't.
Elton Replay is my favorite dude out from down south.
I ain't never say he wasn't a great fighter, but a great coach.
Pacquiao trained James Toney. I mean, no, Freddie Roach, he trained James Toney. So that's a Hall of Famer, right? Is he Hall of Famer?
He also trained Mike Tyson for a little while.
Come on now. That's what I'm saying. Freddie Roach one of the greatest trainers, bro.
Conversation versus like guys who train dudes versus guys that train the dude to be the dude, right?
Yeah, because he didn't train.
One of the best.
He didn't make James Toney into a champion. Man.
I mean, Floyd Mayweather, he didn't make Oscar De La Hoya into a champion.
I don't give him Oscar De La Hoya though. I give him Floyd the best fighter Floyd Mayweather got is fucking Floyd Mayweather Jr.
He trained Chad Dawson, who was a good fighter. He trained a bunch of guys. Devin Haney. He trained fucking what's his name? What's the name? Guzman from you remember Guzman, right? Smoke. He worked with Charlo now.
He trained Ricky
Guzman,
Hatch.
Dominican cat. He trained with Charlo. He's one of Charlo's trainers now. Christian Guzman, is that his name?
I know. Yeah.
He was a good fighter. That motherfucker was fast as shit.
But
real talk. De La Hoya improved tremendously under Mayweather. There's no question about that. He improved tremendously.
Mm-hmm. He sure did.
He looked like a way different fight. He looked like a better fighter. He beat he beat what's my man Mosley
Vargas.
He got him past Mosley for real. When he couldn't beat Mosley, he stopped Fernando Vargas. Come on, man.
And Mayorga too. Knocked out Mayorga with him. Yeah, he was sharp with Senior, man.
And not only that, but in the trainers, when it comes to trainers, it's very few trainers who can take a guy who has no boxing skills and teach him the basics and bring him to the highest level. Versus taking a guy who's already a professional and has achieved the highest level and bring something out of him.
Hey, speaking of De La Hoya,
he can do both things.
Speaking of De La Hoya, Freddie Roach, he trained Oscar De La Hoya too, and he trained Bernard Hopkins for a fight.
He trained Oscar De La Hoya one time for a loss.
He almost won, man. Shit, he did good against Floyd, man. You know what I'm saying? He did good. He looked good in that fight, and then he trained Bernard Hopkins. He trained Bernard Hopkins for the Winky Wright fight. He trained B-Hop too for Winky Wright.
B-Hop ain't need that nigga, man.
But shit, he did good in that Winky Wright fight.
B-Hop was the better fighter at the time.
Winky gave him problems though. Winky was doing good. Winky was kind of winning before Bernard started headbutting him and shit and roughed him up.
Winky give a lot of people problems.
Man, Winky the truth, bro. You know he got a podcast too. That shit is fire.
Yeah, bro. Listen, my kids had a pet turtle, and it reminds me of Winky Wright's fighting style.
I love Winky Wright fighting style. To me, he had the best defense ever. To me, his defense was the best ever. Not even close.
It caught up with him. That hard guy shit caught up with him though.
I mean, later when he was older, you know what I mean? When he got old, but they still couldn't knock him out.
Listen, I'm just telling you, absorbing punishment ain't cool. Even if they're not scoring blows, even if you're getting hit on the hips and the fucking arms and the shoulders and shit, that's not cool.
Yeah, but like you said, he was catching most of those shots with his gloves. He was catching it with his arms. And he was elusive too. He had head movement. He was very skilled with it. But to me, that's the best defense. That's why you see fighters like Gary Russell nowadays. He's in his high guard, smart. They can't knock him out. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of these guys get that from Winky. And I think Winky got it from Marlon Starling.
Listen, Gary Russell Jr. understands defense. It's not just about a high guard. It's also about your feet. It's about distance. Like one of the best performances I've seen. Gary Russell Jr. is one of the most underappreciated fighters in bottom boxing history. It's not just half guard, no guard, high guard. What you do with your feet and understanding what you need to do depending on the distance is also a thing. I don't understand. Like to me, it's hard for me to take a lot of boxing opinions seriously because of the way that they rate Gary Russell Jr. Straight up.
I mean Gary's a hell of a fighter. Of course, he's a hell of a fighter. You gotta respect him.
They do that because he didn't get his opportunity. If they would have gave Gary Russell his opportunity, he'd have showed him how great he was. But I mean, he ruffled some feathers and he couldn't show how great he was. So,
Ain't too late though. He's still only 34 years old. They ain't, what I mean?
He ain't 34. Yeah, he's 33.
33, exactly. He still got a long way to go.
Yeah, 34 in June.
I'm not mad at listen, I don't get upset and I'm not bitter or anything about people talking about his activity. But for real, as a person who appreciates skills and craft and masters of your craft, I don't give a fuck about your activity. Gary Russell Jr. is one of the most I appreciate the reason why I watch boxing is because of skills. Gary Russell Jr. is getting fucking hosed. He's getting disrespected. He's underappreciated. It's all of this shit. Like that dude is one of the most skilled boxers right now.
Facts. He is.
Period.
I thought he was the best at 126.
Talk about a dude that's never been on a pound for pound list, who should have been on a pound for pound list his entire fucking, like, at least, I'm not gonna say his entire career, but since he started competing for championship titles, that guy should be on pound for pound list.
Let me answer this question real quick. I'm sorry. Let me just answer this. My boy Rakesh, he said, H Money, who's the fighter who made you fall in love with boxing? I mean, for me, it was Holyfield, man. You know what I mean? He just was Holyfield. He was a warrior. And the way he used to fight, you know, his fights with Riddick Bowe, you know, it was wars, man. He was a warrior for real. He had the most heart. So got to be Holyfield. I was a kid then. Well, go ahead, Batman.
For me, it was Sweet Pea and Mildred Taylor.
Nah, you know, it's me, the greatest of all times. Not just all time, all times, plural. One, Cassius Clay, BKA, Muhammad Ali.
I mean, but I didn't see Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, I did, bro. I'm like, I'm not sure how old you are, Batman, but I'm like, you know,
I'm 41.
I'm a decade older than you.
I ain't see Muhammad Ali, so you know.
Nah, yeah, I saw. My dad's favorite. I got choked up when Muhammad Ali lost to Leon Spinks, bro. That was one of the worst days of my life, for real.
I mean, I saw clippings of them. I mean, you know, they put them on TV a lot, but me as a fighter coming up, Sweet Pea and plus Sweet Pea was in the DMV, so it was Sweet Pea and Mildred Taylor.
Now, so Sweet Pea is, you know, like maybe so right after. So what is it?
After Sweet Pea,
right after Ali, I got Sugar Ray, right? But right after Sugar Ray, I got Sweet Pea.
I ain't like Sugar Ray. I like the Marvin. I just like the man, the way.
Yeah, no, but I like Sugar before he was even a middleweight, so that don't even, that like the two things don't matter. Like he didn't fight Marvin until he was already retired and all that shit. Like
yeah, but Doctor, what about
two
you?
Different things.
Who was the fighter that you about to fight?
It was Mike Tyson, James Toney, and Pernell Whitaker.
Mike Tyson, Pernell Whitaker.
Man, Sweet Pea was a bad boy, bro. Like you got 2/3 of the panel. Like H Money, who did you say?
I said Holyfield because I was a kid. Like when I could just like first remember watching boxing because I was so young. Like my dad was a hardcore boxing fan. I've been, you know what I mean? He had us watching boxing when we was babies and shit. But the first fighter I remember watching, or the fighter I heard of, was Holyfield. And that's when Holyfield and Riddick Bowe was fighting each other. I remember I was in preschool and the teachers was arguing. I remember that's like, I got Holyfield, I got Bowe. So that's the first time I really just remember hearing about boxing. And then when the when Holyfield and Bowe fought the second fight, you know what I'm saying? I remember watching that at my auntie house. I was like, we was kids, babies then. So and Holyfield was winning. And Holyfield was the guy. He was the heavyweight champion. So it was Holyfield.
Me, I hated Mike Tyson. My mother, that's because my mother loved the nigga so much. I hated that nigga.
See, he went to jail then.
I was a Lennox fan, but I had like the guy that I've been talking boxing with was out of King's Gym. And if you understand that in Oakland, like one of my guy, you know, brother from a different mother, was a trainer Andre Ward and came out of King's Gym. So that dude told me that Holyfield was going to beat Mike Tyson when nobody thought anybody could beat Mike Tyson. But I was a fucking Lennox Lewis fan. I was a Lennox Lewis fan, period. Dot. Like Lennox Lewis was the first guy at heavyweight division that I could watch after Muhammad Ali.
I mean, at the end of the day, I knew Holyfield and Which Khan was gonna beat him because anybody with a good jab can beat Mike Tyson. Anybody?
Oh no, Tony Tucker had a good jab.
I disagree with that.
No, I'm talking about. All right. Let me rephrase it. Anybody that got a good jab and that's tough and that can put something behind their jab can beat Mike Tyson.
Nigga, Tony Tucker had a good jab, and Mike Tyson knocked the fuck. I mean, he didn't knock him out. He beat him though. He beat Michael Spinks, who had a good jab, right? Michael Spinks.
Michael Spinks. Man, I said tough, but I put tough in there. Whereas though that's not going to be afraid. All them guys, when they got in the ring with him, they was afraid of him off the break.
I mean, Tyrell Biggs had a good jab. He was a gold medalist.
Oh,
Tyson knocked him out.
He was not a good. He should have went to light heavyweight.
Man, he was a gold medalist at heavyweight. Tyrell Biggs was a good
in the amateurs. In the amateurs, cool.
But I mean, they started beating up on Tyson when Tyson got old. Let's be honest, bro. And after, and then when he got hooked on them drugs and he wasn't focused, but when Tyson was in the prime, nobody could see him though.
When Tyson, when in his prime in the gym, anybody with a good jab, slick boxing skills that can move their feet, he always had problems with.
Well, I mean, they kept holding too. They was holding like for. Come on, man. Them dudes was holding. Holyfield when he fought Tyson was holding the hell out of him, bro.
There's a time when people basically thought Mike Tyson was invincible.
Yeah, it was.
Like I said, my guy, the guy that I've been talking about for like 3 decades, that dude was also on the Olympic team, right? And he was like, Holyfield is going to be the dog. You got an echo. It's Fight Doctor. Fight Doctor got to put a shit on Paul. There you go. So, yeah, my guy who was also on an Olympic boxing team, he got kicked off for knocking out Oscar De La Hoya. Like, that's a different fucking thing. I'm just saying that dude is the guy who put me onto Holyfield in an era when when people thought that Mike Tyson could knock out God.
He was a beast. Go ahead, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that 88, 89, Tyson was number 1 or number 2 on the pound-for-pound list. And that's
only
significant.
Chavez.
And that's significant because how often does a heavyweight get to be number 1 or number 2 pound for pound? So this talk about all you needed to beat Tyson when in his prime was a good jab. I'm not seeing that. Look, Larry Holmes had a good jab. He couldn't manage to go 3 rounds with Mike Tyson. So
I mean, he beat Ray Mercer after that. After he got knocked out by Tyson, he still was whooping ass. You know, he was a good fighter, but he wasn't the same Larry Holmes. He wasn't in his prime. You know what I mean? But you got to have a chin, like my boy Cassidy said. You need to a metal chin. He said with a lion heart. And you got to hold on for dear life when you fight Tyson on the inside. You got to clinch him.
But like I said, you had to be tough. That's the first thing I said. You had to be tough, good jab, and can put something behind the jab. Because when fucking Buster Douglas got up and figured it out, he beat the shit out of Mike Tyson.
I'm trying to tell you, bro, like for real, to me, it like watching, looking at boxing the way that I look at it, the reason why Mike Tyson bit Holyfield's ear was because Mike Tyson threw one of the best combinations he ever threw in his entire boxing career. 5-punch fucking combination, and Holyfield took it and kept coming forward. That's what fucking broke Mike Tyson right there. It was that his power, his scariness, and intimidation went out the fucking window when it came to Evander Holyfield.
Yeah, and when Lennox beat him, he was a shell of himself. So,
but Tony Tucker though was a good boxer that could punch, and Tyson beat him. He didn't knock him out, but he beat him though.
But Tony Tucker was the fighter that when you hit him right, if you got that crack and you hit him right, he's not going to be the same fighter.
Yeah, I'm saying like I'm not trying to get like all show my age and all that shit, but like Mike Weaver is the blueprint for a lot of dudes. Like to me, you get Mike Weavers in different weight classes. Erickson Lubin is the modern day fucking Mike Weaver. You hit him right, he ain't the same dude. That's why I'm picking Fortuna.
No matter what, Mike Tyson became the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing at only 21 years old. He was the undisputed at 21, and then he was the youngest heavyweight champion of all time at 20 years old. So he was, man, he did some great things no matter what. You know what I mean?
There's very few fighters. Go ahead, Batman.
No, go ahead. Smoke.
I was just gonna say it real fast. There's very few actually crossover boxers like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, straight up crossover guys. I don't really even know too many. Like what Sugar Ray Leonard is another crossover guy. Like people talk about superstars in boxing, but really you're just talking about guys who are really popular in boxing. There's very few guys who've actually crossed over to fame, and that's Mike Tyson is one of those dudes.
Facts. Hey, my boy Puro says, I'm sorry, Batman. Puro says, he said Mike Tyson, most impressive win was Razor Ruddock. That was another good win. And then when Mike Tyson beat Tony Tucker was an undefeated champion. He had 34 wins with 29 knockouts.
Fuck no, that is the most impressive win. Michael Spinks,
another undefeated champion. So he was beating undefeated fighters, undefeated champions.
Seconds. 50, like everybody's talking about the pay-per-view. Like as an old dude, let me rewind the clock for you. Like Michael Spinks was the lineal champion at that point, right? That was like lineal versus undisputed and all this shit. But Michael Spinks beat Larry Holmes and the 90-cent knockout. It was a pay-per-view fight. If you remember what, forget about it. Like if you remember, if you're that old, or if you're too young because you weren't born yet, there was fights going on at fight parties because people wanted their money back because how short that fucking fight was. Like Michael Spinks versus Mike Tyson was a ginormous fucking fight at the time.
A lot of people would actually pick Spinks to win that fight.
Yep. That was a super fight at that time. It actually was the biggest fight in the history of boxing at that time. It was that big.
Man, that was putting pay-per-view on the map.
They had to sell the fight, man. Look, man.
I'm just saying, like the evolution of pay-per-view, you can start right there. Mike Tyson versus Michael Spinks.
Man, y'all knew Michael Spinks wasn't gonna win that fight, man.
But some people did though at that time.
90 seconds.
They was on, yup. And Michael Spinks was a good fighter. He was undefeated. He was the lineal champion at that time. Some people felt like he was the real heavyweight champion and shit. And Tyson crushed him.
Like Larry Holmes is another.
Holmes beat him,
we're
man.
talking about Hall of Famers right now. Like I said, there's only one Spinks that's in the Hall of Fame. It's not Leon. It ain't Corey.
Man, Corey should be undisputed champion at welterweight. He should have been undisputed at middleweight, but they robbed him against Jermaine Taylor.
Leon
I thought Corey Spinks beat him.
Undisputed heavyweight champion his 8th fight because he beat Muhammad Ali, and is a gold medalist too.
Are you talking about Leon?
That's what I was talking about. Smiling Leon Spinks, baby.
And rest in peace, Leon Spinks. Yeah, Michael Spinks was a good fighter. I thought Larry Holmes beat him though, especially in that second fight. They didn't want Larry Holmes to break Rocky Marciano's record at that time. I thought he won.
Yeah, well, Larry Holmes, he didn't do himself any favors in the lead up to the Spinks fight, the first Spinks fight, when he made certain comments about Rocky Marciano. I think he made the comment Marciano couldn't hold his jock strap. And while that might be true, I think he pissed off a lot of the boxing public and a lot of the boxing powers that be when he made that comment.
Well, I mean, that was the man's opinion, and they kept asking him about Rocky Marciano, and he got fed up. He said what he said, especially after he felt like he got robbed in that fight. So it is what it is. Larry Holmes, to me, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, one of my favorite fighters of all time.
And a lot of people ain't forgive him for beating Ali. I mean,
exactly, the Ali thing too. They should have never made that fight happen, man. Ali already had brain damage. He was already fucked up.
I almost fucking cried when that fucking happened, dude. CBS, listen, Wild World of Sports. If you guys are old enough to remember the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, and that dude. All I'm saying to you is like the Spinks. People put a lot of fucking what is it? They put a lot of value and a premium on shit that don't really fucking matter. That's all it is. Like unifications, that's cool for right now, but when it comes to like 40 years, 30 years later, 20 years later, people ain't fucking remembering that shit for real, bro. Nobody even remembers Leon's fucking Spinks for real, and that dude was undisputed.
Yeah, man. Don't know why I remember Corey Spinks. So.
He was undisputed champion too. Like I said, I felt like he should be undisputed at 2 weight classes because he was undisputed at welterweight, moved up to middleweight. I thought he beat Jermaine Taylor. I thought they robbed him in that fight. I thought Winky Wright beat Jermaine Taylor too, and they robbed Winky Wright in that fight.
I thought execution to beat him, but you know.
What'd you say, Batman?
I thought Bernard Hopkins beat him.
You thought Bernard, beat Jermaine Taylor.
Bernard Hopkins hella beat him. Yeah, but that was politics. They
wanted Hopkins to lose around that time.
That's when Bernard Hopkins' punch output went way down, but he should have beat Jermaine. Both fights he should have fucking won those. Both of them, really.
Hey, I got a question for you, Batman. Is Gary Antoine Russell, is he right-handed or left-handed? And the same question for Gary Russell.
Nah, Antoine left-handed and Gary Russell and Gary Antonio right-handed.
Yeah, what's up with Gary Antonio Russell, bro? Like, I want to ask you about him. How good is he? You think he's the best fighter at his weight class? You think he ready for Inoue and them boys?
Most definitely. I mean,
you think he the best at his weight though?
I mean, it's time for him to prove it. Man, at the end of the day, they talking about Casemiro with him, but you know.
Casemiro.
Yeah, Casemiro. My fault, I keep calling him, man.
Yeah, Casemiro, you're from Cuba, but man, I've been paying attention to Gary Antonio Russell. So you said Gary Antonio is right-handed or left-handed?
He right-handed. Him and Gary Russell Jr. right-handed and Antoine left-handed.
Okay, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. I want to see what's next for him, bro. I've been paying attention to him, and I think he got potential to probably be, a world champion at that weight class. I see
it's his turn. I mean, at the end of the day, COVID slowed shit down for him and Antoine, but I mean, it's his time, man.
At his weight class at 118, I get right now to me because I like southpaw boxers. I like fighters that's orthodox too, like Devin Haney and a couple of other guys. You know what I mean? But at 118, I'm looking at him as probably take over that weight. Yeah, I like him though, to be honest.
He said he want to fight Monster anyway.
Shit, anyway, about to fight Donaire. Shout outs to Donaire. Donaire, he be coming to the channel. He been coming to the channel, Nonito Donaire. He got him his own YouTube channel and shit. He be fucking with the channels. So Nonito Donaire gonna fight anyway.
Yeah, I already know that. I know that. For the rematch. And shout out to him, man, and I hope he knocked Inoue ass out, but because at the end of the day, I like Nonito.
Yeah, I like him too.
It's like after that, this age right here is like he got a little bit better. He's really working on his skill set and setting shit up.
And he got a date coming up, Gary Antonio.
He he might go in May.
Man, that's what's up, man. I want to see what he do next.
I hope it be on the Tank card.
What Tank?
Yeah, I said I hope it be on the Tank card for all of them to be in the building at the same time.
Man, that's what's up though. But I've been paying attention to him. I know he beat I think Payano. Payano was a good fighter. What you think about a potential matchup with Gary Antonio Russell and Rashid Warren?
Yeah, that'll be a good fight. That'll be a rematch for him because he fought him in the amateurs when he was 16.
Bro, listen. Can I just? I don't mean to hijack the whole fucking panel.
No, you good. Go ahead, bro. I just want to
I just want to give a quick shout out to H Money. Like this fucking panel tonight has been lit when it comes to like the nuances of fucking boxing, whether you talk about the politics or the craft or individual fighters throughout the decades from this century to the last century and generations. But shout out to you, bro.
Man, hey, shout out to you.
We go back a ways. Appreciate you. Yeah, you and me, we go back a ways. But tonight, this is what it's all about. This is what ITBC is all about.
This your best channel. This my best time being on here, man. Ain't nobody really act like no asshole. You know, niggas talking boxing. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. Smoke, I appreciate you bringing the boxing knowledge. Of course, my brother, Batman, man. Shout out to the whole Russell family. Y'all doing a great job. Gary Antonio Russell. I think he gonna be the best at 118. You know, shout outs to Nonito Donaire. You know what I mean? But I like Gary Antonio Russell right there, and I think at 140, Gary Antoine to me is the best right there. You know, so shout out to the fight doctor. And man, let's wrap this thing up, man, so we can do it again tonight, man.
Yeah, thanks, H.
Man, for sure. Hey, Batman, you still got the same number? I'm gonna hit you up, bro. I'm gonna hit you up if you still got the same line. I don't know if you still on the same IG with the everything still cruddy and shit. But yeah, I got it.
My joint, what's it? God of the Six.
You said God is what?
God.
God of Six.
Nah,
God of Six.
It's Big Guala. GWA. The joint that's right there. Guala. God of the Six.
Let me see. Tight. Let me get it. You said God of Six?
Nah, put Big Guala.
All right.
GWALLA. It pop up.
Let me see. Damn, it's a couple of one like that. And what else has come?
It say Big Guala. It say Big Guala.
Yeah. I think that's your little boy right there. What's your little boy on the picture, right?
Nah, that's my YouTube junk.
See the fuck? Is a picture of what though on there? Is a picture of you?
Nah, it's a picture of like a rack of people, like at a concert, like on stage at a concert.
For real?
You say IG, right?
Yeah, on IG.
It's Big Guala, God of the Six.
Big Guala, God of Six.
God of the Six, DA.
Oh, God of the Six.
Yeah.
God. Damn, I swear to God, I don't see that shit. Man, it's all good. I'm gonna find it, dog. We gonna set it up. But hell yeah, I like what your brothers been doing. And shout out to Gary Russell, man. He showed a lot of heart in that last one. We want to see Gary Russell bounce back, bro. We gonna do this thing the right way now, though, Batman. You feel me? I've been learning a lot, and yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. Let's wrap this thing up, bro.
All right, it's a good show, man.
For sure, my boy.
Yeah,
all
man.
Right,
listen, I'm not only am I impressed with the quality of the boxing language, the boxing talk, and the general like camaraderie on the panel tonight, but you are actually I'm inspired to tune in tomorrow for the Road to Undisputed. I didn't think you could actually get this much juice and this much interest out of the Kambosos versus Haney fight, but I'm interested in tomorrow night.
At the end
hell
of the
yeah,
day,
Smoke. Thank you, Smoke.
At the end of the day, H, you got hell of a boxing knowledge. I was talking to my man Keon the other day when we was on the channel with Knockout. You got hell of a boxing knowledge, man. That's all,
Hell yeah, that's all I gotta do. Keep it boxing. Try to learn and get better. Learn from my mistakes that I made in the past. You know what I mean? And take it to the next level. And and work on my attitude, because I know sometimes I got a shitty attitude. Work on myself, and then I could give the fans better quality, bro. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I've been saying.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna tell you to like. It's not like I'm telling. Like I feel like you should do something different, right? But I'm glad that at least this thing could happen, right? Whatever else you have going on outside of what we had happening tonight, do you? Like if what you have to do, it happens to, if you need to call people out their names and scream at them and all that shit. And
I ain't been trying to do that no more, Smoke. Did that for too long, man.
I'm just saying that there's some guys, we're not on the same level. There's a bunch of people who are just coming into boxing, and maybe they need that in order to be interested in fights. And I'm glad that you're here to provide that for them. But I'm just saying, as a person who's been watching boxing since fucking, mid 70s, I appreciate this fucking chat tonight.
Man, thank you, Smoke. Appreciate you, Smoke. For sure. Man, we gonna do it again tonight, man. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We out, y'all. Peace.
Peace.